Hey, what's going on? Happy Mother's Day, Americans. It's Sunday, and we've got some Sunday baseball. Sunday baseball. Glad to see you. I think I said I was going to take today off. And what I meant was, I'm gonna take today off of taking a day off. Did a 360, ended up right back where I started, you know? I got things I need to do. Mostly I just want to know what's gonna happen in the end of this season. That's like that's the driving force. If we don't make it to the playoffs, then that's okay. I can rest easy. I'll have some closure on this. If we do make it to the playoffs, then it'll be funny to see where we end up there. I just need to know which one it's going to be. It's easy. Just simulate the next 2 straight months in the game, and you can find out tonight, right? It's never that easy. You can find out real quick. But hello, gamers. What's up, Kiva Wallow? Thank you for the 3-tiered sub of 61 months. I appreciate the big 5 subs in 1. Very generous of you, and thanks also for subbing for a long time. Much appreciated. Also, Wisco Joe, thank you for the prime. To some people, baseball is just a game. And to some people, the Grand Canyon is just a hole in the ground. To some people, the Eiffel Tower is just a big stick in the mud. And the pyramids are just a big sandcastle. Who cares? Baseball's not just a game, it's real to me. Thanks for the sub, and what's up? Hello, wide people arrivers like Wolfist Wolf. What's up, Hacky Shad, Wootonius, Rhodey, Foxdot, Not Ethan, welcome back. You gotta make jerseys to make them real? I don't think we're gonna be making jerseys. Though that would be funny. But I hope you guys are all having a lovely weekend. Thanks for clicking. Whether you're just listening or you're hanging out in chat. It's good to be back, but it's definitely catching up to me. It's definitely catching up. I am starting to feel more tired. I feel like I need to sleep an entire day. But I'm too addicted. I can't stop. I have to pull the slot machine lever and find out whether my team wins or loses each following game. And see what the reason is. Also, why is there a gnat in here, bro? Why is there a gnat? I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like the office is clean, but there's not like food and water or anything in here. There's just the coffee cup, which I just got. I need to clean up in here. Why do we suffer gnats to live? It's only one though. Why do you only ever see one gnat at a time? You never see, listen, this is true. If you ever see more than one gnat, the source is obvious, right? Like it's like a fruit or something that you didn't realize was over there and it's going bad. If you see one gnat, it's a mystery. No idea where that guy came from. If you see more than one, then I feel like the source should be obvious. Why do they only appear one at a time? Where are the rest of them? How did he get separated from his family to appear here? I'm covering my coffee with like a tissue right now to block it so you can't get in there. Valkyrie, thank you for the gift sub to Zardy. And War of the Worlds for the gift sub to Worm Bones. Appreciate the gift sub, guys. Meister Joker, they are a big sandcastle, and they are pretty freaking cool. When are they ever going to uncover how far into the center of the hollow earth they go? When are they going to reveal that to us, finally? A connection to the core. Take the elevator. Find the answers. Hello? Pew! There it is. There it is. Okay. Thanks for waiting until I got home to start streaming. My pleasure. I am decked out today. I got Aviator's shirt. And I got my Golden Knights mug. I got like the sports accessories. Apparently, it just happened to coincide today. I don't even watch hockey. Fake fan. Completely fake fan. But anyway, what's up, Seema? Shiny Coney arriving. Hey. Mad Dog Mac, welcome back. Invaders jerseys would be pretty cool though, but they would be very expensive because real jerseys are very expensive, so probably not an avenue that I want to pursue. They would be pricey. T-shirts would be epic. If I did t-shirts, I wouldn't. We're not gonna do t-shirts. The Algarada t-shirt was a mess trying to get that going because it took like 2 to 3 months to even set that up. Plus you've got tariffs now, and I don't even know. I would want to find a different t-shirt vendor, not to find one that actually it's too much work. My shirt's already almost faded? Really? I wear my Algarada shirt all the time. I wash it after one wear and it's still like 92% there. But yeah, we're not gonna do t-shirts. I did not make money off, this might surprise you, but I lost money on the Algarada shirts. They were more for you than they were for me. Actually, that's not true. They were for me too, because I wanted to have one. So I have 2 of them. So that was a net loss, but it was worth it. The t-shirt vendors just take all the money. I don't know if you knew this. If you've ever like put out a shirt on any of these services, they take like the overwhelming majority of the money, and they're like, every t-shirt you sell, it's like, here's $2.50. We'll give you like $2.50. And that was before all the tariff. I don't know if t-shirts are tariffed, but why wouldn't they be? My Algarada shirt's going strong as well. Yeah, I think if you didn't get the premium one, the premium one is actually pretty good material, and the print on it is pretty strong. So I will give Redbubble credit. The t-shirts that I have bought on there, when I have bought whatever their premium quality shirt is, the prints are actually like solid. Also the gnat, I saw it briefly and now it's gone. I gotta kill it or it's gonna drive me crazy all stream. Because I don't like Redbubble as a company, right? I don't. I understand that their business practices and probably a bunch of the types of shirts that they use are sourced from bad things. But I have bought shirts from other companies who are supposed to be better and supposed to give me the moral high ground, but their shirts are terrible. Like they fade after just a few washes and become useless. So, like, I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Just buy, like, the terrible quality ones so I can feel better? I don't know. It's complicated. I haven't found, like, a good alternative. Yeah, I do wash them inside out as well. Looks like they're still on sale. I was told these are limited edition. Well, if it makes you feel better, no one's bought one in probably months. I just forgot to take them down. I didn't really see the point. I wanted to make sure everyone who wanted one got one. Since that was kind of the entire point. Okay. Where are we? What are we doing? It's July 21st in game. Which means the trade deadline is in 10 days, which is a little scary. Because I remember the trade deadline that we did on the stream previously. And then it took a lot longer than I expected it to. But the trade deadline was fun. I just don't know who to trade. It's kind of the problem. And the closer you get to the trade deadline, the more trades will have already happened. So the longer you wait, the kind of harder it gets. So yesterday we actually fell to second place. We've lost the division lead, but we are tied. The reason why they're in first is because they've beat us more than we've beat them. So the season series against the Rangers, I believe we're losing because they just swept us. We lost all 3 games against the Rangers. It was embarrassing. Yeah, there it is. We lost all 3 games. One of them in extra innings, one of them was a shutout, and one of them was a single point loss that we gave up in the 8th. The bullpen gave up 4 runs in the 8th. So honestly, they were really, like, other than the shutout, they were very close games. Because this one went to extras. But we allowed them, we scored 2 runs in the 9th to tie it, and then we gave up 3 runs in the 10th. So, like, they were competitive games other than the shutout. But yeah, we went on a 5-game losing streak after the All-Star break, which, you know, not how you want to start that post-All-Star break. Won the series against Baltimore just now and are trying to kind of claw back in. So it's not ideal. And then we got the trade deadline coming up. So the funny thing about this is we've lost a lot of close games. Like this is another one that went into extra innings. And guess who lost the game? 9th inning, blown save, our closer, Anthony Bender, who we just picked up on a trade not very long ago for Ronnie Mauricio. Let's see how Mauricio's doing. He's hitting .208 in 120 at-bats. So he's not doing great offensively. So he would have been a guy. And also my scout thinks he's back down to a 45. So I'm going to say that was a good trade. Even though it looks like our closer is bad. Because he does have a 3.75 ERA with us, much higher than where he was before. And I'm thinking about trying to get an actual real closer. Anthony Bender's not actually costing us that much money because I think they're holding half of his contract, if I'm not mistaken. So we're not exactly attached to him. He's also in a contract year, so he's kind of a rental. And I wouldn't mind trying him in a less demanding role. So those are the kind of things we're working on. But anyway, despite the bullpen issues, we still have apparently the #1 bullpen by ERA in the American League, which is crazy to think about because it just doesn't feel that way. It feels like that their ERA collectively is good, but their clutchness has been bad. I think that might be the best way to put it. They have been just giving up kind of key games and important close games. So like if we look at our team stats, In one-run games, we're 11 and 13. So we've lost more one-run games than we've won, and we've lost one more extra inning game than we've won. So it's like, we're definitely like losing a little bit more when the game's on the line, which is not exactly good. Does Out of the Park have a run differential stat? I'm sure it does, but I don't know how to find it. I'm sure that there is. It might be like in the reports or something. What's up, Shin? How's it going? Happy Sunday. What's up, Crasboo? Vermilion. The Dark. I am the baseball exclusive streamer. Base running's negative. Yes. Really bad, actually. I'm not sure how that changed so dramatically from last year when we were in first, but I've made some adjustments since noticing it based on the base running value of the worst players on the team. So Indy Rodriguez has a negative 4.8 base running value. So I have overrode his team strategy settings to make him as conservative as possible on the base paths. That's the best I can do. He's got a 45 base running, so I'm just making him as conservative as possible. Don't ever take an extra base if you don't need to. And I've also overrode his base stealing, so he's the worst. Gavin Conicello should be better. He has a 60 base running and reasonable speed, so that one confuses me a bit. But I've done the same, but I've given him a little bit less of an extreme. He's also got good contact, so like if he wants to try a hit and run. Marchand has a negative 2.5, so we've kind of like turned his way down. So I'm trying to correct for it. And then Will Brennan has a 65 base running, 65 speed. So there's really not much excuse. I think he might have just been unlucky. So I've got him to like a mildly aggressive. And then Kerry Carpenter's negative 1.2. So we turned his pretty far. I'll turn it a little bit more for him. But yeah, I think that's a shocking one as well. We've just been giving them free outs. There was a game recently where we caught stealing 3 times. And one of the problems is I kind of need to check everybody that we're coming up against opponent-wise and see who their starting catcher is. Like Logan O'Hoppe, the last guy we got caught stealing 3 times, he had a 70 for a catcher arm, right? So he's just throwing us out. So I kind of need to micromanage who the upcoming catcher is and try and tone things down in the event that they are amazing at throwing out runners. I thought today was an off day. Yeah, I took a day off from taking a day off. So I'm back. The weekend is going. I've been banging my head against Stellaris for a week. It's infuriating not being able to figure out new stuff. Oh, is it infuriating because of like a unintuitive sense? Like you can't understand why they changed what they changed? Or is it just like there's a lot of new mechanics and it's gonna take some time to figure out? Or is it because there's a bunch of bugs? Those are I feel like 3 different kinds of infuriating. Hope the Invaders do better than the Giants today. I hope every team does better than the Rockies yesterday, who got blown out 21-0. So I hope that for everyone's team, they can do better than the Rockies did in real life yesterday. What's up, Pathlow? Salmon Roll, howdy. Extremely unintuitive. There's new mechanics too. It's everything, and much of it isn't explained anywhere. Really? That's interesting. So no documentation, no like tooltips or tutorials in game, just changing things. Does it feel like changing things for its own sake? Did they like change stuff that's like, why did you change that? It worked fine. Or are they changes to systems that were like, okay, well, I didn't really care about that system very much anyway. Because I haven't really looked into it. I know that they changed a bunch of stuff with the big Stellaris free patch, but I have no idea really what they've changed. The Rockies are historically bad this year. They are, yeah. But yes, early stream chatters, if you'd like to watch someone who's perhaps just as stubborn as me bang their head against Paradox games. Check out Shin. Been playing a lot of Stellaris, trying to figure out all these new systems, and hopefully help some chatters make good decisions along the way as to whether to participate in the big Paradox sale that they always tend to do around these times. But catch them for the next one. They have good ideas. It'll take a while for them to hammer it out. I don't get why they released it this messily. I guess they had a date that they had to meet for the DLC, since they're on like a season pass type of system now, right? With the DLCs. So they probably have like hard dates that they need to make for each one. And they usually like to get those big free sort of patch updates out alongside of them. I think Paradox definitely emphasizes the "it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission" mantra. That seems to be how they usually go about their business. So I think they figure just put it out there and you get a bunch of free testers. All right, I don't want to hammer too much on how Paradox cut their QA and seems to rely on the masses to test and bug report for them now, but butterfly effect and all that. Well, at least owner's gonna be happy. Big sellout crowds. We are actually 3rd in total attendance so far this year, which is pretty impressive considering how much we got to raise the ticket prices. Fans are coming out to support the winning team while it's winning. People do like winners. They'll stop supporting us the second we go on a huge losing streak, probably. Evan Phillips, I forgot about him. We claimed him on waivers. He's on a minor league contract right now, and one of the problems I have with him is I can't really use him at a major league level, even though he looks like an interesting bullpen arm to try out, because if I activate him from the minor league, I have to pay him $2.3 million. And we don't have any money. we kind of spent it all. We have exactly $2 million in cash that I need to spend elsewhere negotiating with our draftees. So you'll notice we have 714, 21, 2150 that we need to meet their demands. And we don't have 2150, so I need to find $76,000 between the couch cushions somewhere. So we've gotten a few people left to negotiate with, but they're not the most important ones. They are, you don't want to lose them though, because it's basically a $700,000 gamble that maybe they do turn out better than you think, because this is our 7th, 8th, and 12th. We're not going to get the 6th round pick because we decided to see what would happen if we tried to draft somebody who has impossible signability. And we were like, what does impossible mean? So it's not literally impossible, but they are demanding $4.8 million. So it's just like, we're not going to give you 4.8 mil. So this guy wants to go to college, and it's just like, if you want me to skip college, you're going to have to make me a millionaire, is effectively what this is representing. So he is like a 70 potential guy. He just doesn't want to sign with anyone because nobody signed him. Like, we didn't even draft him until the 6th round just to see what would happen. He's a catcher with a great arm, and he might end up like hitting for really good contact, taking some walks. Low financial ambition, by the way, yeah. So would I like to have him? Sure. Am I gonna pay him 5 mil? No, because I don't have that much money. But the other guys, Travis Fair, got some good traits, good potential. He's like a 7th rounder. Our 8th rounder. So like, we can hopefully afford to pay these guys. They don't have crazy demands. And then Luke Peters is just kind of like, you know, it's a low $700,000 gambles, not that much money. If they even hit that potential, they'd still be amazing. They're not gonna, but they might. So it's kind of just like a shotgun gamble, you know? But yeah, the draft actually, I think the draft went well. I'm really happy with who we picked, I'll show you guys who we got in our first and second round from last night in the rookie draft. We actually did have first overall pick. And we deliberated for a while because there was a catcher who was really interesting, Justin Funkhauser. So it was kind of down to the Funk and this pitcher, and we ended up going with the pitcher because of a few reasons. But this guy was really interesting for two reasons. Number one, he has elite catcher defense, and with that much catcher blocking, the wild pitches and the passed balls will be kept to an absolute minimum, which just saves bases and can save runs. It's very big. His framing is really great, and his arm is really great. So he's going to be a good asset to have with any pitcher, even though he's got a low baseball IQ. But at least he has high work ethic. The biggest thing about him is that he is already an 80 potential as a college grad. That's the rare combo. Most of the college grads are not the 80 ceilings. It's the high school students who are 4 years younger that have the 80 potential. So it's much lower of a development risk developing a college age kid who's got crazy potential. He could be a contact king. And if he builds that gap power, even like if he maxes the gap power and I, then he's going to be amazing. If he stays at 35, but then raises this, he's going to be good enough. But I didn't want to take him because I don't like a contact hitter who is slow. This slow. This is slow. Because he's never going to beat out an infield single. He's never going to he's going to have to hit the ball into the outfield to get on base. And then the power is not there as well. But anyway, we didn't go with him. He wanted like $12 million. So he wanted a little extra money. Who I did go with was Trevor Augustine. Trevor Augustine is a almost 18-year-old high school grad who is extremely interesting because they have 80 potential just like a lot of high schoolers do. That's not special. But what is special about them is relative to the MLB, this is relative to MLB. He's got already 40 stuff, 45 movement, 45 home run, 30 control. So like as a high schooler, he has an insane floor. His floor is already really high. And he's got almost 3 MLB ready pitches. So he was good enough as a almost 18-year-old to go straight to A-ball. So relative to A-ball, he's already like a 50 overall. He's got 65 stamina, high work ethic on top of that, 4 pitches that I'm hoping will be really good. And yeah, so there was just too much here for me to pass up. So I took another pitcher first overall. Seeing like a high school pitcher with 80 potential who's already got an insanely high floor is very rare. So he could be like a phenom. He was projected to go second overall. I picked him first. I don't remember who they projected to go first. I guess I could look. I don't know if the mock draft is still there. He also has a potential velo of 101 miles per hour. Extreme ground baller. Has potential for an incredible changeup, which would be a incredible weapon for his arsenal. And I just remembered that I need to set the development focus for all these guys. And at some point, I need to check on the development of my existing guys. That's a lot of micromanagement, but I want to make sure nobody's like losing a bunch of any one thing. Yeah, his tendency is extreme ground ball as well. And we have problems with home runs right now. Yeah, the projected first overall, I think, was a shortstop who didn't go to the combine. I think that's right. So I just saw the potential for a goated pitcher with max stuff, max movement, and good control. Because even if he hits 45 control here and stops there, I think that that's more than enough with these being as high as they are. And he's already got 55 pitcher BABIP relative to the MLB. So he could already keep hits down if you just threw him out there. He's got insane stuff going on right now. Chase Salyers was the projected to go first overall. We still don't have much scouting accuracy on him, but this guy is a two-way player. So he was very interesting, but much more of a gamble. He has the potential for 100-mile-per-hour velo, power pitcher, high stamina, great stuff, lower movement than the guy that we picked, but he has a fifth pitch, the fork ball. He's got a fork ball, which is hilarious. But he's already got contact potential, 60 contact potential, 80 gap potential, 55 power, and 80 eye potential. So he's like he could be a two-way insane future Ohtani type of guy. I don't know. However, we didn't have enough money for him anyway. He wanted 14.5 mil, so I would have had to find some budget, and he would take all the budget. So I did it, and we didn't have like full intel on him, so I just didn't go with him. Then John Patterson went next, didn't have full intel on him either. Got a lot of versatility on the infield, lots of defense, potentially a crazy amount of hitting potential there. And then second round, we picked Drew Messer. I went absolutely rogue and did what you're not supposed to do, and I took a closer as my second overall pick. I was that furious about the bullpen situation. But what's funny is the other closer that was up there went right after us, so I'm not the only one. The White Sox wanted one too. I didn't really like the fielders that we saw, to be honest. There wasn't like a fielder that I loved. The catchers were great. There were some catchers. They weren't great, but they were there. So I took the potential god catcher, closer, and fastball splitter, maxed out, 100+ mile-an-hour velo potential, crazy stuff and movement, extremely good personality traits, high loyalty, adaptability, work ethic, baseball IQ, low financial ambition. A good closer is worth, like, if you have the best closer in the league, that's worth like $20 to $30 million a year. So like, if he ever became that. But yeah, it's not usually the way you're supposed to play your second pick, but I had a gut feeling, so I went with it. We did not get a third round pick. And then in the fourth round, we took Oscar Castro. So we got a outfielder. Left, center, right, decent range, decent arm, decent all-around stats, good speed. Fifth round, we took Roger Lukens, another pitcher. I just pick pitchers. That's just the way it goes. He's a finesse pitcher. Loyalty, work ethic, low financial ambition. He's only got 3 pitches, so you're starting to get kind of down there in the weeds a little bit by the 5th round. And then 6th round was like, I just picked the catcher to maybe get lucky and him improve. That catcher blocking is pretty pitiful. So anyway, those are the guys we picked. And now that I'm thinking about it, it would be a good idea to go and just do a little work on these guys. At least the ones that have accepted a position, right? Because Braden Holcomb, first base, running speed 40. Yeah, I just kind of took all the running out. I probably shouldn't do that. At least not all of it. Your gap power. I don't want you to become an actual slug. But yeah, you can like control at this level. I kind of told him to just forget about his splitter because I feel like 5 pitches is just too much to work on when you've got this much potential with the other ones and you've already like kind of seen your potential drop to a 50. Mario Barbosa. I could probably come back and fix these once the other guys sign. That would be easier. We'll wait a little bit, but I do want to hit my like top prospect. top 2 prospects because we have very high scouting accuracy on them. So for you, I want to prevent the AI from adjusting your focus. And if you're a closer, you don't need to worry about stamina. So just I'm dropping stamina. And we do want you to have control, but I also want you to work on the movement a little more. Getting the control up past 30 is important, so maybe just something kind of balanced like this. And then I don't see any reason to drop the splitter. You need both pitches to work, so I feel like just equal development time on both seems reasonable. And then who was the starter? First pick overall. Drew Messer, right? Yeah, it was Drew. No. Drew Messer is the closer I literally just clicked on. It was not Ryan Garrity, right? Oh, it was high. Wait, am I stupid? Did I send him to A-ball? Augustine. Where is Augustine? Did I not add him to my... Wait, did I not add my first overall pick to my farm list? Perhaps. That's funny. Okay, well, I didn't see him, so that's why I didn't see him. That explains a lot. Whoops. Kind of an important one to add to the list, yes? Okay, so for development, I really don't want you to lose any stamina, so this is good for building and also maintaining. So perhaps it's already in a pretty good spot. Because he's got so much room to grow on movement. Not... Well, yeah, he has a lot to go on both. I don't... These need just micro adjustments. I think I just want to check back in to make sure he's not losing stamina. Because I think this is fine. Maybe like one more point in it to even it out a little more. And then for your pitches, I don't want you to like really forego any pitches because you need all 4 of them to work, especially if you're an extreme ground baller. You need the sinker to work for you. So I'm going to say take the fastball down. Take the slider down. Keep the changeup pretty high and then put the rest into sinker so it's not losing anything. Okay, and then block the AI. There we go. Who is my 3rd round pick? Boom, 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 boom. We didn't have one. Who is my 4th round pick? Roger Lukens. That was a 5th round. All right, I'll fix you up, Lukens. You've got 60 stamp too, so I don't want you to lose that. Tons of control potential, which I like, but you don't want to forget about the movement. Both of those are important. Okay, looks good. And then 4th round pick, Oscar Castro. Develop you. Your defense is all well and good. But you're spending way too much on it. When you need to be working on BABIP, avoid Ks. You have so much potential for gap power. I'm gonna turn it down so we can get, if you get a little pop in the bat and work on your eye. And then running is like not, well, it is important if you want to play outfield. So we don't want to lose too much off of that. I know it's kind of like an even mix, but... Okay, I think that's good. Let's start there. So we have until September to negotiate with the draftees. And we had been working on doing some trades. The main trade that I was working on was this San Francisco deal, where I was trying to acquire Edward Bizzardo as a new closer. I feel like if the fans were real, they'd be like, man, this guy just keeps trading for new relievers and then gets rid of them so fast. But some of our pitching staff, I feel like I've been more than generous in terms of waiting for them to shape up. We've got Snyder on a 3-year contract, and he has been on a slide. Just going downhill this year. He's got a 5.19 ERA, which is terrible considering he was like our best reliever last year, in 52 innings, which I feel like is a reasonable sample size. Batters are hitting like 292 against him, so, or like when the ball's put in play, he's third for going for hits. His home runs per 9 are the 4th highest on the team, which is not that high, but his strikeout rate is down. His walk rate is middling, but then when you get to FIP minus, which is like how often are basically him being punished for things that are within his control. FIP is sort of like take the defense out of it. How much are you responsible for? Just you. Walks, strikeouts, and home runs and all that. And he's second worst on the team behind Dustin May. The starters are going to be a little worse at these kind of things. Though his Sierra suggests he's been a bit unlucky. Like he has a 3.36 skill independent or skill interactive ERA, which suggests that he's been a bit unlucky. However, I'm just looking at his meltdowns. He is second most meltdowns on the team, 11 shutdowns. Almost perfectly balanced. And I just don't trust him. And I also don't trust Anthony Bender, who is supposed to be our closer. But at least to his credit, he's had 18 shutdowns and then 9 meltdowns, which is kind of just like... Abner Uribe has had 22 shutdowns and 6 meltdowns, which is pretty good. Uribe giveth and Uribe taketh away, but he's dominant most of the time. 2.7 ERA, he really dialed it in from earlier in the season. We tried him as a closer and it just wasn't working. What's up, Lizard Milk? Hello, Commodore. I appreciate the 26 months. Thank you for the sub. Welcome back. But yeah, there's a couple people, Luke Weaver especially, and Colin Snyder, I have not been a big fan of. Weaver in particular seems like he doesn't have it, even though Snyder has like a worse on paper stat line. Though the data suggests he's getting pretty unlucky as well. And he has like a higher strikeout rate. But he's given up a bunch of homers. Like our home runs per 9 is crazy. Keegan Aiken has given up so many homers. So I've set him to just try to be a lefty specialist only. But yeah, trade deadline's fun, Commodore. I haven't decided. I know who I want, but I don't know who I'm willing to trade, I think is the best way to put it. Because if we take a look at the trading block and we go pitchers. So I have this set to like kind of the pitchers who are other teams are looking to get rid of for one reason or another. We were looking at who's been clutch, who's got the most shutdowns and the least amount of meltdowns. And the top two are, is it Yon or Joan? Or Yoan? I don't know. I don't know how to say Duran. I know Duran, but I don't know how to say Duran's first name. Anyway, Duran has the most shutdowns. And also an incredibly low Sierra, which means that he's been pitching skillfully. Low walk rate, and also like the 4th highest strikeout rate. His home runs are below 1. His whip is at 1. He's got great numbers, but of course he's also 18 $1.5 million a year for this year. So I would have to carve out some money that we don't have. And so therefore it doesn't seem like a great idea. And then on top of that, he's given up a lot more runs to righties, which I feel like is skewing his numbers even more. He's a righty who's having trouble against righties. And most people on most teams are going to be right-handed batters, just statistically speaking. However, the budget pick under this same thing is Bizzardo, who's on fire. 23 shutdowns, 4 meltdowns. It's a pretty good ratio. His Sierra is like a 3.1, which I think is still respectable. BABIP is down. His whip is pretty good. His home run rate is incredibly low. Strikeout rate pretty high. He's walking more people, but he's been pretty lights out, and he's only $2 million, so he's much more affordable. The problem is he seems like a really good budget pick for a closer who's performing really well. The low adaptability might be a problem if he could work that out before the end of the season. However, I don't think they won anything. Like, I'm looking at the deal with not Cleveland, but with Bizzardo, and they don't really want anything that we can give them. When I offer the trade, I'm offering like a couple of dudes, right fielder and a first baseman. And they come back and they're like, can we have all of your star players? We just want any of your superstar players who are worth way more to us than Bizzardo. And they're just not people I can part with. So I'm struggling to figure out who to make a trade with. They said, I like your proposal, but not enough to make a deal. So I don't know if I should just give up on him or just throw more in, because here's the problem. When you're trying to win now, do your prospects matter? That's the issue. But they're trying to win now too, so they don't want prospects. Sounds like higher trade difficulty is anti-fun. I mean, if it is for you, you can turn it down, but it's fun to me, so I keep it on. That's why it's customizable. But thank you, Commodore, again for the sub. I appreciate it. And everybody else for slubbing. I was looking at like the Duran trade, and they're also trying to win now. So I'm curious why these teams who are trying to win now have their current closers on the trading block. That's what I was most sort of baffled by. Like, they're using them to close games and also trying to win, and they don't have anybody else listed. Ooh, ugly mug? Ugly mug, Oofta? Are you sure you're not looking in a mirror? Maybe you're only able to hear the stream. Could they be interested in trading to get your closer in return? I don't know. I don't know. Once we get closer to the trade deadline, it'll be a little easier to make offers, because we'll get real-time feedback. Let me see pending trades, because I do think the Bizzardo trade is the closest one. So they must have traded for somebody, because they had 2 red spots, and now they only have 1. I like Burleson, but he's not being used right now. He is a depth piece to kind of come up. But I wonder if they would want Burleson plus somebody else. or if he does not register on their radar. We only have Burleson on a 1-year contract anyway. So if we don't use him this year, then he's gone regardless. Which is a bit of a incentive. And there's a possibility that Chase Davis might improve to a point where he's really good. Could happen, I don't know. We don't know for a fact he's a 45 potential. But that would be the like if they're looking for a prospect here, he is a prospect. So I wonder if we just throw a couple of GM Chris Diaz says make it happen. I think we're gonna need to throw in more. They're not gonna say yes. But I don't know who they want, like a second base prospect. We have not a whole lot in the system right now. We have like a high A. They wanted a first base prospect previously, but they must have gotten one. Jake Lebowski. I don't know why you're even in this system, dude. I don't think they're gonna want Lebowski, but he's just... the deal might get done if we offer a bit more. Yeah, we're just a little... Like, I could try... I'm trying to get them to cover the contract. But I'm gonna take it down to, like... 0. So that we are responsible for this contract, I guess. I don't know how much of it's already been paid. It just says our money would improve by 43,000. I'm just gonna submit it and see what they say. The other thing is we have to figure out whether we're trading anybody else. This is where the trade deadline gets tricky. Because we have like 10 days in game, which is not very much time at all. Trade the whole bullpen. The problem is the person we trade for might also be bad. It is mostly pitchers. There's not that many batters on the trading block who have at least a 50 potential. It's like a really great defensive center fielder, Dalton Varsho, but he's $17 million a year. Lars Nootbaar is $11 million a year. Gavin Lux is 21, 12 mil, 15 mil, and 21 mil. So, not really affordable unless you trade to a team that wants prospects and then get them to eat the contract. That would probably be the only way to get any of those trades. So, like, I would probably have to go to initiate a trade, find a team who's rebuilding, like the Orioles. Find the best player on their team who would fill a position and give them some good prospect in exchange. Like, they're not going to give me Adley Rutschman, though. Adley Rutschman is on a contract year, though. Hold up. Adley Rutschman is on a contract year. And didn't we say we need a good catcher? We did get Carpenter. I'm just saying, like, we'd have to give up a prospect. Like a good prospect, right? But did they offer him? They offered him an extension though. I'm stupid. No, they offered him an extension. So they've already extended Rushman. So never mind. He's going to get paid 34, 37, 40, 40 million dollars a year for till 2032. All right, forget about that. Seemed like a good idea for a moment until I looked at the rest of his contract. Because yeah, getting like a sick catcher in a contract year as a rental would actually be huge. I wish there was a filter to show who here was like, whose contract was about to be up. Because we're pretty set on the outfield, I think. We're pretty set at first base. Bregman's going to be with them for a few years also. Jackson Holliday's not going to be leaving anytime soon. Nor is Gunnar Henderson. Nope. All right, so who else is rebuilding? Nobody. The O's are the only team that's actually in a full-on rebuild mode. So if I read between the lines here, they do have Creed Willems. Not a very good defensive catcher. Bad blocking, bad framing probably would not help us very much. Who's their best pitcher? Grayson Rodriguez. He's in a multi-year deal. Who's their best, like, reliever? Their bullpen is so empty. They got nobody. That is a ton of win now teams. Yeah, I feel like this is more than usual, but also it seems super competitive this year compared to last year. Like, we thought we were doing really well, right? But we're tied with the Rangers. The Yankees are 2 games ahead. Tampa's 61 and 47. Cleveland's right there. The Braves and the Nationals are almost tied. And then the Marlins are 4.5 games back. Cincinnati's at 64 wins. Dodgers are 65. They're right there with us. There's a lot of like close competitive teams. There's no one that's just like broken out head and shoulders above everybody else. And yeah, the good teams are doing good. The bad teams are doing bad. Like the teams that are in last are like 18, 19, 21 games back in their division. Like half the division's doing really good and half the division's doing really bad in most of these divisions. There's not a lot of pure 500 teams. But if nobody is strictly rebuilding, then maybe we look at who's got the worst record right now. It's like the Pioneers, the Pirates, the White Sox. White Sox, what do you guys got? Robert Garcia up for arbitration. Doesn't look like he's playing super well this year. A catcher who's struggling at the dish despite good numbers. And reasonable defense. Yeah, the numbers, like his avoid K rate, contact rate, walk rate should be like, wait, he should be doing better than this. And then Kyle Teal. He's like 25. They're not going to trade him. He's up for arbitration next year also. He's playing better with much better defense. But yeah, they're not going to trade those guys. I wish there was a way to see who's up for, I guess you could see who's on their trading block. Their closer, Robert Garcia, but The trading block is not the end-all be-all. Who else was doing bad? I think the Padres were doing, they're trading like all their pitchers. Yeah, I don't know. I would trade May and replace him with Quinn Cade, freeze up cash, and potentially gets you another good player. See, the reason I'm not going to do that, Trizubs, is because Cade and Quinn will replace, if we end up not re-signing Woodruff and Malley, they both walk at the end of the year if we don't extend them. So we're going to have 2 holes in the starting lineup, and May's already locked in for 4 years. So we just fill the holes from the 2 starting pitchers in a contract year if we don't want to renew. Yeah, Woodruff already wants a bag. He wants 16 mil a year. Which, you know, he's been pitching well. He has been pitching really well. But yeah, now he wants 18 mil a year for 4. So he's probably going to walk. I don't think we can afford to re-sign 34-year-old fragile Woodruff for $18 million a year. And he's supposed to have low financial ambition, high loyalty. So this is supposed to be high loyalty, low financial ambition offer. We got him for 7.2 mil over 2 years. But yeah, I think Cade and Quinn are going to have to replace him. Also, the ad's going to start in like 15 seconds. How has it been an hour already, dude? Where does the time go? Just yapping about this game. So many things to strategize and decide. Might get him for like 12 a year, but even that's rough. Yeah, we could try and make an offer. Also, ads starting. Turn your volume down if you're an ad watcher early on, FYI. 3 minutes of mid-rolls to keep the pre-rolls dead. Shy Waffle, thank you for the 58 months. I appreciate the sub. Thanks for coming back for one more. And then, you know what? I tried to trade Malley, but he has been earning it, I gotta say. But he also wants $10 million a year for 3 years. At 33. So... it's tough. It is tough. Money left for extensions. We have about $60 million for extensions in 2028. What I'll probably have to do is turn down the budget on a couple things next year. And try to squeeze some extra money out from the development budget and the scouting budget. It's funny how quick that turns around. You think like, oh yeah, I can max the scouting budget and put 30 million into player development every year, no problem. And then you start signing contracts and it's like the money's drying up, and it's drying up a little bit more, and now it's drying up even more. How are you going to sign everyone? And you have to start actually making those cuts or making those value trades. So I think that's when it really starts to get fun, because the decisions just get harder and harder the further you get. Between Malley and Woodruff, I would prefer Woodruff, but Woodruff has more of a chance of getting injured. We've been lucky that he's made it this far. But Malley has been pretty consistent across his time with us, I would say. The scout thought he was a 45 for a bit and then went back up to 50. Because, like, just looking at him, you wouldn't think that he's got it, but he's got just enough control, enough movement on the pitches. And the splitter and the cutter, I guess, just work for him with the fastball slider. Though he's been losing stuff off the fastball and the slider despite trying to develop it. But not that much, just a little bit. Anyway, what's up, Arathon? How's it going? Pitcher to 35 isn't totally unreasonable. Yeah, it's just the money's gonna go fast when we start doing arbitration as well as extensions. You know what I mean? Using Woodruff as a trade leverage. See, the thing is, not a lot of teams are looking for starting pitching right now. So even if we shopped him around, I just don't know what would come back. And yeah, it could cost you in the playoffs. That's the problem. Like, do you want to try and win or not? Because if you want to try and win, are you willing to risk trading Woodruff for some prospects potentially, or you have to pitch against him in the playoffs? Make yourself weaker, trust in Quinn Matthews and Cade to try to get you through when we've been so dependent on starting pitching the entire season. But yeah, May is slightly worse than last year. He's given up a few more homers. He's given up a few more walks. His strikeout rate is lower. He's still like workhorsing. Even that, he's given us like 5 innings, 5 1/3, 4 innings. He got blown up 5 2/3, so he's been on a rough stretch. His ERA went from a 3.29 to a 4 in the last 4 starts. So he started to kind of lose it. I'm a little hesitant to try shopping him around, but just in case it makes him even worse right now, because he's literally... I'll shop him around after he's pitched tomorrow and see what they say. But I don't know how many people will want him, I think, is what it comes down to. All right, anyway. Well, shop him around the day that he's starting, like, hey, man, what are you doing? Hey, don't do anything crazy. I want to win a ring with you guys, okay? Don't trade me, man. Don't trade me to the loser team. No, they would still get a ring. It just wouldn't be quite as satisfying, would it? But when I look at the lineup, I don't really see anybody to trade. I don't see anybody in the like day-to-day lineup that is like someone that we should be looking at trading. Like, Indy Rodriguez is the worst offensive producer on the team, but also it's literally his rookie season and he's still developing in a bunch of respects. I think he'll get better. And then he's not even arbitration eligible next year. So, like, that's the kind of guy you probably just want to keep as a backup catcher. Marchand is the second worst, but he's an extremely good defensive catcher and is not a total disaster in the lineup. Cooper Pratt is a weird one because he's got really great defense, but we're using him as a platoon bat against left-handed pitching where he's randomly hitting 341 against lefties. Marchand's had a few clutch at bats. He has, yeah. I agree. And then Arenamo is Arenamo, and he seems like he's trending up. So I don't really want to get rid of him while he's trending up at 23 years old. Because he was going 242 last year, 275 this year. His OBP always sucks because he doesn't take walks. But his OPS is getting closer to 700 with pretty good infield defense. Pretty good infield defense and speed. And then Brennan, I think, has been respectably average, like the good kind of average, with good defense. And then Jazz and Luis Robert Jr., you just stick with. We just stick with them. Matos has been overperforming. Brito's been really overperforming. Conicello's been really overperforming. Tyler Freeman's been really overperforming. Actually, Freeman's just been doing more like what he did with in his 2025 Colorado years. He's almost exactly where he was at Colorado, with a lot more war. And then Ortiz, we just called up just to see what he can do. We kind of have like 2 or 3 DHs right now on the team, but I just called him up to see if he could spark the offense a little bit. And he went 2 for 4 in his second game as a major leaguer with 2 walks, so he reached base 4 times. I just shoved him in the 2 spot and said, good luck, brother. Though I could just put Brito back in there and just trust in the trust in the Brito. Ugh. I'll try trusting in the Brito. Put Ortiz in a lower pressure spot. Okay. Matos is slugging 319 against lefties. No, against lefties, he's slugging 426. I'm gonna move Matos to the 3 spot here, or maybe carry Carpenter. Brito, Pratt, Carpenter, Matos, Ortiz. Move Brennan up. He's a new guy. I don't want him to feel too pressured, and I like alternating lefties, righties a bit. All right. I guess let's play a game, and I'll just sim it and see what happens. We're playing against Kosowski. We got to get through the season. I want to see if we make the playoffs or not. But the trade deadline's going to take a while. It just does. Oh man, he's dominant against lefties. Even though he throws right-handed. His whip is way higher. He's letting a lot more base runners and a lot more hits get through. And walking right-handed hitters a lot more, which is very odd. So it's probably bad for us. And then who's pitching? Woodruff. All right, let's get through Woodruff Day, and then I can kind of see if he's worth anything trade-wise. But all right, go ahead, bullpen. Blow the game after a night. Actually, is the bullpen okay? Keegan Aiken, Uribe, and Snyder are up. Only 3 dudes. Quinn Matthews has been terrible out of the bullpen. But they just had extra inning game yesterday where they had to use Diaz, Snyder, Aiken, Weaver, and Bender. So we'll see how it goes, but it was a crazy one because they came back in the 9th and then won it in the 11th against the Orioles to take the series. And the first game of the day is a 2-5 loss. Classic left-handed struggles. Charlie Oshell is out for 5 weeks with an oblique strain. The Rays grabbed a win 5-2 at Omnibus, overcoming a fine effort from Woodruff. Woodruff went 6 1/3 innings, allowing 1 run. Classic bullpen, giving up 3, 4 runs at the end of the game. Yep, classic. Marshall Kosowski earned the win. He lasted 7 innings, allowing 2 runs on 4 hits, striking out 2. With the win, he raises his record to 4-4. Barlow closed the game out for Tampa. Tampa used the timely hitting of Adrian Santana to seize the win, who stroked a 2-run single in the top of the 8th to put the Rays up 4-1. I like our moxie, said Kevin Cash. The Rays are now 62-47, so they're doing good this year too, so they're a good team. We only had 5 hits in the game. Nothing from Jazz, Brito, Robert, 1 hit from Carpenter, 0 Ortiz, 1 from Freeman, who finds a way to hit the ball, and then bottom of the order, each had some hits. We scored 1 run, and we must have scored another one on an error. Freeman double, Arenamo double. Jazz hit into a double play, Brennan stolen base. So Woodruff with the quality start, Aiken with the blown save, walked 2? Aiken, please, brother. Top of the 7th. Brandon Woodruff gets a ground out, gives up a single, no big deal. Bring in Keegan Aiken, instantly gives up a single. Josh Loud a second, a walk and a walk, walks in a run. They bring in Mantiply, who gets the double play, so that could have been even worse to get out of the inning. Granted, you probably should score more than 2 runs, but still. Then Mantiply's back out, ground out, double, fly out. There was a balk, a double, a walk. Uribe called in. Man, the bullpen woes are insane. And then Uribe walks, then gives up a single. Man, he's caught like the man. I kind of like can't really blame the manager too much. He's calling every arm out of the bullpen, and they're like walk, walk, double, walk a run in. Uribe back up, single, single, fielder's choice, score, fly out, fielder's choice. Every single bullpen arm is an embarrassment, and yet somehow we still have like one of the best bullpens by ERA. And I'm not really sure how. I like your proposal, but not enough to make a deal. If you just add one of your best players or prospects, we have a deal. Dude, I'm not giving you these guys. Also, how much can a bad stat like I improve when the scout thinks it's already at their potential? There might be a between season way to do that with the player development lab. So it's a bit of RNG and a bit of coaching, if there is an option for that. But yeah, we didn't have like a great game there. Offensively, top of the order was completely absent, and we only scored because of like an error. So I got Burleson, Chase Davis, I picked up Tyson Neighbors on a trade. I'm trying to figure out, like, who can I offer to tip the scales to get Bizzardo without giving up, like, one of my god tier players. Probably not this guy. Like, he just not gonna want this guy. What about... Can't give a 2027 pick. It would have to be a 2026 pick. Unhappy. Their record is like terrible. Team record, very unhappy. All right, what about Alex Lopez? Just throw in an actual like prospect from international free agency signing in 2026. I don't know, that might be too much, but his potential's a 50. His eye is like a 30. His defense is meh. He's gonna take a lot of work to turn into an actual player anyways. Is this too desperate? Just to get Bizardo, who might be terrible for us anyway, because of the low adaptability. Maybe I throw him in and then try to... Oops, where did Bizardo go? And then try and get them to retain 100% to improve our money. What if I give them Lopez and then take out Chase Davis? I mean, how much do you want it? Chat, do you want to win? You want to win, right? If you want to win, then you need to be willing to do what it takes to win. Next trade should be someone with plus 500 plus versus lefties, like hitting. What's up, Maria? Manager looking at Snyder after already sending out 4 relievers. Oh, God. What if I do this trade for Bizardo when he sucks? All right, I'm doing it. Goodbye. I offered an actual prospect. They traded Dalton Varsho for David Apodaca. Maybe I could have just offered the prospect and that would have been enough. I don't know. All right, now I want to see how much Woodruff is worth if you were to shop him around. Let's see what other teams think of him. Honestly, less than I thought. The only player-for-player offers that I'm getting are like 40s and 45 overalls. So they don't value him highly for some reason, or they just don't need pitchers. Nope, not even a single prospect. So we may as well keep him, right? How about Colin Snyder? Not much. What about Colin Snyder and Luke Weaver? For a single guy. You can get Porter Hodge. Porter Hodge! Low work ethic, low baseball IQ. Oh, baby. We can get a shortstop. From the Red Sox. The thing is, the second we trade them, Durf, they're going to turn back into the gods that they were before. You know what I mean? Somehow, honestly, you could get Sedan Rafaela for some... You would have him for some years if you thought he was going to be good. That's a $60 million contract. On, I would say, an above average shortstop with great speed, good power, gap power, puts the ball in play. Last year with Boston hit 303 with an 849 OPS at 25 years old. And then the year before hit 266. So he should be like a 750 to 800 OPS player. He had 5 WAR for them last year. That's not. It's actually kind of a tempting deal because then you get a like actually good defensive shortstop. We have a shortstop, but the shortstop we have is Cooper Pratt, who is pretty good at defense but hasn't really figured it out on offense yet. But that is kind of an interesting offer. Yeah, he can play like second base amazingly, left field amazingly, third base amazingly, center field decently. He kind of just goes everywhere. He's got good outfield range too. Another starting pitcher here. Wow, 10 starts, 2.37 ERA. They want these relievers, but then who do you replace the relievers with, right? We don't exactly have a lot of people in the bullpen ready to go. What do you do? What do you do? How many games have we lost while leading late? It feels like a lot, but I don't know where a stat like that is. From just a pure blown save situation, we've got Alexis Diaz has blown 2 out of 2 save opportunities. Snyder has blown 83% of his 6, which is what, like 5? So he's blown 5 out of 6 save opportunities. Keegan Aiken's blown 2 out of 3 save opportunities. Mantiply's blown 50%. Weaver's blown 1 out of 4. And then Uribe and Bender are closer to where they're supposed to be because they're the 8th inning and 9th inning guys. But Bender's includes his previous team where he pitched better. Since joining us, this is how it is. They come over to our team, right? After 14 innings pitched. They had 48 innings pitched last season with San Diego, 2.03 ERA. Their whip goes up. Their home run rate triples. Their BABIP on balls in play goes up. Get rid of 1 top player to get 2 good players. I don't think it's that easy, unfortunately. But I like Rafaela a good amount, actually, and I also liked... There is this idea where we have this guy, we have Evan Phillips, who we're currently not using, because if we use him, we have to pay him $2.3 million. And he's promised a closer role, which is also questionable. So that means he would want to come in and immediately he would have to be the closer if he's activated. Bender was supposed to be the savior. He was the chosen one. What if I shop him around? Who this? Actual good prospect? Actual very good prospect? Hey, Tal, after spraining my ankle and falling down some stairs, I'm in bed, but I'm sorry to laugh. I just wasn't expecting to read that. But the stream tonight is really cheering me up. Hope we blow up the playoffs in a good way. I thought you were gonna make a joke about going on the injured list because we've had multiple people sprain their ankle and go on the injured list. I thought you were going with like, after spraining my ankle and sitting on the injured list. And then it ended up being a real thing that actually happened to you. So I'm sorry that you fell down some stairs. Chat suffering amuses him. To some extent, yes, it does. I'm sorry that happened to you though, Snow Yeti. I hope you're okay. As long as your mouse hand and your keyboard hand still works. Then you can, like, the ankles are optional, I think. Baseball manager brain, sorry you're hurt, to the injured list you go. Yep, to the injured list you go. This is actually kind of a crazy offer. The problem is, this is very like future, looking toward the future. We trade a guy that we can't even use right now for a really interesting looking prospect. But that doesn't really help me win. Here's an idea. What if... What if we go and pair that guy with Snyder? This is the last shopping attempt I can make today. They offer Trevor Megill, who's been just terrible with the Diamondbacks this year. He'd fit right in on my team. Starting pitcher Rhett Lauder, I think we looked at him a second ago. He's actually been tearing it up. And he's not even arbitration eligible. 10 starts, 2.37 ERA this season is kind of crazy. And you have control of him for like 3 more years. The problem is we're flush with starting pitchers right now. We have no bullpen. Lucas Urseg, just really disruptive personality class, is not what we want. They're also offering Bloss. His ERA is up there, but he's got room to get better. Colin Holderman. We just throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks from a bullpen perspective. He's got a promised position of closer as well. But he's just a really... Is he not the closer? I thought, yeah, contractually he's promised closer. Arbitration estimate 4.6 mil. Probably why they're trying to get rid of him. Yeah, no, these guys are going to be good when they switch teams, for sure. The one that I was most fascinated by, that doesn't help us win now at all, was that offer for that 60 potential prospect. All right, I think I just need to advance another day. Ticket sales still looking good. Let's go. Spencer Turnbull, having an amazing season. 2.39 ERA, 1.1 WHIP. We're gonna get wrecked by Tampa, aren't we? BABIP is 223. He's better than 58%, or rather, I guess. How do you interpret ERA plus? Isn't it like? No, plus versus minus. Is plus, he's 56% better than the rest of the league, and ERA, like a minus, is 42% of the league is better than... No, wait, I don't remember. We just read this and I keep forgetting things. All right, whatever. Freeman and Brito each need a day off. Freeman at second, Brito at first. So Conticello, and Aranamo. Move Aranamo to second. And then Pratt to short. Yeah, 100 is average, Shaq Genie, but I think the thing I was trying to remember is when it's like a minus, like FIP minus is not how much better they are than the league, it's how much better the league is than them, or something like that. Like it like flips the comparison, which is similar but still different. All right, pitching wise, we have almost nobody up in the pin. So I think I'm gonna have to take Quinn Matthews out of the rotation and just have him available. Because as a reliever, he should be 96% rested for a relief spot. Because like, it's like like we've had some bullpen games, and the bullpen is very EP. Diaz 68%, Mantiply 55, Weaver 71, Bender 66, Matthews is 96. All right, good luck, boys. Good luck. Jazz, Conticello. How's Conticello against righties? He's good. No, he's good. 339 OBP. So he should be fine in that spot. Good luck. Win in extras? Another extra inning game? Why are there so many? I don't know what music this is. Give me something a little more chipper. Okay, I want to see what happens. So we've been no hit through 3. They have 1 hit, so pitcher's duel. Conticello reaches first. Luis Robert Jr. up with 1 out, 1 on. Bottom of the 4th. And he smokes it to the gap and right. Over the, nope. Almost over the Del Taco sign. Just missed a homer. He's going for 3. Safe at third with a triple. RBI triple. Luis Robert Jr. turned on the speed. And apparently we scored him. Maybe a sac fly. And then 2 outs for Brennan. Same inning. And Brennan just smokes this one to left. Muscles it into the opposite field for a solo home run. Del Taco sign worked on me. Might get that for dinner. Well, I freaking hate Del Taco, so. Del Taco sucks. Their tacos suck. Their burritos suck. The only thing good at Del Taco, to be honest, is the cliche burrito ramen. That's it. I think that's actually pretty decent. I know it's a meme, but it is pretty good. But Del Taco is just like, why would I go there when I could either, if I really want fast food, junk food tacos, then Taco Bell is Taco Bell. I'm going to Taco Bell. If I want real tacos, then I've got a dozen options. Or real burritos, I've got a dozen other better options. Bobby Miller Day? Bobby Miller giving up a solo home run in the 6th. Comanero socks one out, 363 feet. But otherwise holds them to a nice quality start. 6 innings from Bobby Miller, only 1 run scored. So bullpen now. The bullpen. I love that our starters are like, yes, I have gone 6 innings, only giving up 1 run. Okay, bullpen, it's your turn. Oh. Wait, no. The game is tied. Classic. Literally first reliever out of the pen. Mantiply out in the 8th. How can the starter go 6 innings of 1 run? Oh, and they bobble it at first for the easy out. It goes to the dugout. That's a 7th error for Pratt at shortstop this year. Defense. Pop fly. Slow roller to third. Don't know how they don't get that runner and hold him. But he takes third, apparently. And then Luis Robert Jr. makes the 3rd out to keep it tied. Okay. So bottom of the 8th. 2 outs. Get the strikeout on Conticello. Okay, we go to the 9th. Mantiply back out in the 9th. Gets the pop-up. He is a god against lefties. And there are some there's a lot of lefties in their lineup. There's like 3 in a row right here. So he loses him. Ball 4. Makes it up to 2nd. Looking like a normal bullpen day, except they hold the runner at 2nd to get out number 2. New pitcher Bender. Anthony Bender, the closer in. Hot shot to first. Conticello takes it to keep it tied and give his team a chance to walk it off with like Robert Jr., Kerry Carpenter, and Will Brendan up to try to walk it off. And they strike out Luis Robert Jr. They walk Kerry Carpenter because they fear him. And then Matos gets called on a breaking ball that was out of the zone. So a little ump show action. And Arenamo just pops it up, so we go to extras. Tenth inning, Bender back out to try to close it down. Ghost runner at 2nd, Santana. In play softly, that moves a runner over. So productive out for Tampa. Tough position for Bender. Lay down the bunt. Third baseman has it. The play at the plate, and they get the scoop and the out. They nail him at home on the squeeze bunt. That's a hard play for Jazz Chisholm Jr. That's crazy. The runners go. Williams with the bunt. Squeeze play is on. Jazz scoops it up. So that's why it's tricky to bunt in those situations if the infield is expecting it. Jazz went after that ball aggressively, and they cut him down at home to save the run and race the runner at 3rd. That's insane. And then Bender gets the strikeout for out number 3. Let's go, boys. All right, Arenamo at the ghost runner, chance to walk it off. And a single into left from Indy Rodriguez to move the runner. They're going home. Bro. Arenamo, man. He tried to end it. What the hell are you doing, dude? So then we have to work extra hard instead of just letting the runner stay at 3rd. Fire the base coaches. Double play opportunity, but they only get the out at 2nd. Marchand almost hit into a double play, so it's 2 outs. Indy Rodriguez at 3rd for Jazz Chisholm Jr., and after saving the run in the last inning, he walks it off with a single in the 10th. So, -3 base running, by the way. Yeah, I need to see how that affected it. Is that under batting stats? His BSR is negative 0.2. I don't know why our base running has gotten so much worse this year. The Vegas Invaders beat the Rays 4-3 in extras. The McHenry, Illinois native Bobby Miller led the way. Anthony Bender earned the win after being brought out of the pen. He allowed no runs on no hits in 1 2/3 innings. Vegas now has a record of 65-45 with the win. The Invaders got a clutch hit from Jazz Chisholm Jr. in the bottom of the 10th with a run-scoring single. Bobby came into the game mentally strong and he dominated. My team's base running is terrible and I can't understand why. It's a combination of aggressiveness on the strategy sliders and the speed of the individual players on their personal strategy sliders, and your staff from the front office. So it's a little easier to know. This is kind of like one of those things where if you don't know baseball, you wouldn't know this, which makes it harder to play this game. But your first base and third base coach are the guys standing on the field directing the base runners, and they have an in-game running stat. So your first and third base coaches are helping the runners decide whether to run or not. So if your third base coach and your first base coach have bad in-game running, then that will probably hurt you. Mine have an outstanding in-game base running, but you wouldn't know it this season because we had an amazing season last season base running wise. We were top. We were first in the league. And then this year it's like, I don't understand what changed because I didn't really change the strategy from last season when we have the same players mostly, but the ones that are slow I've turned down. I don't know. Okay, so Barbosa, we scouted him. He's about as bad as we thought he was. That's okay. Jason DeCaro, rated our 7th best prospect by BNN, is from Port Jefferson, New York. His 4-pitch repertoire will feature a curveball that falls off the table if he develops it. His control's fantastic, and that should let him avoid running into walk trouble in his career. His stuff should be pretty good, and that may be more valuable. DeCaro has the potential to be a future number 2 star. Hey, that's nice. I like when I scout my guys, and they're just as good as before I scouted them. He's got a 1.96 ERA and 4 starts in AA so far. We recently moved him to AA, so that's excellent. So I'm going to let him keep going there because he's not ready for AAA. He might be ready for AAA. He's a little better than his overall suggests, but there's nothing wrong with giving it some time to cook. Are the coaches overriding your settings somehow? I think they are, Shin, but it's difficult to tell. I think it comes back to the development of the manager, which would be funny from an RP perspective to miss the playoffs this year and then fire the manager right afterward. But yeah, the manager, Scott Tyler, has developed his player strategy settings as something that he controls. However, what's not clear to me is, even though this should seem really on its face obvious, like, yes, he retains full control of player strategies. However, when I go to my players, any of my players, and go to strategy page, and I click the lock to team enable strategies, I can't tell if that's doing anything. Is this just a fake button? Because it says team coaching staff is in control of strategy settings. Use locked team to have full control. So it says that I have full control, But then there's a question of, if you don't click this button, does it not actually use the team strategy settings that you did? So like on some of these guys, maybe I didn't have that clicked or something. So I don't know if the buttons are real or not, because it definitely something's different strategy-wise. Like why would, if there's a button to just override them, then why do they have them take full control of the strategy settings in the first place, is the question. And I'm not using commissioner mode to click it. It's just a button that's available for anyone. So it's a little befuddling. Please add something else to this deal. They want any of my top prospects. Like, I actually offered him a pretty good other prospect for second base. But I Googled the issue and couldn't find really much information on it. There wasn't a lot out there on it. In that specific scenario of like the manager takes full control of strategy, but you set it anyways. So I couldn't really find much. Chris Sale has confirmed his season is officially over. The Yankees starting pitcher offered mostly monosyllabic responses. Nope, he said when asked if he might return this year. 38-year-old Sale suffered a torn UCL, ulnar collateral ligament, and has been out of action since July 20th. That's crazy. He's getting $40 million to sit on the bench now for New York. And New York is in first place in their division, 6 games ahead of the Red Sox. And there's still a lot of baseball to play. So, like, he was having an amazing season, like Cy Young caliber season. What's up, Dunk Slide? Kansas City and Chicago make a trade? David Shields, Sean Armstrong. Okay. Attendance going down a little bit. Revenue has surpassed last year already. It's pretty good. I like how this is going to fill in over time, too. Uh-oh. Upgrade a position. He's not happy with our right field upgrade now because Luis Matos isn't hitting as well as he was. I think he's hitting really well. He's hitting 266 with a 318 OBP, slugging for 410. I think that's pretty good, dude. I don't know. Target year's 2029 anyways, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, gate revenue's already projected at 82 million again. I'm going to give Quinn Matthews the start since it seems like the bullpen, even though we went to extras, got saved by Bobby Miller going 6 innings, and then Diaz blew the save, his third. I have Diaz set up to just be normal usage because he's been good for the most part all season, but he's had a problem giving up homers. Keegan Aiken's been the worst at that. He's not giving up that many, though. He's been pretty solid this year. So you just have to ride that out. We came back and won the game anyway. I need to check waivers. Oh, they put Urseg through waivers? Spooky. It's a lot of bad stuff. So I want Bizardo, but it feels like San Francisco's just being really picky about everything. How much do you think it would take to get them to retain $18 million of Duran's contract? I would have to give them a hell of a prospect. They want a catcher prospect and a shortstop prospect. Where's the we got Evan Phillips DFA'd still. He is a closer guy, but he hasn't had that many. He hasn't played this year, so it seems really risky to bring him in. Who did I shop around? I don't remember who I shopped around to get that other prospect. Because I need to trade this guy before his DFA time is up. I don't remember who I offered. But if I just offer him by himself... It was this guy, Tegan Kane. I say we just make the trade. $60 prospect, 24 years old, no MLB playtime. Playing an A-ball. High adaptability, high financial ambition, low leader. Could be a really good reliever in the future. It's either that or try and pair this dude who we are not using anyways with another dude like Colin Snyder or Luke Weaver. I was really excited when we got Weaver. Do you know what the worst part is, chat? Weaver's on a 2-year deal. He is on a 2-year deal. He has been better in his last outings, but I do not trust him as far as I can throw him. What happens if you combo these guys? That will also free up a bunch of money. Oh yeah, that would get us Sedan Rafaela. But then I'm missing a reliever in the bullpen. Kind of like straight up. Encarnacion Strand is kind of an interesting, like, how many DHs does one team need? Is the answer yes? How many designated hitters does one team need? He's hitting 267 with almost a 900 OPS this season. 12 homers, 27 RBI, 18 walks. You trust Weaver more than Snyder? Do you? I don't. Weaver has the second highest home run per 9 on the team. They're both bad. I think it comes down to they're just both bad. He does have a better BABIP, better average. Yeah, no, I guess you're right. They are both bad. I don't trust any of them. What's up, Lashley? Thank you for the sub. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Sunday. It's Mother's Day. I'm trying to make trade decisions, but I have analysis paralysis. Weaver is just unclutch. He has 9 shutdowns, 7 meltdowns. You don't want to be breaking even on those. It's basically a coin flip anytime either of them come to the mound. as to what they'll do. But yeah, if we do trade Weaver, we do get 3.6 million back freed up, which is kind of interesting. Like, I was looking at Sedan Rafaela, who's got this crazy utility with good power, gap power, put the ball in play, speed, stealing, range, hit 303 with Boston last year. He's only hitting 257 this year, so maybe he's having a worse year. He's probably close to like a 750 OPS average with pretty stellar defense. He also is a lefty hitter. He likes hitting lefties, I mean. Which we've struggled with for sure on the team, but we kind of already have that, I guess. Rhett Lauder was pretty interesting. Sign him immediately. We'd also be stuck with a contract that's going to balloon to $13 million in a few years. We need a catcher. We need a catcher and like a closer. I like the idea that if this team were real, we just keep flipping to different relievers, super reactionary. I think we just try and trade this guy by himself. That we're not using because we can't afford him. I think I'm just going to take Tegan Kane. Okay. Anywho. Trade submitted. We're running out of time on the trade deadline. Marchand tired, Arenamo tired, Jazz slightly tired. I think I'm going to make Jazz play through it. Because we have a day off afterward, and then Marchand can have a day off. Arenamo. Indy Rodriguez down there at catcher. Cooper Pratt back in at short. Everything else stay the same. I have to believe that Ortiz is going to figure it out. I have to believe. But I'll bunch Brennan up there with Freeman. Freeman's been on a hitting streak. Brennan's got a homer in the last game. Brito's been slowing down. He's finally come back to earth. I still try to believe in him. All right, who's pitching for us? Quinn Matthews could be bad. But he's been really bad out of the pen. So I haven't really decided like what to do with him. Cade Horton has been dominant in AAA. I feel bad for having sent him down, but Bubba Chandler's on fire right now, apparently. But he just gave up 3 walks in relief and a run, 2 strikeouts. Jaden Hill's the guy we're hoping to actually develop. Maybe next year he'll be ready. I don't know. Cade has the best ERA plus on the team in AAA. I say this, let's just give the start to Quinn as planned, and if he gets detonated, we just send him down. Is my thought. And trade him for Cade. All right, it is Reese Olson. Great season, good ERA. BABIP down. He led the league in low walks. Or I'm assuming that's low walks and not. Is 90 walks a lot in 33 starts? I assume that's leading the league for good reasons. Got my finger on the trigger, Quinn. We beat him. We won the series against a tough team. Let's go, boys. A tight game was played with the hosts claiming a hard-fought win. Pitching was the name of the game for the Invaders. Las Vegas won it 3-1. Quinn Matthews was in command, 6 1/3 innings. He surrendered 5 hits, striking out 9, walking 0, and allowing 1 run. The save goes to Abner Uribe, number 15, on the season. With scoring opportunities rare, the Invaders had to cash in when they had the chance. One opportunity presented itself in the bottom of the second when Cooper Pratt hit a 2-run single. The single came off Reese Olson and put the Invaders up 2-0. Pratt went 2 for 3 with a double. He drove in 2 runs. We subbed him in for Arenamo, so good job. Quinn did a heck of a job, said Scott Tyler. Nice win against a tough team. Quinn with the quality start, 1 run, and the bullpen looking like a good bullpen. Weaver with the hold, 1 1/3 innings, 1 hit. Keegan Aiken with 1 out. Uribe in the 9th, no hits, 2 strikeouts. Let's go, Uribe. Let's go. Player of the game, Quinn Matthews. Only 7 hits for the home team. Jazz with a hit. Brito with 2 hits, 2 for 4 with a RBI. Robert Jr., nothing. Carpenter, 1 for 4. I need my superstars to turn up the heat a little bit. You know what I mean? I need them to get hot again. When we were winning, it was because Jazz, Kerry Carpenter, and Luis Robert Jr. were all on fire. Also, ad starting. I snoozed it once, but turn your ad volume down. I'm going to get a drink and get a snack and then come back. And then we need to get to the trade deadline here pretty soon. Find out what's going on. Ortiz got a hit. Pratt 2 for 3 with 2 ribbies. He had the double, nobody on. So we scored in the 2nd. Brennan fly out. Tyler Freeman walk. Ortiz single. Cooper Pratt single to score. I need to turn Ortiz's run strategy way down before he gets into trouble. I just remembered, you don't steal bases and you don't really base run. You don't hit and run. You don't sack bunt and you don't bunt for hit. You go and you swing. You go up there and you swing. That's what you do before he gets caught out on the base paths somehow. So the Cooper Pratt single scored 2. Nice. Okay, and then we scored another one in the 5th. Pratt flies out. Rodriguez swings and misses. Jazz with a single. Brito with a single after Jazz steals 2nd. So Jazz makes it from 2nd to home on the singles. So nice small ball. And then Luis Robert Jr. strikes out. He has been on an ice cold streak. Hopefully he'll heat up, but I'm happy getting the win. I'm just happy getting the win. All right, while the ad's playing, I'll be right back. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you. Thank you for chilling here, and I hope you're having a nice Sunday. BRB. Hello, sorry for the wait. Was talking to Alice, who just got home. And now I'm back. So, where were we? Look at this Rangers climb versus us right here. And look at this, like, Angel Surge. We still have the #1 starter ERA, bullpen ERA in the American League, which is crazy. But we're terrible at base running. We're almost last. I don't know how that came to be. Okay, almost trade proposal. Okay, he just wants people that we don't care about. I decided to just trade Evan Phillips for a prospect. So I can add any of these guys, and it doesn't matter. Complete trade. Boom. League news. In a hastily called press conference, Las Vegas announced today a trade with Philadelphia that would send 32-year-old righty Evan Phillips and 19-year-old minor league second baseman BJ Effler to the Phillies in exchange for 24-year-old minor league Tegan Kane. So, like, I couldn't use Phillips because his contract, if it activates, is 2.3 mil, and he's promised the closer position, and it just seemed risky to have a dude who hasn't pitched since last year just come in and be the closer for you. He hasn't pitched all year. Only pitched 13. Well, no, he pitched more than that. He pitched pretty well, but seemed risky and didn't have to cost us money. So instead, we get Tegan Kane, who was a pretty good prospect. "24 years old and already ready for definitely high A, I think. As a reliever, bullpen guy. Promote to, he's already in high A. All right, that'll work. But yeah, he's like a 60 potential relative to MLB, and he's 24, so hopefully he develops and is a future awesome bullpen guy. We have high scouting accuracy, so that may go down as we get to very high. I'll get a scouting report on him just to see. So I assume that they will use him. Yeah, all right, there we go. Yeah, he's automatically the closer for them. Cool. Did we trade? Wait, his name is Philly Phillips to the Phillies. I didn't see that was his nickname. His nickname is Philly, and we traded him to the Phillies. Holy moly. What a coincidence that is. That's why they wanted him so bad, probably. Think about the merchandising opportunities. That's hilarious. Be right back, naming my kid Yankee. I'm looking for a birth certificate that has first name Loss, second name Angeles, last name Dodgers. He's already got a sandwich named after him. They freaking love him. Okay. Where does that put us? I don't know. I feel like I'm supposed to be doing something trading-wise for these closers, but I don't understand what they want that I can actually give. I can't accept this offer, but keep trying. I don't think that was the one that I submitted last. Yeah, I offered Burleson, Chase Davis, and Alex Lopez for Bizardo, and they keep 100% of the money. I'll try it again with no percent, or maybe 50% of the money, since we still have a few days, I guess. That's like $1 million difference. And I don't really know what else to be looking for. They don't have to be on the trading block in order to be worth getting. But it helps if they are, I would assume. Okay, no game today. I guess I'll get one day closer to the trade deadline. San Antonio Cowpokes are over the roster limit. They've got way too many infielders. All right, Drew. Later, dude. Sorry. I release you. Bryant Packard of the Cowpokes. All right, he's out. We got mail. Hello, Ital. We have a 3-game series at home against the Red Sox kicking off today. They're 62-49, second place in the East. 6 games behind the leader. They're first in the American League in runs scored. Their batting average is first in the AL. Oh boy. They're 5th in runs given up. Their starter ERA is 7th. Their bullpen is 3rd. They have a record of 2 wins and 4 losses against us this season. The matchups are going to be Malley versus Priester. Not Priester again. Mats versus Brian Bello. Oh boy. And then Dustin May versus Nick Martinez. Roman Anthony's on their team. He's got 23 homers on the season, 853 OPS. Tristan Casas, 21 homers on the season, 833 OPS. Mikey Romero, 282, 881 OPS. They've got a good team. They're the defending World Series champs. 18-year-old Jeremy Schaefer looks like still. That's pretty good, actually. We went from kind of average scouting accuracy to very high, and he's still a 50 potential for now. So that's good. Tegan Kane, the dude that we just picked up, got a little higher scouting accuracy on him. He's still a 60. And he's going straight to high A. He pairs a fastball that will make all but the best hitters miss with a slider that will make all but the best hitters miss. Okay. He has great raw stuff, but his command is still coming around. He's a power reliever who could profile as a back-end reliever. Let me set his development. You're a closer? I just don't think stamina is the thing that you want to work on. movement and control seem like the things you want to work on. And then I do like putting points into the changeup. I kind of wouldn't mind if these were just all equal. Bro, this guy is not satisfied. All right, 0%. Same trade. See if that extra $1 million pushes him over the edge. I'm sure you're aware that this is the last year of my contract, says Brandon Woodruff. If you intend to offer an extension, let's start negotiations soon. Yeah, you'd like that because you're playing well, and therefore you're going to be very expensive. Chat, should we make an offer to Woodruff? Or are we letting him walk at the end of the season? And if we're offering, how much are we offering? I would say no more than a 2-year deal. And I'd probably bring the price way down to start and see if we get an agreement, because he's supposed to be loyal and low financial desire, which are two really good things that should make him agreeable. I would say he's easily worth 10 mil a year at his current ability. How old can baseball players be and still be good? That depends on the player. It varies very wildly. There's not really a cutoff, especially for pitchers. There's more of a cutoff for outfielders. But you can also be really old and be like a first baseman. Randy Johnson pitched for like 200 years. Yeah. What about 125K for All-Star selection, 250K bonus for Cy Young? We don't need an MVP bonus. 12 million AAV with a 3rd-year player option. I don't know, 3 years? You want to take him till he's 37? That seems like a lot. I'm scared. I'm thinking 2 years. Can you replace him for under 15 mil a year if he walks? Let's put it like this. We have 2 starting pitchers, and we have two starting pitchers, including Woodruff and Malley, who are in a contract year. So in theory, we have the perfect replacements already. However, we would have 0 other depth for someone who gets injured, and a pitcher's gonna get injured at some point. It's just a matter of time. I don't know if it's this season, next season, whenever, but we would be up a creek. We'd have nobody left. We would have to just grab some random 45 dude and just shove him out there to forfeit 1 in every 5 games, basically. Bobby Miller is him. 2nd in the league behind Roki Sasaki for best ERA in baseball. Bobby Miller is him. He also has the 2nd best whip after Chris Sale. He has the best BABIP of all pitchers. He's 5th in R-WAR, 3rd in opponent batting average, tied for 2nd actually. And second, tied for first in with Garrett Cole in win percent. Bobby Miller is him, dude. I would offer Miller an extension ASAP. I was gonna offer him an extension in the first year when he was cheap as hell. So now that he's not cheap as hell, he wants a ton of money. And his ARB estimate 6.5 mil to buy out his arbitration years and 2 years of free agency. He wants 16 mil a year because he has high financial. His stamina we would just work on in the development lab each season and hope that he builds a little bit more stamina. How much does Sasaki make? $800,000 because his ARB estimate's 10 mil. He's still got 3 years of ARB left. Also, he's a Dodger, so he's not going to get paid until he's like 42 with deferrals. I'm exaggerating, but trade him for Sasaki? Oh, it's just so easy. Yes, so easy. Okay, so let's focus on Woodruff for now. Woodruff is getting stronger from Milwaukee to last year with a sub-4 ERA to this year with a 3.24. We could just wait because we're not going to trade Woodruff, so we don't need to extend him now. We could wait until he gets further in the season and we'll have a better idea of, because that kind of happened last year, I think, as he was having a much better year and then he got worse as the season went on. So we could just wait and see, and his price might come down. However, it's probably worth waiting for Miller as well, because if we think Miller's playing, he's literally almost first in the league. He's not going to get better. You know what I mean? So like, you may as well wait and see if he has some off games and maybe his price and his ARB estimate comes down, and then you save money because you have him anyways through arbitration. And then maybe he falls off and you get him for a better price toward the end of the season, and then just buy him out before arbitration hits. All right, anyway, this stupid deal. Did I already respond? I think I did, right? All right, back to it. Nobody here. Who's on the... I want to look at the pictures one more time. Brock Stewart does not seem to be having a great year this year, but he's got the stuff. He's just getting blown up by right-handed bats. Then there's Josh Spores, $1.5 million. He's got a 1.5 ERA with Kansas City this year, which looks like an anomaly. His whip versus last year and his home run rate, his walk rate, BABIP, everything is just insanely low this year. So it kind of looks like an anomaly. But it is 48 innings. Or maybe, I mean, looking at this year, maybe 2026 was the anomaly. Because he's sandwiched between 2 good years. I wonder how much they want. Chad, if you were just looking not for a closer, just for someone out of the pen to improve your bullpen, what is like 1 or 2 of the top pitcher stats that would be your, not a closer, just like, what would be the first thing you looked at? Hi, exaggerating butt. Oh, it's me. Wearing my name tag, exaggerating butt. K%? You look at K% first? Should we take, oops, wrong button. Should we take Josh Hader's $20 million contract? Whip, maybe, I don't know. Curious who's number one in whip with actual innings pitched. It's actually Spores. 0.92 this season with a 0.9 home run rate, 22% K rate, 7% walk rate, FIP minus 89. He's getting a bit lucky because his ERA is 1.5, but his Sierra's 3.52. So I feel like that indicates he's getting a little lucky. Fastball, slider, curveball. But he's also cheap. And luck does still win games, doesn't it? Because I've been trying to get Bizardo, but they're just being really annoying to deal with. And like Spores. I'm looking at prices of people. Julian Mayweather. 2.94 ERA. Throws righty. 1.14 whip. The BABIP is kind of high. Sierra's a 2.8. It's pretty consistent with where his ERA is. 1.3 WAR. Who's got the most by R WAR? Michael King. Spores for relievers. Casey Mize is up there. Let's see what Kansas City wants. They want a third baseman. Oh, I know exactly who could make this deal go through. But it would be a tough loss, I'll tell you that. Mr. Young would. Mr. Jace Young would probably make that deal go through immediately. I wonder if there's anybody else. They want a third base prospect. We also have Dion Jorge's second base. We have Basabe still, but I don't really want to trade Basabe. He didn't do so good with us, but I think he's still getting better. Just trade Arenamo. I get too attached to the players. I don't know. There's a lot of different people. There's a lot of different people. I don't think they're going to want Chunk. He's 30. I don't think they're going to want Nick Allen. What's not to like? I say go for it. All right, what about throw Nick Allen in, throw Alec Burleson in. Now I want to follow baseball to see if Las Vegas Invaders become good players IRL. You very well could. I don't know what they're all up to, but it would actually be fun to make a fantasy baseball team that is just this team and see how they do. Then you could follow them without actually having to watch all the games. You could just make an identical fantasy baseball team and track their progress. And that would work. All right, Nick Allen plus Burleson and who? I don't think we're gonna get Spores. Wait, my scout doesn't even think Spores is that good, but is my scout wrong? Or is Spores just lucky this season? League mates are gonna be like, why the F you taking Jazz Chisholm first overall? That's funny. All right, I guess we send this and see what else they want, because they're gonna want more than this. We could just trade another reliever, right? Like, we could just give up a reliever as well. Like, are we really thinking about trading Snyder, or are we just gonna hold on to him and hope that he gets better next year? Because this is an opportunity to just get rid of him. Our money would improve by 1.1. Nick Allen, Alec Burleson, Colin Snyder for Spores. I feel like I'm overpaying somehow. Let's just try Nick Allen and Colin Snyder first, and then add the other dude afterward. If we get rid of him, he'll be amazing. If we keep him, he'll suck. True. All right. Trade offered. Go. Done. New York Yankees first baseman Aaron Judge found out he would miss significant playing time today with a broken wrist. Judge claims he fell off of his truck while washing it. The team skipper Aaron Boone went on record saying, you know, he's a good player, but I'll be darned if he doesn't have the worst luck. He's out for 7 weeks. So the Yankees just lost Chris Sale and Aaron Judge while making a playoff push. 6 games ahead of the Red Sox, who we're playing now. Craziness. All right, sorry. Let's go. Priester Day, not looking forward to it. But he is worse against lefties. I don't remember if we won or lost last time, but everyone should be rested. I'm going to field my standard lineup, except I'm just going to move Ortiz and Brennan. And everything else the same. I believe Ortiz is going to come around. He just needs a few more at-bats. But if I'm wrong, I'll swap them. And we won 18-4. The Las Vegas Invaders soundly defeated the Red Sox 18-4 with center fielder Luis Robert Jr. a major reason why. He was 4 for 6 with 3 doubles. He scored 4 times and drove in 3 for Las Vegas. The Invaders move up to 67-45, while the Red Sox drop to 62-50. Kerry Carpenter in the bottom of the third delivered a clutch hit. With 2 gone and runners on second and third, he hit a 2-run single, putting the Invaders in front 18-4. Wait, what? In the bottom of the third? We didn't score 18 runs in the third. Scott Tyler was pleased. Our guys went out there and put good wood on that ball. Just a casual 20-hit game for the boys. Jazz Chisholm Jr. went 4 for 5 with a walk. Brito went 3 for 5 with 2 ribbies. Robert Jr. went 4 for 6 with 3 RBI. Carpenter went 4 for 6 with 6 runs batted in. Brennan went 0 for 6 with an RBI. Sac fly, presumably. Freeman 1 for 3 with 2 RBI. Ortiz 1 for 4. Arenamo 1 for 5. And Marchand 2 for 4 with 2 RBI. So Arenamo had 2. Luis Robert Jr. had 3 doubles. Ortiz had his first double as an invader this season. He's pretty new. Jazz had a double. Brito had a double. Marchand had a homer, a 2-run homer, because of course he did. Many total bases. Many 2-out RBIs. Only 8 left on base. That's efficient as hell. 2 stolen bases. I hope that was early in the game. Arenamo, double play, and an outfield assist. Malley, 6 innings of 1-run ball. 4 strikeouts, 4 walks. Snyder, 2 innings, and he gave up 2 runs. You know what, though? If you're going to pitch Snyder, 18-run lead, I think is a good opportunity to get Snyder to go eat some innings. And then Diaz with a clean inning. How does Snyder keep getting worse? This is the lowest pressure scenario that you could come up with for him. How many pitchers did they go through? Priester got tagged for 7 runs through 3. He started by hitting Marchand with a pitch. Jazz had a single. Juan Brito laid down a sac bunt. Play at third, runner out. 1-5. Well, that sucks. Jazz to second. Luis Robert Jr. strikes out. Juan Brito steals second. Kerry Carpenter single to score Jazz and score Brito. And then Will Brennan ground out. Okay, so then next time up, they bring Priester out. He hits Tyler Freeman, another hit by pitch. Gives up a double to Newbie Ortiz. Gives up a single to Arenamo. Gives up a 2-run homer to Marchand. A double to Jazz. And then they finally substitute him after the first 5 people reach base. Tanner Houck comes in relief and then gives up a single to Brito, a double to Luis Robert Jr. Carpenter grounds out, Brennan strikes out, Freeman has a single, and then they finally get out of the inning. 7-run 4th, 4-run 5th as well. Tyler Freeman, oh yeah, that's maybe that's the one I just looked at. No. Arenamo flyout, Marchand singles, Jazz singles, Juan Brito doubles, Luis Robert Jr. doubles, new pitcher Jojo Ingracia. Kerry Carpenter singles, Brennan swinging strike, Tyler Freeman strikeout. Okay, so we just went crazy. 3 runs in the 8th as well. Arenamo ground out, Marchand strikeout, Jazz works the walk, Brito hit by pitch. Brother, that's like 3 or 4 hit by pitch this game, man. Get some control, guys. Time to start a rivalry. Luis Robert Jr. single, new pitcher Chris Murphy. Carpenter singles. How many hit by pitch is that? 1, 2. They hit 4 of our batters with pitches in this game. How many hit by pitch does one team need to start a brawl? Even when you're winning by like 12 points. Player of the game, Luis Robert Jr., who set the Las Vegas regular season game record for doubles with 3. Juan Brito ties the Las Vegas regular season game record for runs with 4. Jazz Chisholm Jr. ties the Las Vegas regular season game record for runs with 4. Juan Brito sets the Las Vegas regular season record for runs with 5. He came around to score 5 times. 3 hits? How did he come around 5 times? Three could be 2 if it's already crispy. My team was wondering that earlier this week. He was on once via sacrifice when he didn't get out. Oh, like fielder's choice. Okay, that makes sense. He just came around to be scored 5 times. So another quality game from Mally. He did not have one last time. So maybe he's back. Chat, here's the thing though. I believe in the 10-run curse. If you score more than 10 or more runs and you hit double digits, then you're doomed to either be shut out or like score 1 to 3 runs the next day. The 10-run curse is real. Weekly team power rankings, that's not us. All right, Kansas City can actually be convinced here. We have the option to trade Colin Snyder now. Are we just gonna, am I just gonna get rid of him? I feel bad, man. He had such a great season last year. And he is the worst reliever on the team right now. He's had 54 innings to get it together. He's angry at his own performance and he's stuck in his own head. Spores can't be worse than him, right? I signed him to a 3-year contract. We are trying to win, though. We're trying to win. All right, I'm shortlisting him on the shoulda, woulda, coulda list. So I can just put any of these guys on there. Dude, Kiner Falefa fell to a 35? From a 45? All right, I guess. I don't know who has the least. I guess get rid of him then. So we're getting rid of Nick Allen, who was kind of like an infield depth piece, which we're probably not going to use because we have to activate him for 1.2 mil. So we haven't used him all season. We're getting rid of Snyder, who's been troublesome to say the least, though I'm going to miss him. And then someone we don't care about to get Josh Spores, who is only a 45, but I don't trust that rating. Call him a perfectionist is an understatement. And on top of that, they're holding 100% of his contract, so our money is going to improve enough to get the other guys off of the signings from the draft. I say lock it in. Let's do it. Trade complete. Acknowledging it may not be the biggest splash, the Invaders today announced they've acquired 33-year-old right-hander Josh Spores from the Royals in exchange for 28-year-old minor league Nick Allen, Isaiah Kiner Falefa, and Colin Snyder. Every bit helps, announced the Invaders. This deal should improve both squads. Kansas City will retain a portion of the contract. So far this season, Snyder has 1 save and 43 relief appearances with a 3.2 record and a 5.33 ERA. Spores has a 5-4 record, 45 relief appearances with 3 saves, striking out 41, holding opposition to a 187 batting average and a 1.5 ERA. So Nick Allen, might just actually get called up to the Royals. Goodbye, Snyder. See you later. Spores is here. What's up, Josh? He's a perfectionist with low loyalty, which honestly, I don't think he'll care. His contract is up this year. He's a rental to try and get to the playoffs. So let's see if that works. Bender versus Spores. Bender expects to be the closer. Spores does not necessarily expect to be the closer. So, like, I guess what I'm trying to figure out now is whether or not we want... Let me look at the stats here. Uribe actually has the most shutdowns on the team. He's been on fire, kinda. Bender's actually been decent. I think I'm just gonna make him middle relief with a focus on high leverage, because that's kind of his thing. He's got 19 shutdowns, 4 meltdowns. So I'm just gonna try and trust him to, like, get out of some pokey situations. Like, man supply, I think, has been pretty good. I could just make Spores also a setup guy for 7th or later, but I feel like just leaving him down there is also fine. Because, like, Aiken, very good against lefties, not against righties. Weaver, very good against... Well, it's not very good. He's just average. Uribe's really good. Yeah, Uribe's crazy. So I feel like Spores, if he doesn't expect to be the closer, just middle of the bullpen here, I think is a fine spot for him. But yeah, it was Malley, Snyder, and Diaz for that one. Power rankings. We're back to second in power rankings. Nationals Player of the Week, Brady House, 24-year-old, 302 average on the season for Washington with an 868 OPS. He's going crazy. Bobby Witt Jr. takes the AL Player of the Week. He had 10 for 23 with 3 homers. He's almost hitting 300 this season too. He's going crazy. And then check the waiver wire and let's get on with it, I think. Because I don't know what else we can do with this trade. Kansas City, we just did the trade. This one, to get Bizardo, is tougher. They're very picky with who they actually want. Like, I would have to give them an actual real prospect like Manny Longoria to get Bizardo. But why don't we think about that closer to the trade deadline? We can make some... We'll see how these next games go. Okay, pitching staff. It's Steven Matt's day. He's been doing mostly excellent. We'll see. He's the guy that I think is on the chopping block first. And then it's against Boston again, who we just blew out, so I'm expecting to lose this game for no other reason than we dared to score more than 10 runs. Though he's weaker against lefties than he is righties, so that's good for us. Standings-wise, we're back to first in the AL West. 1 game ahead of the Rangers. We're on a 3-game win streak now, 6-4. We need to create some more distance here. Okay, I like it. Daily lineup, same lineup, please, as we just had. Matt's pitching, whole bullpen available. Good luck. We won 4-0, a shutout. I told you we weren't going to score as much. Probers are over the limit. Our Dominican team is named the Probers. Yes, that is correct. FTL, by the way. I guess we could just watch the highlights since there shouldn't be that many. Bases loaded in the bottom of the first against Brian Bello. He's got a 3.5 ERA on the season, 2.3 last year, so he's an excellent pitcher. A ball and 2 strikes for Kerry Carpenter.
Strike 3.
Strikes out Kerry Carpenter. Will Brennan scooted down to the third base line. They get the out at first. And Jazz comes in to score, so RBI fielder's choice, and that's the only one we scored. Bases loaded, nobody out, and we only scored 1. Brian Bello too strong, and then we go all the way to the 6th. Carpenter on second for the newbie, Abimelec Ortiz. Chips that one into left. Safe at the plate, RBI single, 2-0. And then Wilyer Abreu, full count, 2 outs. Von Grisham issues the walk. Then Mantiply comes in relief. So Matt's made it through 6 innings, and they just left him out there in the 7th to see if he could go further. So trying to get the 9-hole hitter Hudson White out. Grounder to third, Jazz has it. Makes the out at second. That'll do it. So good job out of the bullpen by Mantiply, who's quietly been our best reliever. And then bottom of the 8th, winning 2-0. Luis Robert Jr. smokes one into deep right. 8th inning homer. 14th homer of the season. And then still bottom of the 8th. Nobody out for Kerry Carpenter. That's down the right field line. Fair. Going for a double. And he's safe. Okay, he's safe. Then nothing, I don't know, we scored. They decided not to show that in the highlights. Mantiply out in the 9th still? Gets a slow roller to third. Jazz makes the play. Easy shutout. So I like how the manager was like, screw it, I'm just gonna let Mantiply pitch 2 1/3 innings to get the save. I'm not trusting the rest of the bullpen. Because Mats went 6 2/3, 5 hits, shutout, 1 walk. Mantiply just gave up 1 hit. I like when they get the walk off and the little dudes jump at the end. I like that too, yeah, it's funny. 9 hits for the home team. Luis Robert Jr. 3 for 4. Carpenter 2 for 4. Freeman had a double. Carpenter had a double. Luis Robert Jr. homer. Player of the game, Steven Matz. Let's sweep the Red Sox. Charlie O'Shell, he's getting worse. He fell from a 70 to a 40 potential, which is quite the downfall. And then Braden Holcomb has fallen from a 50 to a 45, which isn't quite as bad. All right, it's almost a trade deadline. The 31st. I don't know what other trades we really need to make. I feel like we're probably good on trades, other than maybe getting Bizardo. Haven't gotten to see the new closer yet. Nick Martinez, 3.69 ERA. Versus lefties, he's a bit stronger. We always struggle with that. He's got fewer walks, fewer home runs allowed versus lefties. More strikeouts, but a higher BABIP. Arenamo is like 1 for 8. I'm gonna give him the day off and get Pratt in there since he hits lefties well, even though I know this is not a lefty. Ortiz has 1 hit in each of his last 3 games. I think give Luis Robert Jr. the start in center. Yeah. All right. I think this is going to be better. Freeman gets to start at second. We don't have Young anymore. That's the problem against lefties. So I might think about bringing him back up. Conicello is pretty icy right now. We haven't been doing a lot of pinch hitting either. How is Jazz worst on the team against lefties? He's like the lowest offense. Well, Arenamo is, I guess. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to reorganize this a little bit. By OBP against lefties is actually Cooper Pratt and Tyler Freeman. Freeman is on fire. I think Brito has fallen off here. All right, let's give Matos the DH. Okay, let's do, yeah, I'm gonna reorganize our lefty lineup here. Jazz in the leadoff where he's familiar and comfortable, and maybe he'll turn it around. Copium. Cooper Pratt. Tyler Freeman, Kerry Carpenter, Luis Robert Jr. Matos, Brennan. Brito Marchand. All right, that's going to be the new lefty lineup. And then this is versus righties. Who's pitching? Dustin May, who's actually been struggling, I feel like, this year. So We'll see how he does. Send it. Win versus Boston. We swept the Red Sox. Are we turning this around? Let's see the highlights. Are we turning this around? 69 wins? So May out in the first, runners on second and third with only one out. Gets a pop-up on the infield. Nice. And then stranded the runners. Jazz on first. I trusted you, Jazz. And then Burrito into deep center field. That sounded like nothing off the bat, but it's all the way to the wall. And I can't tell if he's going home or not. He holds at third. So Burrito on second. Jazz at third for Luis Robert Jr. Hit to the third baseman. They only get the out at first, so RBI fielder's choice to score the first run. The ad is about to start in a few seconds. We'll just keep it here. Uribe in the eighth? We just skipped to the eighth? Uribe gives up a dinger? Oh no. I guess it happens sometimes. 4-1 Invaders. And then Uribe gives up the homer. Then a hit to Roman Anthony against the shift. Then apparently nothing came of it. And then Kerry Carpenter goes deep to right field. In the bottom of the eighth. Let's go. That's our Kerry Carpenter. What a trade that was. I'm still reeling from it. And that should be GG. Bender on the mound as the closer. Team starting to build some confidence. That's your ball game. GG. All right. May 7 scoreless innings. Brought that ERA down from a 4 to a 3.73 in one game. 7 scoreless innings, 7 strikeouts, 5 hits. Uribe got 1 out, gave up a run, and the manager subbed in for Aiken, sensing danger. And then Bender gets a clean inning. So he hasn't given up anything in his last 5+ outings. Burrito had a double. Carpenter had a double. Luis Robert Jr. had a double. Carpenter with the homer. Caught stealing. Cooper Pratt. Why does this keep happening? He does have 14 steals, but like we keep getting thrown out. 8 hits on the game. 2-hit game Burrito. 2-hit game Carpenter. 1-hit Brennan. 2-hit Pratt. I'm glad I subbed them in then. All right, solid series. Boom, 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 boom. That's 5 in a row. And also 7 of our last 8. And 8 of our last 10, I think. Yeah, 8 of our last 10. But the Rangers are just hanging in there. They're right there. Still 1 game back. Even though we're on a 5-game win streak. That is silly. If only we didn't get swept by them earlier. What is MAG? It's magic number. If we win 48 more games, we automatically get a postseason appearance regardless of anything else happening. The magic number. So if you win that many, then you're just like it's a kind of a ridiculous magic number because that would require us to have like 117 wins, which is unthinkable. In theory, the magic number will get smaller as other teams lose and keep losing and get further away from contention and then get mathematically eliminated. So you don't actually have to win 48 games. That's just like the magic number is just the number that if you do that, nothing else matters. Like if we could win 48 games and it doesn't matter what anyone else does, period. But that number will change. Where is the music? Where is the music? Why don't I see it? There we go. Yeah, it doesn't really mean anything at this phase. You wouldn't even be talking about it at this stage of the season. Big sorry, thank you for the 60-month sub, by the way. Oates is also here, who says, yo, thank you, Oates. And sorry, I appreciate 60 big months. Thixel as well is here for 73 months. What's up, Thixel? And I saw Make One Be spinning earlier with Shy Waffle. Appreciate it, guys. All right, ad watchers, welcome back. Kerry Carpenter is back, tied first in homers, second in batting average, first in RBI. Jazz still a distant second in stolen bases. Kerry Carpenter first in OPS. Bobby Miller is now alone in earned run average, which is insane to even think about. Okay, they should have enough people. The White Sox are coming up. They're 43-71. They're 5th in the Central Division, so this should be an easy series. Should be, but I feel like we've struggled in the easy series. They're 14th in batting average, 10th in starter ERA, 16th last in the league in bullpen ERA. They've won 2 out of 4 from us this season. It's Woodruff, Miller, and Quinn Matthews versus Eli Morgan, Jairo Iriarte, and Brent Hedrick. Houston Astros trade proposal. They would send Lance McCullers Jr. What the hell kind of trade is this? 22-year-old John Abraham and $3 million in cash to get Dayan Santos. McCullers is $21 million a year, Astros. And he is wrecked injury proneness. And he's out with a torn flexor for 3 more days. He's also been he's the guy in real life who just came off the injured list and just gave up like 9 runs in the first inning last appearance. He's involved in some IRL drama right now. I have no idea about his IRL drama. Oh, that stuff. No, I do know about that. I don't know if drama is the right word for that. That makes it sound like he did something bad. Other than have a bad start. They're trying to salary dump? Yeah, but what they don't know is I don't have any money. I have 0 money. But also taking a dude from a huge torn flexor tendon injury like this and expecting him to start is kind of crazy. How is he making that money with those stats? Because he signed a 5-year extension in 2022. And then they gave him a 1-year, $21 million, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea. But he's always injured. That's very realistic. He is always injured. So if he's barely ever played. So I'm gonna have to decline. But it is interesting that they want Santos. Who, you know, I'd like to keep. But do they have anybody that we would want? They hey. So we're trying to improve our bullpen. I know it looks like Hader's not doing so good this year, but would you guys retain $19 million of Josh Hader's contract to come pitch for us? Because looking at his info, it's not very good. It's not very good. 6.9 FIP against righties is pretty bad. 3 home runs per 9, it's pretty bad. But they're not trying to win now, so I wonder, hey, would you happen to spare, we could get a nice upgrade in right field, guys. What do you think? We just need to be willing to pay $45–50 million a year. Somewhere in that neighborhood. For Mr. Tucker. Caden Bodine. Bodine looks sick. He was drafted in 2025, round 1, overall pick 21st. Great defensive catcher, good work ethic, baseball IQ. Looks like he's going to be a really nice bat. Contact, walks, some gap power, occasional homer. He honestly looks really good. We're not going to be able to trade for him, but I'm just looking. All right, I don't think we're going to do a trade with them, but it is interesting. They want Santos. How much do I want Santos? I think for Santos to be good, we would have to probably increase his control via the dev lab and get lucky with his potential being reached. So I don't know what position I would want to fill, because they're not going to want to part with a catcher like that. They want a prospect left fielder. I'm curious what the GM thinks about this, even though I'm not going to do it. I strongly advise against this deal. I'd feel insulted if I were them. Oh yeah, he was recently drafted. But yeah, Santos is doing really good in AA. He was doing okay in AAA as well, but I took him down. He's probably ready to move up soon once his control improves a little bit. I don't know. What could I trade to get Bodine? The thing is, we do have a lot of starting pitchers coming up already, Giro. That's the only thing that it's like, if they want it. Like, Bodine could start for us now, basically. Is he already playing in the MLB? He is. He's hitting 268 through 71 at-bats. 321 on base percentage, 451 slugging, 771 OPS. And he's got the elite defense. I think Santos is good because his control is really low. I'm not sure he fits with the type of pitchers we like. Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at too. I would have to basically spend the dev lab every year trying to get lucky on boosting his control. more or less. And maybe I would. It might work. But he also needs a fourth pitch, probably. Eventually. So I don't know. I'm thinking about it, and then I'm thinking about... That's the second best catcher in the league for the next 10 plus seasons behind Rushman. Probably, yeah. Probably. That's what I'm saying. It's just like, if we got him, then it would be a great trade. So that's why I'm thinking about just trading one of my outfield prospects, because I don't think that's a huge issue for us right now. And they probably won't take it, and I'm almost certain they won't take it, but like, they want to offer me a crazy deal. Why can't I offer them a crazy deal and just see what happens? But it would have to be the only like actually really good prospect for outfield that we have that they might want is Manny Longoria. He's like number 97 on the top 100 prospects, but their catcher is incredible. I think it's worth basically the catcher we need. Like, I would have to trade both of these. And they still won't accept it. Win now mode, baby. Offer them some trading cards. Man, those trading cards could be worth more money than any of these players combined. What if we get one of those cool trading cards that's got like the little cut of the player's jersey from the playoffs in it? Whoops. All right, let's send it. Send it. I'm sure they'll laugh at it. You can't be serious. They responded immediately? You weren't supposed to respond immediately. You were supposed to give me some time. Who else would you even include in this? It would probably have to be like a much, much higher prospect from a previous year, right? Throw in Foscue. I don't think that's gonna move the needle. If we're not even close, you can't be serious. All right, another international prospect, Alex Lopez. This is a bad deal. It has no chance. Yawn. Yawn. Damn. All right, what if I just give them back... We fill the catcher with Indy? They might think this offer is an insult. Yeah, of course they will. Do I care? Oh no, we've insulted them after they sent us a stupid deal. Oh no. I'll throw in Burleson as well. Stop wasting my time. All right, Chad, I'm over it. Let's go. I'm over it. Atlanta-Houston deal. Nothing crazy. Atlanta-Pittsburgh deal. Jesus Luzardo. 50 rating. Seems like a solid pitcher. San Francisco and Minnesota agreed to a trade. Yeah, all the trades are happening right now. Leading up with only like 2 days left to the trade deadline. There were, dude, look, are these all trades? The AI is going crazy. Look at that list. They're all kind of like small potatoes trades. I don't see any big trades in here. Just that one Stephen Kolek, maybe. That's a terrible changeup. Is he a lefty? No. David Bracco, Aiden Jimenez. Trying to keep track of who's moving. Okay, these are all rumors. Keaton Wynn is on waivers. Arbitration eligible in the offseason for $4.2 million. Bro, why is this guy on waivers? 3.14 ERA, 24 starts, 1.21 whip. It's not, I mean, the whip's fine. 264 batting average against. How's this dude on waivers? $4.2 million for him next year is probably a steal, even though he's only got 45 stamina. Then you could let Malley walk, and you could let Woodruff walk. He's pretty reasonable against both lefties and righties. Stronger against righties. Keeps the walks down, keeps the homers down. Fastball, slider, sinker, splitter. So his stuff's not insane, but he's got decent movement and control. Claim that. We claim that. However, we do have a problem called I need money to sign the rest of my dudes. Okay. All right. Who's the next game? Eli Morgan. 5.59 ERA. Bad against righties and lefties. We should crush this with Woodruff on the mound. Marchand is tired. Give him a day off. And I think I want to start Pratt instead of Arenamo for now. I'll give Ortiz a day off, give Conicello the DH spot today. Everybody else should be pretty solid. Probably move Freeman up though. Oh yeah, I undid what I just did. Okay. Did we ever get rid of Torrens? We did get rid of Luis Torrens, though I forget who for. He is in the AAA system for the Yankees now. We traded for just a random minor league prospect, so we just offloaded what was left of his contract. Along with another guy, Luis Urias. Okay. Send it. Time to play the White Sox, and we barely won. Barely. Jazz Chisholm Jr. in the first inning, going deep from the leadoff spot, leadoff homer. Let's go. I love it. I love leadoff home runs. Just take the pitcher deep in the first AB. It's easy. And then third inning, Jazz reaches first again. Brito up. Takes the walk. Bases loaded. Indy Rodriguez at third for Luis Robert Jr. Grounder. RBI fielder's choice to get run number 2. It looks like we had a lot more scoring opportunities that we didn't capitalize on. Kerry Carpenter, they dive, can't keep it on the infield. We score a third run. Infield hit, RBI single, Kerry Carpenter. Maton standing at second, Woodruff pitching in the 4th. Up the middle. The slow throw in. Safe. Okay, so they get one back, and then Woodruff versus Joey Loperfido, full count. Walk. Loperfido at first for Miguel Vargas. Scoop to left on a line, coming in sharply. Carpenter's got it. Woodruff versus Mateo in the bottom of the 6th. That one deep right field, and it ain't coming back. 385 feet. Still in the 6th. Gives up a hit up the middle. We're only winning by 1 at this point. Woodruff trying to hold it down. Avina reaches for Alec Baum. Strike 3 called. Out number 2. Avina reaches third somehow. With 2 outs. And Edgar Cuero up. Popped up on the infield. So nice job by Woodruff to keep it to just 2 runs over 6. This game's unrealistic. GuaranteedRate.com field is never this full. Woodruff back out in the 7th against Loperfido. Gives up the tying run. Fireworks. So they bring in Mantiply in the bottom of the 7th after Woodruff gives up the lead. Vargas gets a single off of Mantiply. Maton. Why would they show me a highlight of a missed bunt? That's very odd. Hard hit. Second baseman's got it. Freeman makes the fielder's choice. Grounder to short. Double play. Taylor made. 1, 2, 3. Good job, Mantiply. He's crazy. Mantiply's goated. And then tie game. Top of the 8th. Luis Robert Jr. Bop. Game untied. I don't know who I like the idea the cameraman is just searching for someone in the audience and can't find them. So breaks the tie with the Luis Robert Jr. homer. Mantiply back out on the 8th. Didn't he just pitch? Gives up a leadoff double to Jorge Mateo. Okay. Then Meadroth. Third baseman has it. Keeps the runner at second. Out number 1. Spores making an appearance. First appearance as an invader. Liner to right field. Brennan's got it. Spores versus Andrew Benintendi. Slow roller back to the mound. And he fields it cleanly. Inning over. All right, 9th inning. Brennan chips a single. All right, and then Bender out to try to get the save. He is the closer. Hard hit to first. Covering as the pitcher. Play made underhanded. Superior defense took away a hit there. Strike 3 called on Joey Loperfido. Bender finally settling in. Up the middle, a 2-out hit. Tying run goes to first. Nick Maton. Also over the infield. Danger brewing, Bender. Danger brewing. Tying run at second. 3-1 count to Baldwin. Popped him up. Could have been bad. Could have been bad. But he got it. He got there. Just some soft contact, that's all. Bend but don't break. That's a nice motto. Jorge Mateo had a nice game, but the Invaders still won it. He went 3 for 4 with a homer and a double. He drove in 2 and scored once. He was trying to carry the team on his back. Joe Mantiply gets the win. Anthony Bender with his 16th save for Las Vegas. I don't think he's had that many for us, has he? He has had 16 saves for us. Okay, so he's, you know, I think I'm starting to trust Bender again. It just took many clean outings. He can't be perfect. No one's going to be perfect. I don't expect him to be perfect. He hasn't given up a run in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 appearances. But then he had a streak of 3 where he was just like shaky as hell. But he's got that ERA brought down to 2.81. Seven hits in the game, 2 for Jazz, 1 for Brito, 1 for Luis Robert Jr., Carpenter, Brennan, and Rodriguez. Jazz had the leadoff homer, Luis Robert Jr., so our 2 superstars getting it done. Caught stealing Will Brennan. Why are there so many caught stealing? He's been caught stealing 5 times, 6 stolen bags. What is going on? 60 catcher's arm. Brennan has a 65 stealing ability, but I don't think it's true. You guys are scaring me. Our base running is terrible. Indy Rodriguez error. So Woodruff with a quality start, 6 innings, 3 runs. Mantiply, an inning and a third. Spores got 2 outs with no hits. Bender with a save. That's why Spores is the high leverage guy. He held it down. I like what I saw. Dossier on Roger Lukens complete. He's down from a 70 to a 60, which, you know, we didn't have good intel on him anyways. He was the 5th round pick, so if he stayed at a 60, I'd be happy, but he probably won't stay there. And that's okay. Antonio Del Bosque, we still think is a 65? Down from a 75? Yeah, he was due to come down at some point. July 2027, his overall rating improves. His stamina dropped to 40? Oh, that's not good. Minimal losses to stamina, you don't say. Don't listen to that chat. Oh, I'm not adjusting Antonio Del Bosque's focuses. How did I miss him? I did everybody in the farm. I did everybody in the farm. Okay, do more work on your movement, I think is fine. He's coming down. I was listening. Hello, I was listening to that streamer. Excuse me. Well, you're gonna have to just listen to this instead. Is Detroit shopping Casey Mize? I think so. Dylan Floro has been traded. How's Dylan Floro doing this year? 4.67 ERA, so basically we made a good trade. Back when we traded, okay? They found a buyer for McCullers. Lance McCullers Jr. is now a Cincinnati Red. They traded for Adam Serenowski, a 23-year-old prospect starting pitcher. That's actually a pretty big deal. I mean, that's a big contract to swap. $20 million contract. All right, T-minus 2 days until trade deadline, and I don't know if I want to make any more moves or if we're happy where we are. The only thing I want is a catcher. I kind of wish these little blurbs had like a parentheses with their overall per your scout, so I don't have, because I feel like I need to scan over all of them to see if any like crazy players move. The further you get in the simulation, the harder it's going to get because you won't recognize, there'll be fake players. Another waiver, Dylan Lee, $4.8 million contract, 4.62 ERA on the season. Doesn't tell the whole story maybe. Strikeouts are up, walks are down, home runs are up, whip is up. I can't afford a $4.8 million reliever, no matter what anyway. Terrible against righties this season, apparently. Or just getting really unlucky, one or the other. His Sierra is like a 4.1 against righties, so he's not that far off. So probably not just unlucky. So on the trading block, there's one catcher who fits the criteria. And it's Tyler Stevenson, which is a $22 million deal, and you're just getting a bat. How much do you think it would cost for them to eat 100% of Tyler Stevenson's contract? Probably some huge prospects. That would be crazy to get Tyler Stevenson leading up to the playoffs, though, because his catcher defense is not good, but the team captain plus his 756 OPS would actually like make a meaningful difference. We'd have to give up the farm, though. We have to give up the big farm for them to eat that whole contract. Like, how much money do the Reds have? They only, oh, yeah, they only have $5.6 million, so they're probably trying to get rid of the contract. We only have $3 million. So I don't see a world in which they take this deal. But they want to prospect third baseman. Do we have such a thing? Just Bill a chance, which is not really. We definitely don't have a very good one. We have like Jace Young. It would have to be like Jace plus a bunch of other stuff, like plus an actual good prospect. Fractured finger. It would have to be better than Manny Longoria, like I think. I feel like this is not all of our prospects. We do have a lot of starting pitcher prospects. Hosky's out. Like, they're all injured. I ain't trading Del Bosque or De Caro, I don't think. But then, I guess it'd be Santos. They're definitely not going to accept this, right? $21 million that they're paying for Jace Young, Manny Longoria, and Dayan Santos. Just to have a rental catcher, trading two like potentially really good prospects for one rental to try to win it all. Is that good enough? Should I just try it? Should I just throw it in? He's gonna say, "You're insulting me with this one. You're insulting me." The captain kind of makes it worth. Like, the bad defense, you just get over it with the offense effectively. It'd be funny if our pitchers all started to suck suddenly because we stopped using Marchand. No way. They just said no freaking way. Instant reply. It would have to be like a actual top prospect somewhere up there. Or how about this? What if we just go to players, hitters, catcher, say 45 defense, personality, captain, and set their potential to at least 50. Yeah, it's Tyler Stevenson, Drew Romo, Joe Mack, and Ethan Salas. So Stevenson's the only one in a contract year there. Well, is that really it in the whole league? That's a catcher that has like 50 or better potential and 45 defense? There's not that many captains. Okay, this is captains from any position. Joe Mack is kind of him, but is Miami in win now mode? Current team focus, neutral. Joe Mack is captain, high leader, high adaptability, high work ethic. 261 average, 741 OPS. He's kind of like a better than Tyler Stevenson defender. Blocking, arm, he's crazy, dude. With potential to get better. But what would we have to... I feel like I'm just not willing to give anything up ever. And they don't even really want anything. They don't have any red. All right, what if I offer Ortiz? I know what we said about Ortiz, but you have to offer, you have to be willing to part with something. We could also offer Foscue, I guess. But he's 28. All right, we offer Ortiz, and then we offer... Probably not. David Rodriguez looks like he's going to be crazy. But that's the problem, right? You have to offer someone. Be prepared for them to laugh in your face. I always am. That's my secret. Okay. Ortiz, the guy we just traded for, and we're trying to use it as a DH. But we've already got so many DHs this season. Longoria, who's just like a potential prospect that's kind of mid-range, and then Santos, who's almost MLB ready soon. They're gonna laugh in our face. This might be the worst offer I've ever received. Is it really the worst? That can't be the worst offer you've ever received. Like, this is not the worst offer, man. I offered you a first base, right fielder, and starting pitcher prospect. Don't worry, we can make it worse. It's not even close. The hard part is they just don't, like they may not want anything. Hold on. Chat. No, don't do it. I'm not gonna do it. I want to change the difficulty of the trading down so I can see if there's even anything that they would accept for this. This is a bad deal. Changed my mind. Call me back when you're sober. Damn, dude. All right, fine. These guys suck. These guys suck. They don't even, like, ask for anything. Call me back when you're sober. I wish we had like a better third baseman prospect. It's really just like Jace. And then who you're willing to part with on this page. Time to throw Jason DeCaro to the Wolves, our first pick last year. Oh, that would feel bad. I think I'm just offering the same guys. Trading in this seems to be like trying to trade Pokemon cards with that kid who wanted 5 rares for his Charmeleon. Okay, here's the thing, right? If you're trading prospects, it's like trading someone like Tyler Stevenson to us is a Charizard, and they're trying to trade the Charizard for 4 unknown rares. I'm like, I'll give you 4 unknown rares. They might be good, they might not be, but you won't know for like 5 years. You know what I mean? Like, Tyler Stevenson's already established. I'm just giving him like random rares that may be good one day. Like, don't worry, this is gonna be worth a ton of money one day. Are you asking them to retain 90% of his salary? Yeah. So the rest of it, they've already paid him partially. So they have about $6 million left. Or like 6-7 million. So they're paying like 6 or 7 mil. Their available money would only drop by 232,000 over where it already is. They're not going to take this, but like, no way. Try again, fail better. Yeah, but like counter offer, you know what I mean? Like ask for anything back. You're not giving me anything. You're not telling me what you want. It could be anything here. You're not making any offers back, brother. It's a very one-sided trading block. They might be insulted. No way. Okay, well, if that's the best, I don't think we have anything to talk about. Well, I don't know what you guys want. I missed the Cozy Submarine game, then go play it instead of crying about it. Just install it and start playing. All right, I'm just gonna move on past 1 day closer to the trade deadline. Versus Gyro Iriarte. Who is bad against lefties this year, which is good for us. Okay, we won the last one barely. Who's pitching? Bobby Miller, currently like leading the league in ERA. Bullpen is entirely up. I'm gonna have Luis Robert Jr. just play, give Jazz a day off. At third from the leadoff spot, probably just get Arenamo to come in and cover third. Since he's pretty good at that anyways. Have Freeman lead off, because he's just been seeing the ball well. I don't know, I trust him. Or we could have Brito lead off. No, let's try Freeman. He used to be the team captain. Has to count for something. How did Conicello do? 0 for 4. Not good. Let's give Matos the DH. Okay, send it. Lost 2-6. We're losing against the White Sox. How do we sweep the Red Sox, but we lose to the White Sox? Here are a list of dudes who decided to retire. 4 dudes just retired from rookie ball. Cardinals and Invaders. Negotiations heating up. Minnesota Twins trade proposal. They would send David Festa. And they want Jason DeCaro. Brother. You know what my problem is, chat? I never actually put demands out there. They would send Shane Bieber. And they want Antonio Del Bosque and Justin Foscue. No. These are the worst offers I've ever seen. David Hamilton expected to miss 11 months after a torn posterior cruciate ligament. How do we lose to the White Sox 6-2? The winner was Iriarte. He threw 7 1/3 innings of 6-hit ball. The loser was Bobby Miller. The Invaders were locked in an 0-0 tie in the bottom of the 4th when Lennon Sosa came to the plate and hit a 2-run double. His 4th double of the year. Brito had a home run from the 2 spot, and he was 3 for 5 trying to carry the team. Marchand 2 for 4. Carpenter with a hit. Freeman with a hit. Bobby Miller went 5 innings, 2 runs. Uribe gave up 2 runs in relief. Mantiply got the last 2 outs. Uribe's had a couple of rough outings lately. His ERA's starting to balloon. And it's the day before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even the mouse, because I'm gonna be paused on the trading screen, and I'm gonna stay there until you scream. Oh, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while. One more day until the trade deadline. We gotta close out this game against the White Sox. How are we doing in the standings? We're tied with the Rangers again, who are on a 5-game win streak. You bastards! Who are you playing against? How do I see? They beat the Angels 5-4 in 12 innings. Angels 12-1. They beat Houston 6-3, 5-1, 11-9. The only team that's beat them is Seattle. They swept Oakland. They swept us. They went on a tear, man. And then we're tied. Okay, anyway. They'll probably regress. I think that they will. Boston is trying to trade Yoshida. $18 million contract. Colorado and Houston make a deal. Nobody crazy. They traded Jake Myers to the Rockies. Feels bad, man. Rangers swap Aroldis Chapman and Slater DeBrun. And another minor leaguer. Oborn for Okert. Boston and Texas agree to swap Vaughn Grisham from Boston. And just Nixon Garcia. That guy was hitting some bombs off of us. And they receive Leandro Lopez. Well, that's kind of crazy. Starting pitcher swap. Tyler Alexander. Dun, 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 dun. All right, nobody crazy there. Waivers? Question mark? Did we not get that one dude off of waivers, or we're still waiting on that to clear? Was Keaton Wynn the guy that we already claimed? This should be his last day on waivers. And then Dylan Lee's 4.8 mil. Lots of monies. This means it's time to watch a game, Gamba. We haven't gambit all day, but also I need to get past the trade deadline today. It'd be more fun to get to the playoffs and gamba on those games instead of these stinky regular season ones against pitchers we should beat. You know, I'd rather try and do that. Quinn Matthews had a spectacular timeout, but yeah, we got to muscle. Once we get through the trade deadline, then it's easy. Like once we get through there, no more trading. We just play. Like you either win or you lose from that point on. It's pretty straightforward. But we just getting through the trade deadline is tough because it's a whole mini game that we're gonna end up doing. And also, I feel like I'm forgetting stuff, which is typical. I like looking at stats and things and seeing how far down we're falling on offense. We're now 9th in on-base percentage in the league. That's not good. 8th in WOBA, 11th in home runs. So like we've really cooled off. 12th in base running is so sad. Our starter and bullpen ERA is holding us together. Our pitching and also our defensive efficiency is really good. Those are the things that are keeping this thing locked down right now. Joe Mantiply and the bullpen are 5th in the league, which is insane to think about. He's got 2.03 ERA. He's been lights out. He's having a goated year. I'm glad we brought him back. Team chemistry is still ecstatic. Indy Rodriguez is the only dude with a bad relationship. Okay, let's go ahead. The problem with this game is I need to give Luis Robert Jr. a day off. Which means Freeman to center field. Which means somebody else at second base. We could actually move Brito to second base and then... I mean, Ortiz is not that good against lefties. Neither is Conticello. But I'll give Ortiz the DH and just test him out again. Oh, wait, no. He could just play first. He's not a very good first baseman, though. Oof. Ooh. Yeah, that's not good. Brito plays first, I guess, then Conticello instead. Oh, man. Is there nobody else that could play first here? Arenamo's worst on the team against lefties. Conticello's third. Oh, Ad just started. Damn. All right, whatever. I'm gonna take a bathroom break and then simulate this game, and then it's time. Then it's time. I'll be right back. Hello. Okay. I'm ready, but I'm not ready. I need to do this first. Just in case they offer me anything, I gotta remember to do this when I start a new season and keep it updated. I knew I was forgetting something the whole season because there's so much depth to this game and there's so many things you can do. The thing that I'm forgetting is updating my team needs. It's not especially effective, but it's nice to just have it. On this screen, you can create a kind of wish list, and these needs are evaluated by computer-controlled teams while looking for trade opportunities. So it might increase your chances of getting a trade offer, but I haven't done it, and it's the trade deadline. So I could have just had catcher, minimum age, no minimum, no minimum, salary minimum, salary maximum. I mean, I could do salary maximum, but then I have to like get them to withhold a certain amount of the salary. Bats, don't care. Don't care. Minimum quality, good. Player type, don't care. Boom. So maybe we get some asks. And then what else do we want? Maybe reliever. Good. Current ability, just to see what, if anybody offers anything. And like maybe shortstop. Okay, and just see if anybody hits anything, you know? The trade deadline's coming up. I wish you could set a priority, like I would put priority like really high on catcher. How's Augustine played so far? I don't know, we'll check all that after the trade deadline. Because it's really only been a few days since they've joined, I think. It hasn't been that long. Okay, now that I've defined that, this lineup looks terrible to face a lefty. Ortiz's offense is just really bad. But it's first base, so I'm just gonna say, let's wing it. Ortiz, you get to start. Boom. Send it. Good luck, boys. You've got Quinn Matthews backing you up. He went 6 innings, 6 1/3, 1-run ball last time. Let's go to the trade deadline. Win by 1. All right, we won the series. A win's a win. They may not be pretty wins, but a win nonetheless. The White Sox went down to defeat to Quinn Matthews. That's a strange way to write that. And his Las Vegas teammates. The final score was 3-2 in favor of the Invaders. The winner was Matthews, who threw 7 innings of 2-hit ball. Quinn Matthews is a god? Quinn Matthews is the next Cy Young Award winner. Oh yeah, we did have 71 wins last season. That's right, Murph. So with the next win, we would exceed our franchise record. His last 2 games, he's thrown quality start, but only 1 run allowed. Brought his ERA down to 3.72. Anthony Bender gets the save. He's converted 17 of 20 opportunities. Jazz Chisholm Jr., who finished 4th in the NL in stolen bases in 2021, had a direct impact on the outcome with a run-scoring walk at the top of the second to put Vegas up 1-0. Tough loss, said the manager of Chicago. But that's how the chips fall. And it's only July. I know. That's the crazy part. Jazz Chisholm Jr. with a double, only extra base hit of the game. Brito with a caught stealing. How does this keep happening? We're terrible at stealing this year? We're awful at stealing? Matos with 2 hits and an RBI. Carpenter with a RBI single. Freeman. There was a hair that is like in front of my face. Ugh. A Pratt error and a Will Brennan error. 7 innings strong from Matthews. Uribe has now given up runs in each of his last 3 appearances, which is a bit worrisome. It is a bit worrisome. Spores came out. Bad news for Spores is he hasn't pitched a full game yet. And then Bender gets the save. All right, when did Spores come out? So Uribe comes in, gives up a single, error in outfield, E9, batter to second base. Kyle Teal single, strikeout swinging, and then he brought in Spores to get Cuero out for some reason. Okay. Anyway, a series win is a series win. And we gain a game on the Rangers, so we're 1 game ahead. They lost, we won. We have improved to tie the best record in baseball again. The Yankees are 5 in their last 10. We're 8 in our last 10. So that feels pretty good. What am I looking at here? Is this guy a 2-way player? What am I looking at here? This is his average OBP and slugging. I think he might be like a 2-way player. Yeah, he's pitcher and first base, which is confusing. You have claimed Keaton Winn off of waivers. Okay, that's a little interesting. Timed up for the trade deadline. We have a 3-game home series against the Blue Jays kicking off today. Here's my report. They're 54-63. And at the moment, they got a 4-game win streak going. 12th in the American League in number of runs scored, 15th in batting average. They're 9th in runs given up, 11th in starter ERA, and 14th in bullpen ERA. The trade deadline is here. Drama swirls around as the league's trade deadline looms near. Clubs looking for that one critical piece of the puzzle will be working overtime in the waning hours to pull off a definitive deal. It might be a big deal or barely a blip, but rest assured someone will make a key deal as the clock winds down. Normal trades are allowed again once the playoffs are over and the offseason begins. It could have been worse this year for the Probers, but that doesn't mean it was a season to remember. The team was mathematically eliminated from playoff contention today, 12-35. Oh, they're the worst team, and it's not close. Look at the rest of our division. That's us in the Probers. I don't know. It's really bad. Stay sunk. So Keaton Winn is kind of interesting in that he pitched for the MLB pretty well last year. He signed through 2027 as a free agent, so we're gonna just try and like flip him. Presumably. I guess we could shop him around first. No shot. Look who's here. Of all people, it's Bizardo. On the shop a player around. They're getting more desperate. Well, well, well. Colin Holderman looks pretty solid also. His whip is really high though. Oh, okay, maybe I won't say solid. The walk rate's really high. And he struggles with lefties. Big struggles. 6 walks per 9 against lefties. How's Bizardo been in his last appearances? Gave up 1 run. Bro, he's getting stronger. He's gonna come over to us and suck. Watch. Just watch. He's got to get that adaptability. The low adaptability is going to cost us. But he's probably still worth. Did you still want to replace Bender? Yes and no. Yes and no. Bender's strikeout rate is middle of the pack. His walk rate is middle of the pack. His Sierra is still good, but it's higher than his actual ERA, which might indicate he's been a little lucky recently. He still had 9 meltdowns, which is the second highest on the team. And then home runs given up is middle of the pack. His whip is the second worst on the team. BABIP is the second worst on the team. Average against is second worst on the team. So I feel like he might have just been getting a little lucky. Or he might be settling in and getting better and stronger now. It's hard to say. The thing is that if you compare them, it gets a little crazy. Like Bizardo's going to keep the hits down and the control, no walks, but he might give up some more homers. However, pitching stat-wise, Bizardo is got 1.5 R-WAR. His FIP is better. His home run rate is down. His strikeout rate is slightly down. His whip is pretty significantly down. BABIP is down. Average against is down. So on paper, I think Bizardo's still better. But yeah, I think lately Bender's been good, but it's kind of our last chance to acquire somebody. He's got 2 option years, but he's not going to allow himself to be sent down. Though he doesn't get a choice with closer or not. He might be unhappy with not getting the role that he wants. I feel like they haven't pitched... When was the last time that they pitched Weaver? Weaver hasn't pitched since the 23rd of July. And it's July 31st. He hasn't pitched in 8 days. He's just been sitting in the bullpen while the starters go 7 innings. Like, I was thinking about taking Bizardo, moving Bender down, but he might pitch worse if he's not the closer. That's the risk. Chat, what do you think? Do you have any thoughts or head empty? We still have to do something with Keaton Wynn because I don't think I can keep him unless he clears waivers. Head always empty. But like, I suppose we could just try to get him to clear waivers, but then someone else is just going to claim him. Me think. I'm playing Expedition 33. Wow, you and everyone else in the world, Circa 6. Except for me. But yeah, Keaton Wynn looks like a very cheap starter that's got a proven track record these last 2 years, but if we try and sneak him through waivers... it'll be tough. They'll probably just claim him. He seems to do worse out of relief because the 2 seasons he's been a starter have been really good. Actually, we can't really do anything with him because he's going to be a free agent after this year anyway. So we may as well flip him. All right, I am gonna do it. If they take part of his contract. I'm just gonna send it. Will they respond whilst in the trade deadline? The season will end prematurely for Ryan Walker. Oh man, that could happen to one of our relievers. He was having a great year. 2.91 ERA. Suffered a torn meniscus. Aaron Ashby of the Brewers is out of action for 11 to 12 months with a torn labrum. Rip. Ashby's toast. He's toasted. All right, MLB trade deadline is here. Are we ready? It's always a little spooky. I should save and make a backup first. Why can't Ryan Walker be that good IRL? Just needs a couple years. Apparently, Salmon Roll. Just gotta give him a couple more years. Okay, now it's time for the timed minigame where chaos happens. I don't even know for sure if we're gonna even make a deal. The only trade I really want is like someone's catcher. Oh, I should put a couple of my dudes on the trading block. I want to put Young on the trading block. Dion Santos on the trading block. And then from our prospects, maybe Alex Lopez. I don't know how you see a list of all your dudes who are on the trading block. And then Keaton Wynn on the trading block. I get so attached to my players in game. It's impressive how you're willing to deal just about anybody. I'm trying to be better about that because that's how I was last year when I played. I was too attached. I get attached to some people though, but I had to trade Snyder. He had to go. All right, trade deadline day's begun. You have 7 minutes. Teams evaluate the trade offers proposed to them. All right, 7-minute timer. Here we go. Houston Astros would send Yiner Diaz and take Jason DeCaro. Oh shit. They want our top prospect, but they're giving us a dude who's hitting... Yiner's hitting 282 with a 9 homers, 726 OPS. The defense isn't there. We talked about wanting a catcher with a bat, but we have to give up DeCaro. They're willing to take... They're willing to give us Bizardo if we add Bryant Curtis. Okay, add Bryant Curtis and discuss again. Timer ticking down at the top left. I'll show you the timer. There you go. Let's see if they'll take the rest of this contract. All right, I added the deal. Probers playoffs, almost 0. This is an interesting... The catcher deal is sick. How long do we have Diaz for? He's done after this year. No, he's arbitration eligible for $13 million. Broken Helix, I don't know what to do, man. They want DeCaro. They want my top prospect in the farm. They want my best man. I might just put that one in my pocket. I only have 5 minutes. Wait, not... What am I doing? Player trade. I only have 5 minutes. Stevenson's still the only one on the trading block. We don't have anything that they're going to want for Stevenson. Man, I kind of blindsided by that. He's 8.8 mil. They would have to like retain 100% of Yiner Diaz's contract. All right, what if we took out DeCaro, put in Santos? They're not going to be happy with that. And then give them... Can't trade David Rodriguez because we just signed him this year. Castro, can't trade him because he's injured. Okay, what if we did Santos, Longoria, and... What about Basabe? I like Basabe. They want a first base. What about Ortiz? Where the hell are you, Ortiz? I'm in the no camp on this one. Santos, Longoria, and Ortiz. All right, let's start without Ortiz and just send this and see what they say. They're not going to say yes. But we have multiple days. We have multiple days. All right, players, catcher, 50 defense. Any personality. Just trade for Adley Rushman. Two minutes and 22 seconds. Time's running out. Shh. Why do they all want first baseman? What's Henry Davis doing? He's up for arbitration, $9 million next season. They're not going to take that. I need someone that's like running out of contract. There really isn't anyone that's just like running out of contract. All the catchers have like, they're locked in for multiple years. And Tampa's trying to win now. First base is the most important defensive position. That's certainly a take. That's definitely one of the takes of all time. I've tried this multiple times, and I don't think I'm any closer to actually getting there. 24 seconds in day one. I don't have any good infielders to trade that are not from this. I can't trade picks from this year, and I still don't even have any really good ones. Like, I think getting Yiner Diaz is actually our best bet. I just have to figure out what Houston wants that is not my top prospect. All right, time's up for first day. Not a very productive first day. The next deadline is about to begin. You've received a reply to a trade proposal. San Francisco says, almost sweeten the pot. Sure, you always want me to sweeten the pot. Evan Aspelin. All right, so we're giving up Keaton Wynn, which we don't use because he's claimed off of waivers, and I don't think we can use him. He's expiring this year. And we're getting Bizardo with 100% of his contract. Boom, trade done. We got Bizardo. So we did something. We did do something. And then Houston says, you've just been informed Dana Brown that he rejects. I can't quite accept it. Please add something. If you had Quinn Matthews, Keaton, I just traded Keaton Wynn. Damn, we could have had a catcher for Keaton Wynn. Jace Young, Cade Horton, Luis Robert. I'm having to give up like Santos and Longoria. Are we getting rid of Young? To get Yiner? Try to improve our offense. How many times can we trade Snyder? Santos is one of many. We have a lot of pitching prospects. Like, he's almost MLB ready is really the only problem. But I think we can part with him. Longoria is a ways away. He's 18. He may never, ever reach that 55 potential. He was a cool international free agent signing last year, but his eye is going to always be a problem. His defense is decent, though. But I think this is worth it, chat, to try and go all the way. Upgrade the catcher bat that we wanted. I don't know if there's another... We can save this for like a little longer because there's a couple more rounds, but there's no one... Who else are we going to get for like a catcher? Arbitration eligible $13 million ARB. So basically like he's a rental or we pay him $13 million. How does he hit lefties? You're asking the good questions. He smashes lefties. 303 average, 745 OPS, and he has a 718 OPS hitting 274 against righties, so he's both. Mostly he hits lefties good. So he's respectable against righties as well. As long as he's not stealing any bases. All right. Let's do it. We're giving up Young. I mean, we have Jazz, so I think it makes sense to give up Young. Longoria is not the top prospect. Santos might be awesome in a couple years, but the price you pay. All right, complete the trade. Boom, done. We have a new catcher. Any players you received have been DFA'd. All right. 2 big trades. I don't even think there's anything else we need to do. We're kind of done. We're kind of done. That went easier than I thought. We got Bizardo for basically nothing, for peanuts. And then we got Yiner. We had to trade some actual like pieces for that, but they retained the salary. But they weren't our like number 1 pieces, but they're still like Manny Longoria is number 97 on the top 100 according to the OSA, but the OSA overrates him a bit. Time to add to the shoulda, woulda, coulda. Okay, anyway, I think we're good. Oops, I accidentally pressed continue to start the next timer. RIP. I may have skipped a segment, but that's fine. Trade proposal from the Padres. They would send you Darvish and $1 million in cash. No, I'm not taking you Darvish and paying him. I don't have $16 million to pay you Darvish. They're trying to like get rid of a $15 million contract a year. Jeez. He's pitching well this season is the funny thing. 40 years old, pitching 3.35 ERA. Injury proneness wrecked. Yeah, I don't think so. Where is the where is the actual trade deadline page? If you click continue, it like... Oh, here it is. Okay, I found it. This is a funny way to list the trading block people. I think those are 2 solid upgrades. I think trying to stretch anything else is a little much, you know? I think we've made 2 good trades. Completed deals. Casey Mize has been traded. Huh. For Seaver King. The Dodgers have acquired Josh Hader from the Astros. Well, there you go. That's an interesting one. They just wanted to offload $19 million contract to the Dodgers. They're not very kind to his move. He's got decent movement on his slider. All right, whatever. Gutierrez, prospect. Chat. Baseball fans, take a look at your screen if you're a baseball fan. The Rangers have acquired Adley Rutschman with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-year contract extension. And they're competing against us. I didn't know Adley Rutschman was up for sale. They traded Juan Gutierrez, Colton Curtis, Javier Rangel. That's it? It's like they traded like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prospects. Top prospect is a 55 potential. And they get Adley Rutschman for the next 5 years. I probably would have taken Adley Rutschman if I knew I could do that trade, but I wouldn't have been able to pay that contract. That's not good. The Red Sox trade Vaughn Grisham. Oh, we saw that one. All right. I don't know if we even have any more trades that we can make. I guess I could like shop Foscue around out of curiosity. Spencer Horwitz. Looks like a cool DH type, but doesn't really have it this year, so it doesn't matter. Also $2 million. Joshua Mears. Potential prospect guy. All right, nobody crazy there. Did I already trade Lopez? No. Nobody wants Alex Lopez. Malley? Nobody. Rangers keep turning heel. They do keep turning heel, yes. 20-second summary of what trades you just made. Well, the trade deadline's not over yet, but we traded so far. We traded Dayan Santos, who's in AA, potential starter, and Manny Longoria, a right field prospect, and Jace Young, and we got Yainer Diaz, so upgrading the bat at catcher. He hits righties and lefties especially well. And then the second trade was we traded a dude we just picked up from waivers that we couldn't keep and flipped him for Edward Bizardo. So new closer potential. So hopefully he's got low adaptability, which means he might take a minute to get adjusted. But he's been lights out, one of the best budget closers in the league. And we got them to foot the bill for both of them. So that's kind of where we're at. I don't really have any more trades that I think I can make or that I know need to be made. So I'm pretty satisfied with just continuing the trade deadline. Is Gunnar Henderson the type of player we're looking for? Sure. Yeah. Yeah, assistant GM. Gunnar Henderson is exactly the type of player that we're looking for. What did you have in mind for Gunnar Henderson and his 8-year, $246 million contract? What did you have in mind? I'll give you Jason DeCaro. We'd be over budget by $333,000. I'll give you Jason DeCaro. I'll give you Basabe. I'll give you imagine trading like Luis Robert Jr. for Gunnar Henderson. Make them pay the rest of the giant contract. Just sign Gunnar Henderson. Oh. They actually do want a center fielder. Chat. It's not gonna work, but what if it did? It'll take them a nanosecond to turn this offer down. You want to go crazy? Offer Luis Robert Jr. and our top prospect, Jason DeCaro, for Gunnar Henderson. He's gonna turn it down, but it'd be so funny. This is like the last day, isn't it? I only have 4 minutes. Who's winning this trade, though? Like, be honest, who's winning this trade? Are we actually winning this trade? Probably. But I guess it depends on how Jason DeCaro turns out, really. Because if he becomes a god, then, like, even if he becomes a 60, he's going to be insane. Like, I would basically move Freeman to center for defense, because his offense has been decent. We lose a bunch of clutchness. He's on pace for 4 WAR, like usual. How much is Gunnar Henderson on? He's got 5.3 already. All right, they're not going to take this, but wouldn't it be funny if we offered it? I can't click the button. I have to stick by my man. All right, I'm sticking by my man. We signed Luis Robert Jr. The team, we've already bought jerseys. We already bought jerseys. I think I'm done with trade deadline. Think I'm done. Let's see. Texas Rangers. I can't believe they got Adley Rutschman. That drives me crazy. They made my catcher trade look like chump change. No offense, Yiner. The Marlins did a little trade, nothing. They Kodai Senga, 34-year-old. Marcus Stroman is an Angel now? They took a $12 million contract. The Rangers trade JoJo Parker for Kyle Wright. I take it back. You're just as attached. They wouldn't say yes anyways. Luis, yes. DeCaro, I'm unsure. Yeah, but I think it would take someone like DeCaro to push that trade over. There's no way they would do that trade one to one. You know what I mean? Warren. What is Warren? I'm not taking you, Darvish. Is Gunnar Henderson the type of player that we're looking for? Like, I'll offer Luis Robert Jr. 1-for-1. I'm not sure how to respond. No. Just no. Your proposal is headed to the circular file. I don't know what that means. All right, I give up. Trash can? Oh, because it's round? I give up. GG's. The trade deadline has passed. I'm pretty happy with what we did and what we got. 2 fairly big trades, I think. Yainer Diaz is on the team. And Bizardo is also on the team. I think the prospects we traded are reasonable. Oh, the trades. Omega trades. On the news. I think we looked at most of them unless some more happened at the very, very end. Heston Kierstad is now an Atlanta Brave. Maybe I'm not dreaming big enough. Am I not dreaming big enough? Why are the O's trading all their dudes away? If I knew I could get Kierstad in right, I probably would have taken that, but that's okay. Joey Okie, good looking potential. Caleb, see, like there's a prospect catcher. Yeah, I think I'm not looking at past the surface level. I think I looked at all these. Yeah, all right. Championship or bust. We didn't, I don't think we traded the farm. I think we kept the farm intact. Like, we did give up Jace Young. Hold on. Like, Jace Young was interesting at third and first. It's kind of like a depth piece that was also good against lefties, but he was also in AAA, and we hadn't been using him. And other people wanted him. O's having a fire sale. I think they are. Yainer Diaz was hitting at a 282 clip this season with 9 homers and 40 RBI. So, for me, I think that we paired Diaz with the non-extreme ground ball pitchers, and the ground ballers get Marchand. So that way he can block the curveballs and whatnot in the dirt better than can Diaz. Diaz is a 50 blocking. He's not great at framing. He's got a decent arm. Okay, well, we did it. now to solve the roster. And the fact that we have to cut people from the active roster because they can both fit on the secondary very easily. So, Indy Rodriguez, I think, is the easy target to send down, and I won't even feel bad about it because he just hasn't been there. He doesn't have it, and that's okay. Demote to AAA Nashville. He had it in AAA. He doesn't have it in the bigs yet. He was hitting 300 with AAA last year, 221 with us. That 876 OPS just went down 300 points. He needs a little more time to cook. And then pitching-wise, ERA plus is not the end-all be-all, but I think Weaver is the worst for a number of reasons. He's got an option here, but he's not going to want to go down. He refuses to be demoted because he thinks he's old enough to not be demoted. So I should have traded him to make room. That's what I was supposed to do, chat. I was supposed to trade a Weaver while the trade deadline was still there, and I forgot. And now the trade deadline's over, so I look like a dumbass. So I have to, like, release him from the team or send down someone else who's younger. But do we even have anybody like that? No, we don't have. We have, like, Abner Uribe. Whose potential is not yet reached. You have 3 guys that want to be closers? True. Let them fight for it. Spores just wants to be in the bullpen. Bender wants to be a closer. Everybody wants to be a closer. Man, I should have traded Weaver at the trade deadline. I knew I was forgetting something. That's why it's nice to take notes before you go in. Take notes before you go in. The trade deadline has passed. What do I do with him? If I release him, I still have to pay him. Oh, that's Bender. Same song though. Alternatively, we send Quinn Matthews back down and just put another spot in the bullpen. Because Matthews has been great in his last 2 starts, but the rest of our pitchers are too. Right? So it's kind of like... Because, like, yeah, he just had 2 really great starts, but everyone else here is also good. And he's the one that I can actually send down. How many times can you option somebody? But yeah, take away the 6-man rotation, go back to a 5-man rotation, and then just... That takes care of that. I think it's the smartest play. That way we keep everybody. Have a little bit more in the bullpen. Boom, boom. AAA's not full either. Sounds good. Now for pitching, we've got Bazardo. What if they're just both closers? What if they're just both closers? That's not really something that ever happens. I feel like in real life they would be very upset by that. Though in the game, I actually am not really sure how that goes down. Oh no, Bull League, you just raided right when the ad started. Oh no. At the exact moment the ads are starting. What's up, Bull League? Sorry, brother. Just 3 minutes of mid-roll ads, bad timing. Unfortunate. What ads? Shh, not you, not you. We're not talking to you, 9. I don't see any. You will. What were you guys up to? Playing some out of the park. Nice. We're working on an expansion team. We're in our 2nd year and we're making a playoff push. So we just finished the trade deadline. And now that we're post-trade deadline, we're trying to get the two new pieces that we just traded for in. New closer and a new catcher. And, oh, there goes the ad. There goes the ad. It just took a little while to fire off. So I'm just gonna hang out. We just finished our Out of the Park 26 fictional league stream. They won't be able to hear me. But we'll just keep it here and just chat for a minute until you guys come back. I like the idea of the stopper role with a secondary of closer. Who would I give stopper to between those guys? Yeah, we're 60% win rate now. Barely, we just climbed over it. What's for dinner? What's up, Mr. Sharps? I don't know what's for dinner. I'm gonna have to figure that one out. I want pizza, but I'm not gonna get pizza. I don't really have anything. Actually, I have leftovers. There's some like chicken and onions with like a sauce on it. I don't know what kind of sauce it is, because it was gonna be a mushroom sauce, and then the mushrooms went bad. Alice made it, so I don't know what it is. But it tastes good. And then some mashed potatoes and some asparagus. So probably that for dinner, if I had to guess. Chat, what was your dinner like? Anything good? Or did you all get Del Taco like that one chatter? I had pizza. Well, what kind of pizza? 9, you strike me as like a person who just eats like plain cheese pizza or like maybe pepperoni at best. Shawarma, all you can eat buffet. Made a grilled cheese and had some roasted broccoli. Chicken teriyaki, baby. It was sauce plus cheese. Well, I hope it had sauce and cheese. Plus bacon plus egg in the middle. I don't know about egg pizza. Is that a breakfast pizza? I had mashed potatoes with a roasted pork chop and peppers. Fried egg on pizza is great. Europeans in chat? Question mark? Also, welcome back from the ad. We were just chatting about dinner foods. I knew I tried to warn you the ad was coming. Anyway, thanks again for the Raid Bull League, who was doing some Out of the Park fictional league stream. Nice. I love all the customization that the game provides with making your own leagues and fictional teams or jumping into any point in history. But yeah, we're in the midst of the post All-Star break, post trade deadline now. Expansion team in our second year. We're doing significantly better than the other expansion team, the Portland Pioneers. If you'd like to see my game settings, we got an exclamation out of the park OOTP command, sorry, exclamation OOTP. And I'm kind of a casual out of the park player, but I've been just very, very addicted. Started playing last year. Had a lot of fun. And we're in our second season here, trying to get some dubs. We got Yiner Diaz now. All right, so Yiner is definitely going to be the starter for lefties. And probably also just for righties as well. He's got way more WRC plus, some more offensive production than Marchand, higher on base percentage than Marchand, 60 points higher average in more at bats He's striking out at almost exactly the same rate. He's never going to take a walk. But when he does hit the ball, it's going for a hit more times than not. I just need to change his personal strategy so that he never steals, ever. Base running, we want to keep that pretty conservative. Hit and run, he does make really good contact, so I think hit and run's fine. Bunting, no, no, not for you. Okay, and then he's probably just going to be the starter as well. So Marchand's kind of been replaced. We're probably going to start both of them. I'm going to start Marchand with our pitchers who are ground ballers, like Steven Matz. Bobby Miller is supposed to be neutral. He was an extreme ground baller, but he started to rely on the fastball slider more. Which is interesting. So, yeah, I think Uribe is going to be maybe worse when Diaz is on the mound. And then we've got Bizardo, which I didn't really figure out exactly. Like, he wants to be the closer. So, chat, hold on. I need to be sure I know what the stopper is in out of the park. Because the other meaning of stopper is like the complete opposite. I think there's two different stoppers. I'm trying to look it up, sorry. There seems to be some confusion, but these are old posts. All right, let's look at a newer post. I've noticed the AI will treat the stopper as a closer. Simming games results in the stopper coming in during save opportunities, following behind another reliever or setup in order to close out the game. I've tried using both closer and stopper in the same pin, and the AI used both very similarly. Only a couple times I saw a stopper come into the game early by the AI manager during the 6th and be used as a fireman to put out a fire, pitching just 0.2 innings. Or 2/3 of an inning. Then next inning began with a middle reliever who pitched 2 innings before handing off to the closer. So that lines up with what Naram Suam said. We're going back to a 5-man rotation now. I feel bad for having to send our bro down. He was really good. And then Mally will get the next start. 6-man rotation was working pretty well for us, actually. But having another arm in the pin, I think, is good too. I think I got Bizardo to be the closer. So I don't know about having two closers. Bender wants to be the closer. And he's been good, but he's felt shaky at the same time. He's been doing well recently, so we might be messing with his confidence. But if we compare their stats, Bizardo just has, like, significantly better ratio of shutdowns to meltdowns. He's got more R-War. His, their Sierra is about the same. Strikeout rate is similar, but he's given up fewer home runs, fewer base runners. BABIP is better. Average against is better. Blown saves is only 0.059%, which might change because he lacks motivation. So I don't know what that's gonna mean for us. Low adaptability as well. So I don't know. I might be doing it if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of situation right now. I don't know. I might take Uribe down to like 7th inning or later setup guy. Mantiply with a 6th inning or later setup guy. And then Bender to an 8th or later setup guy. And Uribe... I don't know if I would want him to come in a high leverage situation. This is a weird setup that I've got going here. Setup guys at 3 different levels is not a thing, usually. And then have Bender be an optional closer. Like, Uribe has 15 saves. But I would say, like, I'm just going to try this and see what happens. Bizardo, new closer. We got 2 other secondary middle relief roles. Mantiply has just been lights out to carry the torch toward the end of the game from like the 6th or later. Weaver is the kind of... We got Spores as well. Who's like a high leverage secondary guy. All right, I don't know if the bullpen's going to be better or worse now. And then on top of that, from a lineup perspective, where do you put Diaz? .295 OBP, so he's not really an OBP guy. He's slugging a reasonable amount. You probably, like, move Brennan down. You might even flip Matos and Brennan in right field. You have a stronger arm out there, maybe better defense. Go Diaz behind Carpenter, which seems nasty. Then Freeman, who's been pretty consistent. Then Ortiz is still trying to figure it out. Then Matos, then Cooper Pratt. Conticello, yeah, Conticello is iced. He might just need some time to work out of it. We're trying to get Ortiz in and used to hitting the ball. He's only had 30 at-bats with us so far, but he's not off to a great start, so I'm trying to see if he can figure it out, because he's got the potential. In AAA, he's hitting .303 with a .935 OPS. So he's got low adaptability, so I'm trying to give him some ABs to get him comfy. And then pinch hitter-wise, I want Conticello, Arenamo, Marchand, defensive sub at catcher. All right, and then versus lefties. I still like Jazz at the leadoff, even though his numbers are not great, because he's kind of clutch. Plus defense at third is good, and he's better than Arenamo anyway. Pratt right behind him. Freeman behind him. Kerry Carpenter. Luis Robert Jr. has been clutch as well. Diaz needs to move here, though. Brito out. Oh, wait, no, Brito in. The Matos is better. Brito in the 9 spot feels weird. I'm just moving them all up and down the lineup, trying to figure out what I want the actual lineup to be. Freeman has second best on base percentage in the lineup. Yeah, like Matos should not be all the way down here. Let's go Matos, Diaz. Realistically, Jazz needs to be moved down. I hope Yiner breathes some life into the offense. Me too. All right, Matos, if you hit well from the 8 spot, that's still really good between you and Brito. I want to be a threat up and down the lineup. All right, Marchand now kind of the backup catcher depending on the day. And then Ortiz pinch hitter. Arenamo pinch hitter. Conicello pinch hitter. Arenamo pinch runner. Boom. All right, we'll see what we can do. See if this does anything or if we just cry about it. Let's also do some of... Do teams tend to stick to traditional formula or are there more weighted lineups? Sometimes the AI does funky AI things. Sometimes their lineups are a little weird, but I guess that's true in real life. I think it varies by manager. There's different managers' personality traits that can determine how they form their lineup. Kerry Carpenter and Freeman need a day off, which is unfortunate, but... Okay, so that's going to be Matos at right. Brennan at left. Wait, Brennan's tired? Oh, Brennan's tired. All right, maybe Conticello in right then. Matos to left. I believe in you, Conicello. I'm giving you the 4 spot, brother. I know you got the power. Actually, I'm going to give Ortiz the 4 spot. I don't believe in you anymore. Then Diaz, then Arenamo, then Conicello. Now let's flip Arenamo and Matos. All right. This might be a losing game. Michael King has a 2.84 ERA. He's going to be a tough cookie. Almost 10 strikeouts per 9. The whip is down. 3.2 WAR for his team. The Blue Jays are 4th in their division, but Michael King is just really good. How did the deadline go for the Invaders? We picked up Bizardo and Yiner Diaz at catcher. We can watch this game because we haven't watched a game tonight. Shaq and Gamba on the lineup. Will the Invaders win or lose? You've got 2 minutes to decide. But yeah, we picked up Yainer Diaz from the Astros. Chat, look at us. Hey, look at us. Look at this team. Tyler Mahle versus Michael King. Jazz Chisholm Jr. in the leadoff. Juan Brito, Luis Robert Jr. in the 3. Abimelec Ortiz trying to get it together the 4. Yainer Diaz 5. Mato 6. Conticello 7. Arenamo 8. Pratt 9. Kind of a funky lineup. So you got a few minute and a half. I want to see some channel points put in. If you can't see it, refresh your page real quick and it should appear in your chat window. Don't be afraid. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Anthony Santander won't hurt you with their 855 OPS and 26 home run season. They won't hurt you. It'll be fine. But yes. Well, can we click on Yainer here? We traded Santos. We gave up that AA pitcher that we liked. Dayan Santos. We gave away another prospect, Manny Longoria, from the international pool from last year, and Jace Young. However, they covered Yainer Diaz's contract. So they covered what's left of his $8 million contract. And he's putting up 282 average this season. 726 OPS. Nice little upgrade at catcher. 2 WAR. Little deadline trade. So, got the good BABIP, got the good avoid Ks, good contact, some power, some pop. Every so often on pace for like 12 homers, hits like 12 to 15 homers. All right, time's up. Let's do this. New catcher at the plate for Tyler Mahle. We got what? Yainer. He got Yainer Diaz at the dish. Def 2. We just had to trade a couple of farm pieces and also Jace Young. The Astros offered to us, I'll have you know. We did offer a couple of good farm pieces, and they wanted Jace Young also. So, I think it's worth. His contract is up for arbitration next year, is it not? It's going to be like a $13 million arbitration if we want to sign that. All right. Desan Brown leading off for Toronto, which is kind of an interesting choice. Just want to go speed. He's got a 450 on base percentage in 27 at-bats. Mahle on the bump, 3.51 ERA this season, 9 wins, 5 losses. Credited to him. Brito at first. We've got Arenamo playing second. Cooper Pratt guarding the gap at short, and Jazz Chisholm Jr. over at third. Luis Robert Jr. patrolling center, flanked by Gavin Conticello in getting the start in right today, which is rare for him. And Luis Matos in left. Let's go. Play ball. First game of the 3-game series. So far on the season, each team has won 3 games out of 6. Strike 3. Mahle gets him with the cutter. So first AB is a strikeout. That'll bring up Will Wagner versus Mahle. He's hitting 308 on the season, or maybe I guess just career. And that's a dribbler back to the mound. Mally's got it, and they have 2 quick outs. It's so funny that the catcher he gets is Yiner of all people. What, because he's an Astro? Or just because for some other reason? I don't think, do we even have any Astros on the team, period? We have like 2 or 3 Yankees, multiple Cardinals, multiple Dodgers. We tried to trade for Tyler Stevenson, but his $22 million a year contract prevented that. You and your Astro catchers, they came to us, brother, at the trade deadline, okay? You weren't here. Fell in my lap. He's, we were looking, I put in like a team need under the trade where it's like your team is seeking such and such a player, and I just put good catcher, and that was the only one offered. And you know what? He's pretty damn good. He's like a career 280 hitter. Slugs 400 to 600. Well, I guess about 425. And the catcher that he's replacing is Rodriguez, who had like Indy Rodriguez had like a 525 OPS for context. But yeah, we tried to trade for about 3 other catchers and nobody would bite. The only team who wanted the prospects that we had were the Stros. 3 up, 3 down for Malley. Easy peasy. But yeah, I think Yiner is a great rental. He's like a fantastic rental, even if we don't renew him. Was Marchand an Astro? No, he was not. I have Dubon, and he's been really good. Dubon's a great utility backup player. All right, 2 balls and no strikes. Smacked into right, Jazz Chisholm Jr. with a leadoff single to get the offense started for the Invaders. Doing well this season from that leadoff spot. Hitting 264 on the season and 400, just had his 401st at bat. He's only getting stronger. Now Juan Brito up. He's kind of cooled off, but still doing pretty well. This one smacked to pretty deep center field. Center fielder makes a nice play. Brown gets there, makes the grab for a long out number 1. Luis Robert Jr. at the dish now. He's up to 15 home runs on the season, hitting 262, on pace for a 4.1 WAR season. And that's going to be a liner over to third. Sharply hit, but Wagner is there to make the play. 2 outs for Abimelec Ortiz. 2-2. Damn, I want Ortiz to figure it out, but I don't know if he's going to figure it out. We'll see over the course of the game. So, a leadoff hit, but nothing to do with it. Anthony Santander up now. Hitting 256 on the season. He's been a tough out lately. That's hard hit up the middle, but covering is Pratt, gets in front of it and has a nice play for out number 1. Kemp Alderman. Alderman getting the start in right today for the Blue Jays. He's got 18 homers on the season, and he strikes out here. Second K for Malley on the game. Jorge Soler up. Into right, coming on is Conticello. And that's that. 3 up, 3 down. All right, first at bat as a Las Vegas Invader, Yiner Diaz. Extreme pull hitter. Got the great avoid strikeouts, great BABIP. And he's got the occasional pop in his bat too. Getting the start today as probably the new starting catcher. We're just going to use Marchand as like a defensive catcher, which is what he is, for ground ballers and stuff. What's a pull hitter? It's the guy that hits the ball to the pull side. So the pull side is whatever handed, like whatever side of the box he hits from, the pull side is that side of the field. So if he was a left-handed hitter, the pull side is to the right because he is pulling the ball to the side that he is swinging to, because the bat swing will pull the ball that way. So a spray hitter is somebody who hits the ball in various directions. So the reason why it might be one thing or the other, usually it's not even intentional. Usually it's almost just like a fingerprint that makes each hitter unique a little bit, because it's physics. It's just timing and physics. So it's not really something that they do on purpose. You can try and do something on purpose and fix it, but it's hard. What's up, Hippo? Yo, thanks for the raid, dude. Hungry Hippos. What's up, Excessively Salty? Nice indeed, Frey. Hi, Pems. What's up, Hippo? Evil Cat, welcome back. Hello, Alien Super Jesus, who says nice and also already has bet on the outcome of this game. How you guys doing? You got here at a good time, actually. You dodged the spreadsheets. We're actually watching a game. Oh, nicely done. What's up? What were you guys up to? Playing some Dune. How is Dune? I'm looking forward to trying that one out when it releases. I've been kind of holding off on it until now. Dune is so much fun. That's awesome. I hope everyone's been enjoying it. I hope you had a great stream. Check out Hippo if you're in my chat. Toss a follow. And catch Hippo for the next one. Let me see what you've been playing. Well, normally Twitch says what you've been playing. It says you've been playing Dune Awakening, but I think normally it has like the last 3 games or so. Hippo enjoyed dying a lot. I've been addicted to Motor Town? I don't know what Motor Town is. I've been addicted to this. I've been just playing baseball. I have been hard addicted to it. Motor Town is realistic driving in the open world, relaxing cargo deliveries, or driving buses or taxis get you money to buy new cars and parts. And it's from 2021. How have I not heard of it? That sounds cool, though. I do like delivery, cargo, money make games. For those of you that just joined, this is a game. It's a sandbox game. If you've played Football Manager, it's like Football Manager, but for baseball. So very low fidelity, lots of spreadsheets. It's a game where low graphics equal maximum depth of strategy and like decision making and stuff. I think that it can be enjoyed by people who do not enjoy sports, though it would take extra work. It's basically like an RPG. Chat described it as a JRPG that has a 40-person party. Which I think is accurate. You have to create your 40-person party and then send them out and see how well they do against the odds. So it's a big sandbox game where you can manage teams at a macro scale or a micro scale. You can be in charge of lots of things that will sound boring to people who are not interested in those things that I happen to be very interested in, like managing contracts, making trades with different teams, setting the strategy for your team, lineups, deciding who's going to be in, who's going to be out, building like a stadium. We have an expansion team in Las Vegas. It's a fictional team called the Invaders, and we're playing against real teams. So it's been fun trying to like fabricate that team from scratch. We're in 2027 now in our save. Isn't it more of an auto battler? Nope, doesn't have to be. I'm playing it as a general manager who just makes the big sweeping decisions. I make the big signings, I pay the big contracts, I make the big trades, and I hired a manager who has a personality who makes decisions, but you can do the opposite of that, handle none of the contracts, none of the signings, and none of the big picture stuff, and hand manage every single game that your team ever plays, and just be the manager. So you can actually play this game the polar opposite of how I'm playing. Do nothing with the trading. You can just set the rosters and you will manage every single game. You will decide substitutions. You will decide moment-to-moment strategy. You will decide when to try to steal a base. You'll decide when to pull a pitcher and who to substitute that pitcher with, and be responsible for whoever you send in blowing the game up. And you can do that for every single ball game at a very microscopic level there. I just happen to be playing it from eye in the sky, hands off of the individual moment-to-moment decisions, and I'm playing it for big picture decisions. So it's really up to you. Out of the park gets cooler after multiple years, seeing the results of your actions. Yeah, I think it's really good. It's super deep. Baseball Dwarf Fortress is honestly a very great analogy. It is like Baseball Dwarf Fortress. It is a massive, massive sandbox. I own this game and I've played 2 games. I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, Hippo, it takes a lot of extracurricular Googling to figure things out and some YouTube tutorial watching. For sure. Your players even have AP like in a JRPG. That's funny. Is there a parry dodge system? Sure. Every time the pitcher throws a pitch, they have to either parry by hitting the ball into play or dodge by not swinging at pitches that are not in the strike zone. Sure, yeah. Same thing. So we're watching a game now. I'm not actually taking control of the details, though you can. You can set outfield depth. You can play different strategies called like the shift and move them around in the backfield. You can like hit a button and see the tendency of whoever's at bat. So I can see that Diaz has a 45% to hit directly to the shortstop because he's a pull hitter. So that's the direction you would expect it to go for a pull hitter. Though other players might have different probabilities. You can play to those probabilities. Everybody's got stats. Everyone's got personality traits. Everybody's got ratings, which are determined by your head scout, and the scout that you hire has a different maybe lens that he observes players through than other scouts, so no 2 scouts will have the same opinion on a player. So I really love having, you have imperfect information and you're trying to make the best decision you can based on the knowledge you're being fed by the staff that you've chosen to hire, which I think is really fun. It reminds me of board games that I've played. I like board games where you're having to make big decisions with imperfect information. So you're just hoping, and some guys look like they're going to be really bad and then they're really good, and some guys are supposed to be really good and they're having a terrible season, and it's fun to try and like play the odds. Because baseball at its core is a gambling game. It's a game of gambling. Everybody has a probability. They have, this guy hits the ball 28% of the time, which is higher than somebody who's hitting it 25% of the time. But 42% of the time he hits the ball, he hits it for pretty deep and gets more than a single. It'll go for extra bases. And, you know, like comparing everyone's probabilities and then sculpting a lineup that plays toward those strengths and weaknesses is fun to me. Makes the brain go burr. Out of curiosity, do they have the ability to set an opener? Yes. You can do that. There are openers and followers. This reminds me of Hearts of Iron 4. Yeah, I would say if the same brain that likes Hearts of Iron 4 also would like this game or Football Manager. And in his first at bat, after being traded at the trade deadline, Yainer Diaz has a single up the middle and is a leadoff base runner. He's already goated. We're actually, when we watch these games, we're just watching the last pitch of every at bat. So we're just seeing like what happens. So like right now, strike 3. That was 4 pitches. So we just watched what happens at the end. So we can kind of just see the game a little quicker without having to linger. I'm lingering because I'm talking to you guys, trying to give you a heads up on what's going on. But in general, we're watching the true outcome of each at bat and marveling at the beautiful detailed animations. So realistic. So that's out number 2. And now up comes Arenamo. He is 23 years old, got his MLB debut last year with the inception of the Las Vegas Invaders and their brand new team after being picked up from the Rule 5 draft from Milwaukee back in 2025. And he's got a 2-out base runner in Yainer Diaz that he's going to try and move over. And they bobble the transfer. He puts the ball in play. Second baseman picked it up, and they botched the throw. That'll go down as an error. Bad throw there from the second baseman, Orlando Arcia. So now there's 2 on. Diaz in scoring position with 2 outs for Cooper Pratt in the 9-hole. The shortstop gets a chance to score a run here. And he strikes out. So nothing doing in the inning, and they are sat down. Up comes the Invaders pitcher Tyler Mahle to take the ball back in the 3rd. But anyway, thanks again, Hippo, for the raid. I hope you had a nice stream. I know baseball's not everybody's cup of tea, but the thing I normally say is if you don't like baseball, but you like strategy games, consider trying Football Manager because it scratches a very particular sandbox itch that in all my years I have not experienced. Like, it's just a different kind of fun from all the other strategy games that I like. And then additionally, I would say if you don't like sports at all and that's the big turnoff, then the only thing I could think of that's even remotely similar is Software Inc. So I would recommend Software Inc. I don't know if I think Software Inc. has as much depth as either of those 2 games, but it's still really satisfying. Has a number go up mechanic, has some spreadsheets, and then also has like a Sims style building that's very cute and nice and pleasant to look at. So I check that out if the other 2 don't sound funny. You can't get past the sports context. Nicely done, Mahle. Nicely done. That is his 3rd strikeout of the game. Josh Kasevich. Who is Kasevich? 26-year-old. Getting his MLB debut this year. He is a rookie. Playing for the Blue Jays. Strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for Mahle. So, an unfortunate matchup for the rookie as Mahle strikes out the side. 1, 2, 3. 3 strikeouts in a row. Mahle dealing now. Okay, up come the Invaders now to bat. Jazz Chisholm Jr. in the leadoff spot had a single earlier. And he slaps another up the middle. So that's down for a hit. 2 for 2 on the day so far. Cotton Candy in the background. He's had a couple of multi-hit games in his last 4. And now Brito back up 0 for 1 today, 1 and 2 in the count. That one hit pretty deep to right field. They're still going back on it. Bounces in front of the warning track all the way to the wall. Jazz takes 3rd. Brito has a stand-up double. And now there's runners at 2nd and 3rd. Scoring opportunity now for the power-hitting Luis Robert Jr. on a staggering $47 million contract this year, offered up by the Invaders to spearhead a 5-year contract for the center fielder in free agency last December. Actually, he signed it in January. So big chance to do some damage here. He'll pop it up in foul territory on the first pitch, and the first baseman, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., has it for out number 1. So nothing on that one. Vladdy on another 5 years in the simulation through 2030. I think he's on a much longer deal in real life. Ortiz now with a chance to score. That'll be a pop-up down the left field line. And not deep enough to get Jazz in from 3rd on the sacrifice. So 2 outs now, and Yainer Diaz back up. He's got a hit today. Last chance in the inning to bring home the runners in scoring position. And he slaps it down the 3rd base line. But they make the play. A ground outside retired. Invaders come up empty with 3 chances to score and can't get anything going. Chat flamed you for cutting guys on Christmas? They did, yes. Too bad Kerry Carpenter had to sit out today. 47 mil! Yeah, I paid him 47 mil in the first year, and I lowered it to 26 mil in the next 3 years because we had a bunch of extra cash as an expansion team. So I front-loaded his contract so that if I needed to trade him later, then other teams would accept the contract. So basically, if I needed to trade him, his contract goes down to like a 27 AAV. Something like that, which I could probably trade. But I wanted him in that first year, and we had a bunch of money, so I spent it. Nice play. Jazz to Brito for the first out, a ground out. Still no hits for Toronto. And a pop-up induced. Shallow center field. Arenamo ranges back. 2 gone in the 4th. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. up. Full count on him. And that one smoked to center, but Luis Robert Jr. in on it. Tough play, it says, and he makes the running grab. 5-star catch is why he gets the big bucks. Cotton candy. So I figure having somebody with a great bat as well as someone that can make 5-star plays like that in the outfield regularly to save a hit makes our pitchers look better. I thought he was worth, and so far I think he has been. Luis Mato is trying to get something going in the bottom of the 4th now. Still 0-0. And we'll start things off with a single, little looper on a hop just in front of Alderman and right for a leadoff single on 7-pitch battle that Matos found one he could handle. Gavin Conticello looking to shake some ice off of his bat. A steal attempt. Safe! Matos with his 9th stolen base of the season. Little small ball here, getting into scoring position and removing the double play. Conticello strikes out. King gets him with the fastball. So 1 out for Yadier Arenamo. Hit hard. Shortstop deep in the hole has it. The runner will move over to 3rd, but Arenamo's out at 1st. It'll take a single or better from Pratt here to score the run.
Strike 3.
And he strikes out. So 4th inning over for Vegas. Nothing on 5 hits in the game so far. Malley back out for the heart of the order, starting with Anthony Santander. And he strikes him out. 6th strikeout of the game from Malley. Now Kemp Alderman in his rookie season.
Strike 3.
Back-to-back strikeouts. That is the 5th strikeout in a row for Malley, who's up to 7 on the game now.
Strike 3.
And he gets the strike called. He strikes out the side again for the 2nd straight inning. Malley absolutely dealing through 5 hitless innings against Toronto. And back to the top, Jazz Chisholm Jr. 2 for 2 on the day today against King, seeing it like a beach ball. I spoke too soon. That's a quick grounder to 2nd for out number 1. All right, Juan Brito with 1 hit on the day. That one scooped into shallow left field. Brito has his 2nd hit. Passes it to Luis Robert Jr. trying to get something going.
Strike 3.
Cuts over the fastball that dipped out of the strike zone. Nothing for Luis Robert Jr. on the day. And now the DH, Abimelec Ortiz. He works the walk out of the cleanup spot. So another chance in the scoring position to bring Brito in. Yainer Diaz with 1 hit on the day. Full count. And that one, deep left field. It's all the way back, looking up. 3-run Yainer bomb. His first game as a Las Vegas Invader. And he takes Michael King deep. 3-run, 399-foot to left field. Pulled all the way back. You love to see it. Oh, there we go. So the tie is broken open in the bottom of the 5th by new invader Yainer Diaz. Crowd getting behind it.
Strike 3.
King comes back and strikes out Matos, but damage done. 3 runs in the inning. Off. I should have watched the replay. But I forgot. I'm not big on baseball, but your casting has me hooked each game. I'm telling you, it's more fun in real life almost. You just have to like, you don't even have to watch all the games. You can just watch some highlights. It does help if you have a team that's winning games. Like if you live around Colorado, maybe now's not a good time to become a baseball fan. You know? If you live near Oakland, probably not a great time to start becoming a baseball fan. If you live near like Los Angeles or New York City or, you know, so Boston maybe, it's a pretty good time to become a baseball fan. Yeah, national games suck. I agree. The games that are on like TBS and like Fox Sports, the like playoff games that are casted by the national broadcast teams are terrible. The actual local broadcasters for a given team are just so much more enjoyable to watch. Anyway, Yainer Diaz, with his 10th home run of the season, has RBI 41, 42, and 43. Put the Invaders up. Ooh, nice play. Covering the gap in left. Jazz gathers it up and fires it over to first for out number 1. Let's go, let's go. Uh-oh, tough play. Long throw for Pratt. Out number 2. And 9-hole hitter Orlando Arcia up. 15 hits on the season for him. Doesn't look, he's not doing so good, Orlando Arcia, compared to what I saw in last year's version of the game. Malley gets his 9th strikeout of the game. And nothing across for Toronto through 6. What a gamer. Malley with 6 perfect innings. Yeah, 6 perfect innings. What's up, CyberSade? Thank you for the 47 months. I appreciate the Prime sub. Thanks for sharing. Also, Hippo did subscribe as well, which I appreciate. On top of the raid. Don't jinx it. I don't believe in jinxes, chat. Conticello, deep left field. Almost a home run. Just misses getting over the wall. He needed that. The bat has been asleep for Conticello, so perhaps that'll wake it up. New pitcher in now. So King taken out in the 6th after the Conticello leadoff double. Conticello hitless in his last 3 games prior to this. Been seeing the average slide down. Arenamo into the gap and right. That one's back to the wall in the opposite field. Conticello should score on this one. And he comes in to score a 2-base hit RBI double for Arenamo to make it 4-0 Las Vegas. And to the gap again. Pratt almost at the same spot, bouncing back to knock on the bullpen's door. Arenamo in to score on the 10th hit of the game. It is 5-0 as the Invaders are getting to the bullpen now after King cracked. Ryan Watson, 1 earned run of those 2 tagged to him. The other will go to King. Jazz Chisholm Jr. with a runner on second and still nobody out. That'll be lofted into shallow right. And they do record the first out in Alderman's glove. Now Brito. Brito hard hit. First baseman handles it. Runner moves over to third. Out number 2 for Luis Robert Jr. First pitch swinging. First baseman handles this one too. Hard shot on the ground, nabbed by Vladdy Guerrero Jr. So 2 more runs come across. Malley back out in the 7th. Cruising at only 70 pitches right now to face the top of the order. Starting with Desan Brown. 2-2 the counts. That's in play. Right fielder coming on. Can't get there. First hit of the game for the Blue Jays. So the no-hit bid ends. See, I knew it was going to happen. I don't expect a no-hitter from Malley. First base runner of the game Not with this bullpen also. It was going to have to be a combined. And I didn't trust it. Back-to-back singles now. In the 7th as Will Wagner puts one down in shallow center field as well. So 2 on. And the 26 home run having Vladimir Guerrero Jr. now at the dish. And that's going to be 3 singles in a row. Right fielder dives, gets the ball back in. And everyone moves station to station. The bases are now loaded on 3 back-to-back singles. Nobody out in the inning for Anthony Santander, who has 3 multi-hit games in his last 4 outings. Slow roller back to the mound. Pitcher to home. Brown is out at the plate. So they got the important out, but no double play. So no run scores. Malley with Diaz manages to get the force out at home. Now 1 out. Bases still loaded for Kemp Alderman. Strike 3. Malley with his 10th strikeout of the game. And new pitcher in now to try to get the final out in the 7th and keep Malley's earned runs at 0. Joe Mantiply to get the righty Jorge Soler. A ball and 2 strikes. And that one scooped to left. Coming on quick is Matos, inning over. Gets it done out of the pen. Malley ends his day with 6 2/3 innings of 3-hit shutout baseball. Oh, and they strand the bases loaded with nobody out. That's crazy. All right, Abimelec Ortiz looking for a hit today. Little dribbler back to the pitcher's mound. That'll be out number 1. I don't know if Ortiz has it, chat. I want him to have it, but I don't know if he has it. I'm trying to trust him, but he's kind of holding the lineup right now. Yainer Diaz, 2 for 3 today with a 3-run home run, and he works the walk. They try to dance around the corners. So that'll miss for ball 4. 4 straight balls. And he'll be a 1-out base runner for Matos, who pops it up high on the infield. Just past the infield for out number 2. Gavin Conticello had a double earlier. Slow roller past the first baseman. It gets past everybody. There's a circus in town. I don't know who. That's gay. Apparently tagged out at second is the runner trying to stretch an extra 90 feet. I don't know what just happened in that little sequence of events. Conicello swings at it, hit on the ground, right side. Arcia lunges. He can't glove it. Alderman feels it. Diaz goes to second. Diaz sprints toward third. Alderman has it. The throw to third. Conticello is going for second. Guerrero Jr. cuts it off, fires to second, and Conticello is out. Why does that always happen to me? That's why we have so much negative base running value in the season. Because they're just like, I go an extra 90 feet. Oh, no. I shouldn't have run. Oh, so embarrassing. Like, base running 60, by the way. Base running conservative, by the way. Like, I have this set to pretty damn conservative. That was an 8-pitch at bat as well, so a little error on the base pass. Not a real error, but a mistake on the base pass. Mantiply back out to face Alejandro Kirk. Manager likes
Strike 3.
Mantiply for a reason. He picks up his first strikeout against Kirk. Kasevich up now. And that's hit hard over to Jazz, who fields it cleanly for out number 2. And now Orlando Arcia. Grounder to short, keeping the infield busy. Nice throw for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down. We are in the bottom of the 8th now for Yadier Arenamo. Ryan Watson back out for the Blue Jays. Up the middle, past the shortstop. Arenamo's got a second hit of the game. Anything within 20 feet of Jazz is caught every time. We're also playing the shift aggressively. So we got the I'm playing sabermetric, do the shift all the time. I believe in it with my heart. Sky to the left from Pratt. Arenamo will hold at first. Out number 1. Back to the top. Jazz 2 for 4 today. And that one smoked down the right field line. Finds some grass. Arenamo goes to second. And Jazz has a double, third hit of the game for him. Wait, no, Arenamo's at second. That was just a long single. I thought with our aggressive base running that Arenamo went to third and Jazz moved over. So 3 hits now for Jazz. Full count on Brito. That one smoked into right, but hit so hard. Alderman makes a nice sliding catch. Charges it down and saves a hit after a nice 9-pitch battle from Brito. So Jerron Watts Brown coming in now, making his 3rd major league debut. Has had 2 scoreless innings. Sorry, yeah, 2 scoreless innings so far in relief with the Blue Jays, but he's being sent now to face Luis Robert Jr. in his 3rd major league appearance. Who will not show mercy to the younglings? That one to deep left field. Home run number 16 for Luis Robert Jr. 410 feet. A 3-run homer. The score is now 8-0 over the Blue Jays. The doubters are not even in chat. I cannot detect them. They have gone completely silent now. Only people with blue numbers in front of their name are in as back-to-back. Ortiz in the DH finally finds the spot. And that's just a solo shot off the young rookie to make it 9-0 Las Vegas. In not too many at-bats, Ortiz has just been hitting, he's at 176 now, but he's only got 34 at-bats. It's his first home run as an invader, hitting in the cleanup spot. Back-to-back jacks. They just killed this guy's career. He's ballooned to a 9 ERA, and they leave him out to face Rafael Marchand, who's out as a defensive sub for Yainer Diaz. Grounded to the second baseman. That'll be out number 3. That's the inning. But 4 runs altogether on 2 homers. Joe Mantiply back out to try to finish this in the 9th. Grounder to short. Out number 1. 2 left for Mantiply, facing the lefty Will Wagner, his specialty. Liner, first baseman Brito is there, guarding the line and has it. Out number 2. Last out, Vladdy Guerrero Jr., final chance for the Blue Jays. Full count, and he works the walk in the dirt, ball 4. New pitcher in relief. Luke Weaver coming in to try to get that final out and keep Joe from throwing his arm off. And the ball gets away as soon as Weaver gets into the game. That'll be scored as a wild pitch. And the runner moves over to second for Santander. 1-2 the count. Back against the wall.
Strike 3.
And he strikes him out. That's the ball game. Weaver closes the door. And it's a 9-0 shutout for Believers. Malley scattered 3 hits over 6 2/3 innings. He goes to 10-5 on the year with 102 strikeouts. He was the star, said Scott. I agree, Scott Tyler. He was the star. 10 strikeouts, 6 2/3, no runs. What a gamer. And the offense showed up at the same time. Are we getting hot? Are we getting hot now, chat? Did Yainer Diaz breathe some life into this team, breaking the door open with a 3-run homer against King? Jazz 3 for 5, Brito 2 for 5, Luis Robert Jr. with the 3-run homer made his 1-hit count. Ortiz with a first homer as an invader. Yainer Diaz 2 for 3 with a walk and a 3-run homer. Matos 1 for 4, Conicello 2 for 4. Every starter had at least 1 hit. Arenamo 2 for 4, Pratt 1 for 4. The Brito double, the Pratt double, the Conicello double, the Arenamo double. 1, 2, 3 homers. A stolen base earlier in the game, and good work out of the pin from Mantiply, who keeps winning. I don't know how he's pitching so much. How is Mantiply? He pitched on the 26th, the 28th, the 29th, the 31st. He might be overworked. How is he pitching this much? He's feeling great. He's got a 1.96 ERA, 0.91 whip, 0.5 home runs per 9, 2.4 walks. BABIP is down. Got 1 WAR. I don't know, dude, but he's doing good. All the other arms are getting iced. The other pitchers haven't pitched. He's gonna be exhausted now. So we got to see Bizardo. We haven't seen Bizardo yet. All right, finish the day after the trade deadline. We got Bizardo. Yep, we got Bizardo and Yainer Diaz at the trade deadline. You've received a player development update. The Cowpokes select Thomas Parsons as the best. 5-0 in 5 starts with a 2.12 ERA. I need to check on the babies. As in the... Oh, we've also now beat the record. You're right. We had 71 wins last season. Franchise record in wins being set now. It's 72. Absolutely right. All-time record. I gotta pay the Believers. I was waiting until the game finished, or saving, yeah. Winners win by a lot. Here are your channel points. I'm glad we watched Yainer Diaz's first game. All right, no more winning this year. Let's keep it easy so next year we can have a little bit of something to work toward. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. was the hitter of the month. We kept him quiet, I feel like. He did have, well, we have 2 more games against Toronto. Okay, never mind. It's not over yet. He had 6 home runs on the month, batting .326. Best NL bat goes to the Atlanta Braves. Why is it separate? Drake Baldwin. Drake Baldwin goes crazy as catcher. He's about to be the best catcher in the league. Like, he's going to be better than Adley Rutschman at this rate. His speed is the only problem, and it's not even a problem. Look at the blocking, the framing, decent arm, crazy eye. He's hitting .281 with an .892 OPS this season. And 19 homers? He found the power. Also, the ad's about to start. I'm going to take a bathroom break and go get some more water. While the ad starts, turn your volume down. Brock Stewart on the mound gets AL Pitcher of the Month. With 12 relief appearances, 7 saves, 2.25 ERA. How does that not go to Manaply? I don't know how that doesn't go to Manaply. Best hurler in the National League, Jameson Taillon. 1.74 ERA in 6 starts. Rookie Johnny Farmello, 280 average in July. And rookie of the NL, Manuel Castro, 25-year-old. I don't know. He just doesn't look that great, but whatever. What do I know? Any waivers? Oh, we got some waivers. They're interesting waivers. I'll look at that in a sec. That just started, or it's starting now. 100-win season, here we come. For those who weren't here, Aaron Judge is out of the season after he fell off a truck. That's true. And Chris Sale is also out of the season. So the Yankees are hurting right now. All right, we're back. Ad just started. Thanks for watching, everyone. CyberSave, thanks again for the 47 months. I appreciate the sub. You're very kind. And I'll be right back. I have no idea what music is playing. So just pretend like you didn't hear that. Tunic, why not? Hi. What is this Funkalicious soundtrack? I don't know. The last one I was listening to was Omega Strikers. I don't know what the last song was, though. Is 100 wins typical in an MLB season? It's, if by typical you mean average, then absolutely not. Is it uncommon for one team to be a 100 win team? No. But it's usually like 100-win season is considered a big achievement. There are plenty of playoff teams that'll be like 85 to 90 something wins teams, and they'll still make the playoffs. Chat, what's WOBA? WOBA is weighted on base average. The weighted part is that normally on base doesn't care whether it's a single, double, triple, whatever, but weighted does care what the type of method you use to get on base. So it's like not all hits are created equally. And there's a mathematical equation that goes into it, like all those stats that I do not know off the top of my head. I don't really use WOBA that much, but I probably should use it more. I don't value it as highly as maybe some do. I prefer OPS, and which, you know, they do have some overlap. Because in my brain, not making an out is the most important thing, and if you have a bunch of people that consistently don't make outs, then you will be productive. But I understand the value of WOBA. But yeah, our starter ERA, our bullpen ERA runs against is crazy. Our defense is also goated. The errors, we're decent enough, not making too many errors. Player development update. Good morning, Etov. Compiled a scouting report published since Thursday, July 1st. So notable changes in player development according to the scout. Current stuff of Bobby Miller drops from 50 to 45. Current velo drops by 1 mile per hour. Overall rating drops by 5. Well, that's not what I want to hear. Bobby, no. You're supposed to be a 60 overall. I'm not I wonder if this is a situation in which the scout doesn't really know what he's talking about. He's got a 2.68 ERA in the season. He's like leading the league. Or was leading the league. How often does current year out of the park go on sale? Around the All-Star break is usually when it happens. Though I don't know if it for sure happens every year. But it usually goes on sale around All-Star break, is what I heard. He's not that good at scouting the majors. That's true. He's still excellent, though. So... I'm trying to look. What version? I'm playing 26 right now. So I think when it's gone on discount in the past, it's gone on a 50% discount in previous years. Asianist Gaming. So it looks like last year for 2025, or Out of the Park 25 went on sale May 1st last year for 30% off, and then June 27th for 50% off. And then it didn't go below 50% until December. So I don't know what would happen this year. But just FYI. But yeah, very good. Highly recommend wish listing it and picking it up. I just can't wait. I gotta get it now. But yeah, I think Bobby Miller is better than this. He could still be a 55, which would put him above most other pitchers, starting pitchers in baseball. If we get his stamina up as well. which is what we're going to try and work on this offseason. So I want to see what that does. Burrito, potential power drops to 45. Potential eye drops to 55. He's still good. Why is it always bad news? Antonio Velez, don't know who that is. Bobby Dalbeck, don't know. Drew Messer, potential control drops. That's going to keep happening with our new guys, which I want to check on. But it didn't drop much. Braden Holcomb, potential contact improves, potential power rating drops, current gap rating improves. Roger Lucan, current stuff improves, potential stuff improves. Potential movement down, potential control way down. Current stamina improves. Oh, cool. Oh, damn, look at the control potential. I knew he was gonna drop. He was like our 5th round pick. I wasn't expecting him to be a god. 60 would be a god still, but we'll see how long this takes before it drops. We need to get these guys in rookie ball. Antonio Del Baz, current stamina drops to 40? Bro. His potential has dropped from an 80 to a 65 so quickly. How are you going to drop to 40 stamina as a starter? Potential rating drops from 75 to 65. Alex Lopez, current contact rating improves, potential drops, potential eye drops to a 25. It says 30 there. Bill LaChance drops to a 55. Okay. Yeah, none of these guys. Oscar Castro was our 4th round pick. Potential contact drops 10. Current power drops. Current eye rating drops. Current speed improves. Current defense improves. Potential rating drops. Okay, everybody drop. Everybody down. Happens every single time. That's baseball. That's baseball. I usually get Football Manager every few years as soon as it releases rather than waiting on sale, so I get not wanting to wait. Just haven't played since like playing 3 hours for Out of the Park 18, so I'm a little wary of playing full price, even though I'm sure that I'll enjoy. Yeah. I think that's fair. I've been playing Out of the Park for the first time today. I've played a ton of Football Manager and know enough about baseball to have a sense of what I'm in for. But what I wasn't ready for is just how much work it is to build a minor league system from scratch when you make an expansion team. Yes. See, like, I might have screwed Chad up by being like, hey, do an expansion team. It's really fun. And then the thing, though, Shelmello, is it's not too bad if you just kind of, there's a couple pages that are useful. Well, I don't really actually have the link right now, but what I do is figure out the age requirement for each minor league team. There's also the issue of the service limits, which I think is in by default, but I'm trying to remember, chat. What did we change? We always do this every single time. We went to like league settings. And then you go to each league, go to rules, and I change the active roster size for each league. And there's a thread that I bookmarked, I think, that has like the info. Okay, so this thread right here, Shalmello, the top comment on this thread is what I used to change the rules in my minor league systems so that they would have roster size limits so that the rosters wouldn't balloon to like 50 players. And that'll cut it for every other team as well. So if you're already in the middle of like a season by chance, it might create some chaos on waivers for a couple days before it evens itself out because they'll cut a ton of players until they follow the rules. But as far as like filling in your team, it's a little bit easier because like the way that you change what league you're changing the rules for is this little thing right here. Actually, you can't see. This guy right here. It's like when you go to league rules, you have to change it for each league. So like rookie league is supposed to be like 35 players. A ball, you have to change each A ball as well to 32, each high A to 32, each double A to 32, and triple A to 32. That way there's a 32 player roster size. But then once you've got the roster size set for every single of the major league things, then if you go to your lineups and you need to fill out your minor league teams, the best way to do that is to go to the free agents page and create a filter. So if you create a filter, I created one called Fill Farm. So that, well, hold on. So that filter has like a checkbox for pro years because there's a service limit on each of the minor leagues. So like AAA players can have been in the league for as long as they want. But then when you go down leagues, you can't be like a 7-year veteran playing rookie ball because that's not fair to the rookies. So they have like a service limit on each league that you can see in the rules page that I was just in. So if you're trying to get dudes for like a certain league, I can set this to like, okay, I want less than 3 years pro service time to put them into like double A or single A or whatever. And then I can change like work ethic is not low, baseball IQ is not low, personality is not disruptive, personality is not selfish, personality is not unmotivated. Okay, so every single player here, I usually just go to like the minor leagues in my organization and I say like, okay, so if I look in double A, what level are guys in double A? They seem to be around 35 overall. So I'm just gonna go here and find dudes who are around 35 overall and just go boom, 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 boom. There's a bunch of relievers. Boom, 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 boom. That's a bunch of relievers. Okay, now I want batters and well, I don't change that. But yeah, I'd like scroll down, find the position players, and then just once you check all the boxes, you just right click and you can offer them all a minor league contract in mass and fill up your farms that way and then organize it later. So you can just have like a filter here that you can change the service limits for. Just don't forget to save the filter or clear it so you don't accidentally leave it on when you're trying to look at other people. But yeah, you can just like click the bubble for everybody and then right click, and whatever you click, it'll mass invite. So that makes it go way faster. So anyway, hopefully that helps. It'll take a while to get to your spring training, but hopefully you have fun along the way. And the real fun part is what we're gonna do now. Once you start getting going, you actually start to have cool dudes in your minor league system. So like here are all the guys that we've got so far and where they're playing right now. So some of them we haven't made an offer to. So now that we're done trading, actually, that's a great point. Now that we're done trading and the money that we have is the money we have $3.39 million left in total available cash. I'm gonna go finish negotiating with the draftees because they're waiting on their demands to be filled, our 7th, 8th, and 12th round picks. I don't think necessarily that the 12th round pick is gonna be worth 700k. But also I may as well spend that money because I don't think we're gonna need it for anything else. So here you go, Travis Fair wants 700k to be a catcher in our system. Set to demand, submit the offer. There you go. Isaiah Harris, 700k. There you go, since we have the extra money. And then Luke Peters probably doesn't deserve 750k. But it is what it is. Excuse me. There you go. What does the vision stat do? Is it a modifier for the other stats? The vision stat? Like eye? Do you mean eye? Dr. Gnome? How are Augustine? We'll take a look at Augustine's check in just a second. Just trying to help out some confused chatters. But yeah, if you guys have questions, feel free to ask, and if I know the answer for your own games. I is how often they can take walks. So that's them watching ball 3, watching ball 4, and not swinging at the pitches outside the zone. And then laying off in order to try and take a walk. So BABIP and avoid Ks are both factors of contact. So both BABIP and avoid Ks combine to equal contact. So these are sort of indented to indicate that. So avoid K is how often a player, when swinging at a pitch, is going to make contact with it and put it in play, and therefore not strike out. BABIP is how often that contact is going to manifest as a hit as opposed to an easy out, or like a pop-up, or like a grounder, or what have you. Gap power is how often that like avoid K, high avoid K with high BABIP and high gap power means you're going to hit a lot of doubles, and if you're fast, you're going to hit some more triples. Whereas power is exclusively the home run stat. Power does not have anything to do with doubles or triples. That's hitting it out of the park. No pun intended. Similarly, speed does actually not have any impact on your outfielder's range, which is interesting and sort of counterintuitive, but that's just how it works. So like if I have an outfielder such as Conticello, maybe not the best example, such as Brennan. All my guys are pretty fast, so I don't really have a great example. Maybe Brito. No, he's fast too. But anyway, so Brito has 65 speed, which is really fast. However, his range is not affected by his speed and vice versa. Range is like how much ground they cover in their defensive position. So like you could have a guy that has crazy range but slow speed, and the range is the only important factor for defense there in terms of like covering a lot of ground and not letting fly balls find grass in the outfield, for example. Just like you could have a guy with 80 speed but 20 stealing ability, and even though he's fast, he's going to get thrown out a lot of the times. Or you could have a guy who's got 80 stealing ability but like 45 or 50 speed. He's just really good at stealing, but he's not particularly fast. But speed and maybe base running will have an effect on him trying to take extra bases and stretch like a single into a double, whether he gets thrown out doing that, for example. Or if you're bunting for a hit, your ability to bunt successfully for a hit might need good speed to convert that into an actual hit, because you just bunt it to put it in play, but the speed is what actually gets you down the base paths. So some of them are kind of related and some of them are independent. Like if you have great range, but no aptitude at a position, your defense will still be bad. Like if you have 0 aptitude, but like high range, you'll still suck, for example. So it's complicated, and you kind of have to just like play around with it to figure out how it all works together. Anywho's, my farm system we're gonna have to move. We just sent an offer to everyone except Banuelos because he wants like $1 million. So I said, forget about him. And then Braden Holcomb hitting 238 in high A. I'm just gonna leave him there. Travis Fair has not signed a contract yet. Okay, I meant to click on Luke Stevenson. He's hitting 258 in high A. I'm just gonna leave him there. I kind of check on these guys once a month in game or so. No mouse over text. I would recommend, at the very least, they have a very detailed documentation. For example, you may find this glossary helpful, or if you're a VOD watcher and you can't see chat, just Google out of the park glossary. And they do have a online manual that has most information back to 24, but the info for like 22, 23, 24 is still relevant for the new game. So just a FYI. Like a lot of that old info is still the same. Rip Manny Longoria, we traded him. Removed from the farm system core shortlist. He's gone. He was part of the trade for Yainer Diaz. We gave up Jace Young. We gave up Santos, who, by the way, just increased to a 55 potential starting pitcher. Rip. To try to win it all this year. All right, so we got Mario Barbosa. I'm gonna move the guys over from Dominican Rookie League to regular rookie ball. And if they're 17, maybe I hold off. If they're 18, I think that they just go. So good luck with that, Mario. Oscar Castro out with a fractured finger. 1 day left. I'm allergic to fracturing my finger. You're ready. So the way that you can tell if somebody's ready to be moved to a different spot, you change the ratings relative to that league. Just make sure you change it back when you're done, or else it won't change back for you and you'll think everyone on your team is a god. But generally speaking, if they're like 18 or older, going to rookie ball is fine. And just trial by fire. However, even though this says a 35, what I'm looking for is like 40 to 40, like 45 in each stat, which Oscar has. He's got good 45 eye, 40 power, 45 BABIP, 50 avoid K, 50 gap power, 45 contact. Like those are all fine. So he's ready to go to rookie ball. Oh yeah, okay. Once he comes off the IL in 1 day, he can go to rookie ball. And like Jared Dobbins is 19, right? He's not getting any younger. He ain't getting any younger. He's not like a huge potential guy anyways. So we're not really expecting much, but he has high work ethic, high baseball IQ. He was a 10th round pick. Just go ahead. You're going over, man. Bill LaChance, 18 years old, was hitting 296 in the Dominican Rookie League, has 45s across the board here. He's ready. Alex Lopez, 45 contact, 40 BABIP, 45 power. He'll at least get some hits. He was hitting 313 in the Dominican League. I changed my Dominican League rules before somebody asks, so that international players could play in it. All right, David Rodriguez. See, this guy's only 17 and he's really not developed here, so I'm just gonna leave him. He was an international free agent signing, so I'm just gonna leave him where he is. He got some play time. I'm trying to see if he goes back to your international complex. I don't think he does. But I don't know. Would you guys send this dude, David Rodriguez? Or we'll let him, I think letting him wait until he's 18 makes a little more sense. Jeremy Schaefer, 45, 40, 45, 40, 40. He's probably ready to go. And he's 18. Oh wait, no. That was relative to the other league. You go anyway. Good luck, Jeremy Schaefer. What are we doing with Ortiz since he's not working out? I mean, he just hit a homer in the last game, so I don't think 35 at bats is enough to tell whether a guy's working out or not. I think 80 to 100 at bats is a much better sample size. So he's just going to get some more consistent at bats to find out. But he just hit a homer in the last game, so good for him. All right, then the pitchers. Luke Peters, 18. He's a 45 overall relative to rookie ball, but he has low control and bad stuff. So I'm trying to figure whether he's worth shipping over. High financial ambition, low leader, low loyalty. How much does that even have to play? How much does rookie ball even have left? Oh, they're done. Okay, so they're like done. So what I'm doing right now doesn't matter. Unless they're ready for A ball. Yeah, okay, so what I'm doing right now doesn't matter. Unless you're like Tegan Kane and you're in like the higher levels. Or like Hosky. Hosky's out for 4 months. Del Bosque was in the rookie league, Dominican Rookie League. He had a 1.9 ERA. He's got a 40 relative to A-ball. He'd probably struggle in A-ball. So I'm going to leave him. I think I'm going to leave him till next year. Lukens. I don't think Lukens is ready. Augustine. Here's how Augustine's doing. He's got a 6.75 ERA. He just got blown up for 6 earned on his last start, 4 innings. But I think he'll bounce back, so I'm just going to leave him in there because he's got good enough stuff and control. He's straight out of high school. But this was our first pick, first round, first overall 2027. So he got tattooed for 6 runs in his 3rd outing, but I think he'll be fine. So I'm just going to let him keep going. Very excited about him. 80 potential relative to MLB. Garrity's in A ball as well, 4.42 ERA. 109 pitches in 4 innings. Yeah, what's really annoying is the AI manager will pitch your guy till his freaking arm comes off, and I don't know how to stop it. I guess he does have 65 stamina, but I'd have to go in and like set a pitch count for him, which is going to be, I think, like 100 pitches is already a lot, but 65 stamina. He's like a high schooler though. I would say like 95. I set Del Bosque to 75 pitch count. Who else did we draft this year? Messer, the closer. He's got a 1.69 ERA and 5 1/3 innings pitched. Crazy fastball. Oshel is injured 3 to 4 weeks. Everyone looks pretty good here. We held on to DeCaro. DeCaro is the closest one to being major league ready. In Double-A, he's got a 1.62 ERA. He was my first round pick last year. Okay. Anyway, yeah, they all look like they're in a good spot, I think, still. Like DeCaro relative to Double-A is still good, pitching well. Everything looks solid. So let's move on. We've got a decision or two to make here, because we got some dudes up for waivers. Not paying 13 mil for Joe Jimenez. Jose A. Ferrer is going to be a free agent after this season. And Angel Felipe, he's also a free agent after this season. The extreme ground baller. He's got an insane sinker, slider, and changeup. His numbers aren't especially good, but they've had him try and start 22 games. So I feel like that's where the issues are arising. As a reliever, he's got a 3.71 ERA, 1.12 whip, 10.1 strikeout per 9, 0.3 home runs per 9, and 4.4 walks per 9. So the control is a little bit of an issue, but he's throwing fire, 100 miles an hour. I don't know. This dude might be worth claiming if we've got the money. Downside is he's out of option years, and I don't know who he's going to replace. I mean, we could just... How much money do I have left? 1.2 mil, so this would be... I think we claim him anyway. All right, I'll take him. Back to Toronto. I'm going to sim some of these games. Bowden Francis. He's a righty that pitches equally to righties and lefties, but he lets more base runners on who are lefty, which is good for us. I think everyone's rested, and I'm just going to use my default lineup. Arenamo had a nice game yesterday. But who's pitching? Steven Matz. He's been great. Everybody's available. Spores, Weaver, Diaz, Bizardo, Aiken. All right, finish today. We should be like ready to go. Win versus Toronto 6-5. Close one. I wonder who gave up the runs. Runners on first and second. Not Jorge. Yeah, it's Jorge Soler. Mats gives up an RBI single in the second. Safe. Jorge Soler single. And then Jace Borafen up the middle as well. So did he walk some dudes? Because they only have one hit, but like a bunch of base runners. So another RBI single. They score 2, and then he gets out of it. Freeman reaches second for us. Matos reaches first. Cooper Pratt up in the bottom of the second. And toward the gap and right. Almost sliding catch. Instead it goes back to the wall. Gets it back in. Pratt almost thinks about 3. He advances 90 feet. Safe at third. 2 RBI double by Pratt that he stretches an extra 90 feet. Okay, I see you. We scored another one in the third inning that we didn't see here. Shortstop bobbles it. Oh, man. Pratt bobbles it. That'll be an error. Instead of the double play. Feels bad. Makes Mats have to work harder. Third baseman. Chance to turn 2 to second. Fielder's choice. They only get the 1 out. So the error doesn't come back around. Pop fly. Freeman's got that one. Okay. Fast forward to the bottom of the 6th. Tyler Freeman up. And that one's gone. Freeman has been crazy this season. I was right to keep him and work on him in the offseason, I think. 394-foot solo jack. Dude, 4-2. And Alexis Diaz out in the 7th in relief. So Matt's made it 6 innings of 2-run ball. They walk Kasevich. Swinging bunt. Safe. He goes for second. Why would you go for second instead of first there, you dingus? And then walk the bases loaded. So a combination of Aiken and Yiner Diaz just making some dumb moves. Infield playing in, nobody out, bases loaded. Davis Schneider, 2 strikes. Ball gets away. Oh my God, it's getting worse. Run scores on the wild pitch. Aiken can't get it together, and then he gives up a ball in the gap. Aiken, please, man. Manager, what are you doing? Carpenter hits the cutoff man. The Blue Jays score 2. So it's 5-4. They took the lead. And then bottom of the 7th, Robert Jr. on first. Kerry Carpenter at the dish. And he yanks it to deep left. Scoots over the wall. 2-run Kerry Carpenter opposite field homer to go up 6-5. Let's go, boys. Kerry Carpenter on the team is the hero. Weaver out in the 8th. Base is empty. Gives up the leadoff single. Classic Luke Weaver things. Weaver versus Jorge Soler, who had the hit earlier. Third baseman makes the play. Jazz got it out number 1. Runner moves up. Will Wagner at the dish. Gets the strikeout swinging with the cutter. And then Jace Barofin pops it up. Robert Jr. got a long way to run. Out number 3. Okay. No runs on 1 hit. Bizzardo! He's here! Edward Bizzardo with his first save opportunity. We know that we won the game already, but I'm still excited to see him. Edmund Sosa. He gets a 2-pitch fly out to left in the shift. Shallow center for Carpenter to make the catch. And then Davis Schneider, full count. Playing deep in the hole. Freeman has it at second. Or past right of second. And then Vladdy Guerrero Jr. versus Bizzardo. Soft grounder. Pratt, big throw. Nice play, man. Pratt got that range. So first save opportunity converted for the new closer, Bizzardo. Let's go, boys. Feels good, man. Bizzardo picks up his 33rd save of the season, first with the Invaders. All right, so overall, it was a bit rocky, but I like it. Kerry Carpenter left his imprint on the 6-5 Vegas win against the Blue Jays. Carpenter, who finished 4th in the AL in slugging last year at .516, went 2 for 4 with a home run and a double. He scored 2 times and drove in 2. Edward Bizzardo was called on to finish, recording his first save. Carpenter had a game-changing homer in the bottom of the 7th. Banged a 2-run homer to left off Wickelman Gonzalez. 28th homer of the year for him. 28th homer of the year. And the year ain't over. He's on pace to hit 38 homers. Good God. He's a monster. We lose a lot more games without Kerry Carpenter. So Matt's made it 5 innings of 2-run ball. Diaz got the hold, but gave up 1 run. Then Aiken came in, blew the save, 2 runs, no outs recorded. Spores came in, and he has mild abdominal strain day-to-day, 3 days. Okay. And then Weaver, 1 2/3 innings of 1 hit ball, and then Bizardo, a clean 9th inning. You love to see it. All right, nice use of the bullpen despite some rockiness. Pratt with that double, Carpenter with the double, Freeman home run, Carpenter home run. You love it. Luis Robert Jr. with 2 hits. Tyler Freeman with 2 hits. He's going actually pretty crazy. Hitting 282 on the season. That BABIP may be higher than we realize. I'm going to ask for a scouting report on him and maybe the rest of the team. Just to try to get some update. We don't even have updated accuracy on Diaz. They have like average accuracy. And then updated scouting. You do have to update them from time to time. It doesn't hurt. Luke Peters has just informed you he was convinced by your offer. He has joined your organization and can be found in the DFA area. Okay, what up, dude? I don't think you're ready for A-ball this year with 35 stuff, 35 control. So we'll hold you until next year at this point, bud. Rookie League seems more your speed next year. Team power rankings, Invaders back on top. Let's go. Dodgers, then Rangers. How we doing in the standings? We've won 9 of our last 10, and we're still only 1 game ahead of the Rangers, who are on a 2-game win streak as well. What a stupid division. I guess the Braves and the Nationals are duking it out too. The Rangers got that huge new bat. Yeah, they picked up Adley Rutschman, which I'm jealous of, to be honest. Though Rutschman was only hitting .210 with the Orioles this year for some reason. Maybe he'll hit better as a Ranger, I don't know. We've definitely got a more consistent starting rotation than they do. And apparently our bullpen is much better. Their bullpen is a little dubious, but that's realistic. But it's neck and neck, dude. They caught us somehow. All right, Trey Yesavage, best by skill pitcher, 24-year-old on the Blue Jays. 25 starts, 3.62 ERA, 1.1 WHIP. He's pretty great versus lefties and righties, to be honest, so. Who's pitching for us? Dustin May. He had 7 innings of shutout ball last time out, 3.73 ERA. I think I'm going to give Ortiz the day off at DH, get Conicello in there. And then maybe give Pratt the day off. He's got a double in both of his last 2 games, which is nice. The OPS is climbing. But I don't think it's a bad thing to just get Aaron... Oh, I don't want him to be permanently. Whoops. Just today. Get Arenamo the start in short. Give the shortstop a day off. Burrito's he's still been doing really good up there in the 2 spot. All right, we can take him. Bullpen wise, we got Bender, Bizzardo. Bullpen's a little tired actually, but some arms available. All right, send it. We got the sweep. 10-1. 10-1. Las Vegas third baseman Jazz Chisholm Jr. played a vital role in the team's 10-1 conquest of Toronto. He went 2 for 3 with a home run, a triple, and a walk. He just missed the cycle, dude. He drove in 4 runs. He got the 2 hardest ones, the homer and the triple. He drove in 4 and scored once for Vegas. Dustin May earned the win. Trey Yesavage, who leads the AL in quality starts with 16, took the loss. We scored 5 on Trey Yesavage in the first. Boom, baby. Las Vegas is now 70. We're getting hot again. The Bats, they were inspired by the trades, man. They're like, yes, they want to win. We can do this. Yainer Diaz helped his team take an early lead with a 2-run single. It came in the first inning to make the score 2-0 Invaders. I always go out there hoping to contribute, said Diaz. Let's go, Yainer. Instantly making an impact with the 3-run homer. And then nice little 2-run single just in his 3rd game. He's already got 5 RBI with the team in 3 games. 14 hits for the good guys. Jazz 2 for 3 with a walk. Brito 1 for 4 with a walk. Robert Jr. 1 for 3 with a walk. You love the patience. Kerry Carpenter 1 for 4 with the walk. Yainer Diaz 1 for 4 with a walk. 2 RBI. Freeman 3 for 5 with a ribby. Freeman is off the charts right now. He's loving it. He's having a great time, man. Morale's wonderful. Conticello 1 for 4 with 2 ribbies as the DH and a walk. Matos 1 for 4. Arenamo 3 for 5 off the bench today with an RBI. Bam. Up and down the lineup. I don't trust Freeman's scouting. I don't either. He seems like, but also he was that. Look at his last year to this year numbers, Helix. He only needs 80 more at bats to have a similar sample size. 213 to 287, 281 to 359 on base percentage. He's slugging from 292 to 421. OPS up to 780. 3.1 WAR. He's on pace for a 4.2 WAR season. Arbitration eligible in the offseason. If you try to extend them, he wants $6 million next year. I don't know if he's just having the best year of his life. But yeah, he's going to want $10 million a year from free agency. So I don't know. It's too hard to pay everyone, man. It's crazy. Like you can build the homegrown team and then they all need a ton of money. Or they leave. And then you have to try and replace them again. Freeman triple, his 22nd of the season. Jazz has a triple in the homer. 12. That was we scored 10 with 12 left on base. They hit Luis Robert Jr. with another pitch. May went 7 1/3 innings of 1-run ball to bring the ERA down to 3.57. Alexis Diaz with a 2-hit close out of the game. That gives the bullpen a lot of rest for the next series against Kansas City. Player of the game, Jazz Chisholm Jr., 4 RBI a day. 3-game series on the road against the Royals kicking off today. There's 60 wins and 60 losses, second in the Central Division. They're 12th in the American League in runs scored, third in batting average, 11th in starter ERA, and 14th in bullpen ERA. Our pitchers have been playing lights out, yeah. You're right. We think Matos is a 50, not a 45, after getting an updated scouting report on him, which is very interesting. We think his power drops, but his overall rating improves. I'm curious why the overall improves without anything actually improving. We think his BABIP and his eye are better than his scouting report. We think Arenamo is a 45 out of 50. That seems about right. His BABIP has been going up. If he could fix his eye, that'd be great. Will Brennan, we think is a 50, which is pretty consistent, but we think his contact potential has gone up since September last year. Edward Bizardo. His repertoire features one of the best curveballs in baseball, a decent fastball, a decent sinker, and a splitter that won't fool too many. He should be effective at limiting home runs, but his stuff is just decent and may still get beat. Well, he's done good so far in one outing. Rafael Marchand, we think is still a 45. But yeah, just getting like updates on everyone. Kang targets Ortiz. Still got the power. Just has to get adapted. League news. Injury update. Yordan Alvarez will have to wait a while longer. He'll miss 6 weeks with a strained groin muscle. I said stroined both times. Stroined. They stroined him. Robert Jr., Jazz, and Juan Brito need a day off. Against Cole Reagans, when everyone needs a day off at the same time. Cole Reagans not had a great year so far. Maybe it's a good day to give Yiner a day off too. Put Marchand in. Who's pitching? Woodruff. Fastball, slider, curveball, changeup. He's got a lot of breaking stuff, so maybe blocking is good anyways. Okay, and then Freeman can play center. Brito, Jazz. Okay, Brito. Man, it's our lefty lineups. I guess Arenamo plays third. He's been hitting the ball well anyway. Who else can play second? We don't really have enough like defenders. Okay, we might have to put someone else in the outfield. It might have to be Freeman at second, Arenamo at third, Pratt at shortstop, and then someone else in center field. I guess Matos is good enough to play center for sure. Someone else can DH. Okay, what position am I missing? First base? We could have Yiner Diaz DH. That actually is a great idea. Diaz DH, Conicello at first. Okay. Oh, the ad just started. Damn. Snuck up on me. I thought I snoozed it. But it kind of snuck up on me. Freeman lead off, then Cooper Pratt, Kerry Carpenter, Yiner Diaz. Matos. Conicello. Aronamo, Brennan, Marchand. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be a weird, that's a funky lineup. I don't expect to win, but it is what it is. All right, while the ad is still going for 2 minutes, take a quick bathroom break. BRB, we're winning freaking games. In fact, we've almost won the last 10 in a row. I don't know what we have to do to get distance between these two here. There we go. All right, we're back. 1 sec. Schroined grain muscle. Schroined grain muscles. Hello, late night, almost yup time chat. What you up to? What you got going on? What are you guys gaming on? I'm sad that I traded one of my prospects, but also Edward Bizzardo has a bad relationship with the rest of the team. Oh no. We got rid of Indy, who had a bad relationship, and now Bizardo. I guess I could have predicted that he would be. It is what it is. They're still ecstatic. Out of the park, season 3 of my Mariner save. Nice, Thornathus. Starting up my second run of Stellaris. Reworking my minor league system. Classic. Late night work and chill. JRPG romance. Some Nordhold updates. I'm trying to decide, but it's getting late. That's how it always goes. I was failing it out of the park. Drive to the pennant. I haven't even tried that game mode. I don't even know how it works. Finally getting my team out of the mid-season slump. Getting out of the park. Out for a walk while I think about my team's woes. When I'm super obsessed with out of the park, I do start dreaming about, like, I go to bed thinking about what roster move I want to make. It's super addicting. I just finished a 63 and 99 dud season, blowing up the team. That's kind of fun in its own way too, because you get to make broad stroke sweeping changes, plus hopefully get a great draft pick. Playing as Canada in Civ 6. I love Civ 6. I finished my first season of my Vancouver expansion team. Yeah, expansion team is super fun. You manage win-lose situations and manage all the rosters and lineups. That's cool. So you get to be like the manager in the build-up to try to get the World Series. Schedule 1, you need anything? Yeah, I'm gonna need all your money. You work for me now. I'm the kingpin around here. Okay, what all do we even have that we can do? The dude who just joined us needs to have his development set correct. I think this is fine actually. Though I don't know if I would not do, I don't know if I would do this. Like, your fastball needs to be developed, brother. But yeah, working on that changeup I think is good. All right, this game I don't expect to go well. But what's nice about being post All-Star break is you pretty much just play games. Also, we're still selling out at $35 a ticket, so that's great. I expect to lose against Reagan's with this funky lineup, but maybe pitching will hold it down. Freeman leadoff, Pratt, Kerry Carpenter, Yainer Diaz, Luis Matos, Gavin Conicello, Arenamo, Brennan, and Marchand. We got Diaz as a DH, letting Marchand catch. Send it. Win in extras. Yes! Brandon Woodruff is out for 2 weeks. No! He suffered a day-to-day injury, mild shoulder strain, moderate recovery expected to take 2 weeks. Okay, where is he? Not great. That's an injured list, in my opinion, to get another pitcher in here. I haven't had an injury all season. We were due for something. He only made it 1 inning? Oh no, what does our bullpen look like? And we still won? I guess I could just watch. They kept it 0-0. Bender in the 3rd. Our bullpen's gonna be exploded after today. Carlos Rodriguez and Drew Waters on, facing Bobby Witt Jr. Deep center field, too deep, not out of here, off the wall. Luis Robert Jr. races to get there. Get him out at third. He's safe at third. They score 2 on the Bobby Witt Jr. double that he stretched into a third base. So they take a 2-0, 0-2 lead, whatever, 2-0. Arenamo at the dish, or sorry, on first for Freeman on leadoff. Hard hit, diving, keeps it on the infield. First and second, 2 outs for Cooper Pratt, who mashes left-handed pitching for some reason. And that's scooped into left. Nice RBI single. They get the ball in. Going first to third is Freeman. Pratt with the RBI single. And that passes it over to Kerry Carpenter, who's been on fire lately. And that one lined sharply to right. Damn, unlucky. Still got a run back, though. Top of the 6th, Conicello getting the start at first today. Takes a ball outside. Slider misses. Matos goes to second. Don't know how he reached. Stole third or something. Runners at the corners for Arenamo. Up the middle, Arenamo has been clutch lately. So ties the game on the RBI single by Arenamo. And now Will Brennan up. Brennan into left. Hangs up too high. Out number 2. Rafael Marchand with the full count. Out number 3. But we tie it. All right, top of the 7th. We didn't even get to see their at-bats. Kerry Carpenter up against Mark Leiter Jr. Later. Into the gap and right with 2 outs. 2-out double. Kerry Carpenter keeps going crazy. He wants to win, man. He wants to freaking win this year. Yainer Diaz DHing. Slow roller to short. Out number 3. 2 runs on 7 hits is not ideal. Uribe versus Lamont Wade Jr. This is a bullpen game. Our bullpen is going to be slammed. Luckily, we had like a lot of arms up in the bullpen because I think the last game was like 7 innings from the starter. Uribe gets the strike 3. He went around. Out number 1. Pops it up on the infield. Out number 2, and then Carlos Rodriguez hitting 250 on the season. Gets that one down for a 2-out single. And now Drew Waters 2 on, 2 out. Luis Robert Jr. slides. Oh, sorry, it's Matos. Matos makes a nice slide. And saves a run. Nice defense. All right.
Look who it is, Chet. It's Colin Snyder on the Royals pitching against us. He's here after we traded him. And now he's facing his own team, starting with Conticello. And he walks Conticello with 1 out. He's made an appearance. Snyder versus Arenamo. And Arenamo scoops this one to center, pretty deep, but it's playable. Tagging up is Conticello. So he'll make it over to third with 2 outs for Will Brennan. And he dribbles it back to the mound. Wait, Snyder, you're not allowed to get us out. How come you only give up runs to the other team? He actually succeeded. Uribe back up to face Jesse Winker. There's already 2 outs in the inning, so he must have done something right. Gets the strike 3 there. 1, 2, 3. Tied at 2. Marchand into center. Out number 1 in the 9th. Snyder is back out to face Pratt. Line out number 3.
Damn, Snyder actually got us. He's supposed to be a double agent. I know. Keegan Aiken, full count on Kyle Isbell. Strike 3, got him. Ryan O'Keefe, 8-hole hitter. Strike 3 called for the 3rd time today. Brian O'Keefe strikes out. Go to the extra innings. Aiken held it down. Kerry Carpenter up to bat with Pratt as the ghost runner. And Carpenter in extras goes yard. Pulls it to right. 2-run bomb. His 29th homer of the season. 369 feet to right. Vegas up 4-2. What a gamer. And then a little single from Diaz. 100th hit of the season for Diaz, but not that many for us. All right, we didn't do anything with that. Bizzardo out to try to shut the door in extras to keep the 2-run lead. Full count. Walks. The first batter he sees. Ghost runner still at second. 2-on for Rodriguez. Double play in order. Gets the swing and miss on Carlos Rodriguez. 1 out. Hit the pretty deep center field, shy of the warning track. And Matos has it in deep center. Out number 2. Last chance in the 10th inning. Bobby Witt Jr. And he strikes out Bobby Witt Jr. looking. That's the ball game. Bizzardo is a god? The god trade? The Las Vegas Invaders cut down the Royals by a score of 4-2-10. Much of the credit went to Kerry Carpenter, who went 3 for 5 with a homer and a double, adding 2 RBI and scoring once. Keegan Aiken got the win. Jojo Romero tagged with the loss. Carpenter had a game-changing home run in the top of the 10th. He took a 2-1 slider from Jojo Romero, banged a 2-run homer to right, giving the Invaders a 4-2 lead. 29th homer of the year for Carpenter. Everything is going good for me, he said. Oh boy. Woodruff only made it 1 inning, we know that. Weaver made it 1 1/3. Bender went 2 innings, gave up 2 runs. Mansupply went 1 2/3 scoreless. Uribe went 2 innings scoreless, 2 hit. Aiken went an inning scoreless, and Bizzardo gets the 2nd save as a brand new Invader. Damn, I can't believe we picked him up at the trade deadline. Carpenter carrying the team right now. Pratt with a nice RBI, though. And Arenama with a clutch RBI to get there in the first place. 9 hits. 9 lob. 2 caught stealing. Do I need to turn you guys as like... He doesn't even have a good arm. How'd you get caught stealing? Our base running is atrocious. But yeah, the bullpen's probably pretty tired. Though I have to end the day first. Yeah, they're pretty tired. They're pretty tired. Not ideal. We have a day off. No, we don't. We have to make it through 2 more games before a day off. Aiken has 84% rest, and he's the only one. We might just have to have Spores available to play through his mild abdominal strain. And we also need to call up another pitcher. Who is either going to be Quinn Matthews or Cade Horton. Like, I like Cade Horton. We've already optioned Quinn 3 times. How many times can you option a dude How many times can you option a dude? Because I would prefer having Cade. But he's going to have to go back down once the injured list situation is over. Cade's only been sent down once this season. The low adaptability is a problem. He also gave up 8 earned runs in his last loss, 5 in the one before that, so... I think you can only be optioned 5 times in a single year. Is that still true now? That was 2022. I don't know. Yup Time Chat doesn't know the answer to any question I have. Oh wait, Kapashi does. That confirms what I thought. Okay, that's what I thought. Did you Google it too? I'm just kidding. All right, Quinn Matthews coming back. Having another lefty is good anyways, but we only have like 2 weeks. Welcome back, Quinn Matthews. What do you do about this bullpen situation? I don't think you do anything about it. You just have to, like, Bobby Miller is kind of not the guy you want with his low stamina, right? When the bullpen's already tired? I'm confused on why I shopped the guy and the GM denied the offer when I didn't change anything. Yeah, it does that. The AI is a bit weird with the shopping. It does. They've been doing that to me too. I don't know why. The other thing I could do is have Quinn Matthews available in relief, but then we don't have a 5th starter, which is a problem. We've got Keegan Aiken, Josh Spores, and then some really tired relievers. And if Bobby Miller does what he normally does, then we'll probably be fine. Okay, we still think Spores is a 45. Just scouting everybody. Waiver on Angel Felipe successful. So we can either keep him or trade him. Sorry, we can't trade him. We either keep him or we try and put him through waivers. So, like, he could help us in the pen right now, but I would have to send somebody down, like Uribe. The timing, yeah, we just picked this reliever up on waivers. So, like, I could fill in the pin with him, but the only person I can send down, I think, is Uribe. Which you don't really want to do, because then it gets awkward. But he would help you get through a game. It would activate the last contract year. I don't know, is that a smart play or a dumb play? I think I'm gonna go ahead and use the option here, demote him to AAA Nashville temporarily, just to make a move to save the pin, and then move Felipe onto the active roster. He wasn't good in his last few outings, but he is a fresh arm, 100% rested. So it's hard to tell. As a reliever, he has a 3.71 ERA. He's middle relief for this game. And then if we want to send him now, we can have him clear waivers and then bring your rebate back up. And if someone takes him, then they take him. Carpenter needs a day off, so I'm gonna give it to him. Brennan is gonna play left. Move Yiner up. Ortiz, Freeman's still here. Matos, Brennan, Cooper, Pratt. All right, good luck, boys. Bobby Miller, Angel Felipe off of waivers, picked up from the Angels. Got a crazy slider, sinker, and a good changeup. Control issues, great stuff, good movement. His number, I think he's better than his numbers. And we got Matt Cantorino, 3.7 ERA. He's like a starter, not really a starter. 3 good pitches. And he's just been pretty solid, actually, all year. So good luck. If we win, we sweep again, and we're gods. If we don't win, then it's fine. Not really, but, you know. We won 10-3! The sweeps! They keep rolling! Actually, it's not a sweep. That's win the series. Sorry, there's one more game. A little too excited there. We did just sweep Toronto. We swept Boston. Las Vegas pitcher Bobby Miller did his part helping his team beat the Royals. He kept opposing batters from doing much. Las Vegas record goes up to 76-46, another franchise high. Every win we get is a new franchise high. A clutch at bat from Will Brennan captured the win. He hammered a grand slam home run in the top of the third to put the Invaders ahead. Wow, Kerry Carpenter sits out for one game and Will Brennan hits a grand slam. I just tried to attack the bottom of the zone, said Miller. 11 hits. Jazz Chisholm Jr. 2 for 6 with 2 RBI. Brito 1 for 3 with 2 walks. Robert Jr. 1 for 5. Yiner Diaz 2 for 5 with 2 ribbies. He's already producing. He's already here producing, man. 7 RBIs in a few games with the team. Marchand defensive sub for him late in the game, which I think is fine. Ortiz 2 walks. Freeman 2 for 5. He keeps hitting well. Matos walk. Brennan the grand slam and a walk. Pratt 2 for 5. Pratt has been hitting pretty well recently, considering how good his defense is. A Freeman double, a Robert Jr. double, the Brennan grand slam. Yiner Diaz had a homer, second of the season with the team. Jazz had his 17th homer with the team. 9 left on base. Brito stolen base. Miller, quality start. 6 1/3 innings, 2 runs given up, 5 strikeouts. The new guy, Angel Felipe, who we just brought in, went at 1 1/3 scoreless. Aiken got 2 outs, and Spores got the final 2 outs. Yiner going crazy. He is going crazy. 2 homers in 5 games. 2 multi-hit games. Looking good, boys. Miller is him. He's the ace. He's turning into the ace, that's for sure. One of our players in the minor leagues were suspended for a fight. Hey, look at this. Kang has updated his assessment on Tyler Freeman. Guess who's a 50 overall now? I don't know exactly what changed. That BABIP potential starting to show through. His plus speed makes him a threat to steal 15 bases each year. He's an ultra aggressive approach at the bat. He's above average at second base defensively. He looks like an average MLB starter. I mean, if he could hit 750 OPS each year, that would make him great with the defense that he has at second, to be honest. And he's hit 7 home runs this season for some reason, so he might have some secret power that we don't know about. Cooper Pratt has average defensive value. He's a hitter with league average contact. He's on the bubble for a big league role. I think if he develops, he's going to get way above that with 50 power, 55, or sorry, 50 gap power, 55 power, 50 I is going to make him, with this defense, much better than average. I think Malley's stuff is regressing. I don't know how to fix it. All right, are we pulling away yet? No, we've won 6 in a row. Rangers have won 5 in a row. They're still breathing down my neck, man. Which team is gonna cool off first? What a stupid division. Connor Thomas season came to an end, out of commission. Tyler Freeman, EP. Yainer Diaz, EP. Okay, Marchand is in for catcher. Arenamo in for second base. Just gonna move Luis Robert Jr. up. Kerry Carpenter. Matos. Brito. Brennan Arenamo Marchand. Who's pitching? Tyler Malley is pitching, and we've actually got some arms fresh in the bullpen since we had a great game. They're not fresh, they're just usable. So, I don't know, we might lose this one, because Angel Zerpa, he's getting the start. He's only started 2 games, but in relief, he's had a 2.55 ERA, so I don't know how he's going to go as a starter. And then we have a day off, a very important day off. So, Simmet. We lost. We're fallible. Oh no. It is possible. Bobby Witt Jr. had 4 ribbies helping his team defeat the Invaders. Kansas City occupies second place in the American League Central 61 and 62. They took the lead in the bottom of the 4th with a 3-run homer from Bobby Witt Jr. They played a better game than we did, said Scott Tyler. We only had 5 hits. Kerry Carpenter and Matos had 4 of them and scored our runs. Matos double, Kerry Carpenter double. Malley gave up 5 runs in 5 innings. Just had a not so good game. And Felipe came back out after claiming him off waivers. Scoreless inning. Alexis Diaz, 1 1/3 scoreless, and Spores got 2 outs. So basically just starting pitching plus lack of offense. They scored a run on a Juan Brito error as well. Mario Mejia, one of our prospects, went 5 for 6 against the Boston DSL Red Sox. He had an RBI single in the first. Wait, it just occurred to me. Dominican Rookie League still has games, but the regular Rookie League doesn't. So is there a world in which we just... ship the dudes who I want to be in the regular Rookie League over to the Dominican Rookie League to get some games in? The way that I set up the Dominican Rookie League is really confusing in this. I do regret it, but I don't know how to fix it at this point. Why are there only 31 players on this team? Did we lose a bunch of these guys or something? Did we just lose a bunch of players recently, and that's why they're struggling? Okay, well, maybe they'll get some playtime. Anybody on waivers? Nope. A day of rest? Wow, a day of rest. Hello, mail? Travis Fair has informed you he was convinced by your offer. Hey, that was our 7th round pick. 60 potential right now. We'll get a scouting report on him. Maybe give him some time in the Dominican Rookie League, which he's already in. The Detroit Tigers, 55 wins, 68 losses. Runs scored, they're 16th. Their ERA is 16th, so they're last. Their starters are 9th. Their bullpen is 12th. They've lost 5 times against us and won once. By the way, we've updated Kerry Carpenter to a 60 instead of a 55, so he's even better than we thought. We just did a new scouting report on him. I mean, I could have told you that based on how he's playing, but yeah, right? His OSA rating is like not that much power compared to what we think he's at now, so we think he's even better than he had the potential for. I'd say so. He's already got 29 homers in the season, so he's got the same amount of homers he had last season, but in 166 fewer at-bats, which is crazy. Burrito's pretty similar. Okay, how we doing? They tied it. The Rangers won 6 in a row while we lost 1. Bastards. Bastards. They're technically beating us because they're winning in the season series. How are they going to win 6 in a row, dude? They actually have a series against the Red Sox now, so maybe they actually have a tough series. And then it's the White Sox. DeGrom is too powerful. DeGrom is simply too strong. I love that we had a full day off and our bullpen is still not fully rested, but most of these guys are. I don't know how many at-bats I'm gonna give Ortiz. Emmett Sheehan. 4.13 ERA, fastball, slider, changeup. I want to sim a couple more. He's really good against lefties. Who's pitching for us? It's going to be Steven Matz, who's been really good. Excellent, I would say. Maybe he can do better than Malley did. And I think leave this as is. Jazz, Brito, Luis Robert, Kerry Carpenter, Diaz, Freeman. Send it. Win 9-2. Bam. Kerry Carpenter has been suspended for 5 games. Kerry Carpenter of Las Vegas and Bailey Horn of Detroit have been sanctioned by league officials for causing ruckus at Omnibus Park yesterday. Both players have got 5-game suspensions for instigating a fight and subsequent free-for-all. In the current season, Carpenter has put up a .306 batting average with 29 home runs and batted in and scored 74 runs. This year, Horn has 12 relief appearances with no save and an 8.31 ERA. Bro, who is this guy? Get him out of here, Tigers. Who is this nerd? 8.3 ERA? You guys are not serious bringing this dude from AA to the MLB right now. You brought this guy out to sabotage Carpenter for the rest of the series. Carpenter was 1 for 4. Did he get hit? Did he get hit by a pitch or something? The Nashville high note stopped Jeremy Sirico's sizzling 23-game hit streak with good pitching. Can't believe my guy Carpenter. Does it not show them fighting? I don't think it'll show them. I don't know how to see the... There's a way to see the replay. But I don't know how to do it. I don't think it'll show. So, bottom of the first, Jazz on second, Brito on first, Robert Jr. in play to the gap and right, clutch hitting from the beginning of the game. You love to see it. Like a well-oiled machine, just how I drew it up. Stand-up double. Robert gets a run-scoring double. It's 1-0. We scored 3 runs in the inning. Apparently they were not worth showing. And then Justin Henry Malloy at second. Colt Keith at first. That's going to be down into the corner to score a run. I wish it would show me all run scoring opportunities. Not opportunities, but all runs scored in the highlights. That's what I want to see in the highlights. So 1 RBI, and then Matt's... Look, it's Josh Young. Scooped into center. Has it. Tagging up is Keith. He scores. Okay. Then fast forward to bottom of the 5th. Jazz on second. Robert Jr. at the dish again. 3-1 count. Smoked in the left. So Robert Jr. having himself a game. RBI double. Extend the lead, and we skip to 3 more runs scored, so now it's 7-2. Robert Jr. up again? And it's gone? 2-run homer from Robert Jr.? 17th homer of the season, 415 feet, 9-2 lead. He's going crazy. I don't see the fight. I don't know how to see the fight. And then easy peasy. 9-2 win, dub. Yeah, I don't know where I don't know how to see the fight. Also, Rangers have won 7 in a row, so we didn't even gain a game on them. Bro. So stupid. Like, we could still get to the playoffs via the wild card, but it'd be so much nicer to have the best record and get the bye. Led by Luis Robert Jr., the Vegas Invaders defeated the Tigers 9-2. He went 3 for 5 with a home run and 2 doubles. He scored twice and drove in 4. The win makes Las Vegas 77-47. We can always improve and get better, but we're feeling confident after that win, said Robert Jr. I'd say so. 12 hits in the game. Jazz with a hit and a walk. Brito 4 for 5. Just a casual 4-hit game from Brito. I've been loving Brito in the 2 spot, considering this is his, like... He got AAA time last year. A little bit of MLB time in 2025. He's got tons of utility. I think spring training next year, try to have him play different positions to learn them so he can fill in better. For now, I'm okay with him at first base because it's good defense on top of good hitting, which is really nice. Rarely do you see a first baseman hitting second in the lineup. Robert Jr. 3 for 5 with 4 RBI and the 2 doubles and the homer. Carpenter 1 for 4. Yeah, he must have gotten thrown out like at the end of the game because he had 4 at bats. Must have been on the last AB. I don't know, because Brennan didn't bat. Diaz 1 for 5. Freeman 0 for 4. Ortiz 1 for 4. Trying to get him to actually hit the ball. I might need to send him back down. He might not be ready. Matos 1 for 3, but he also has low adaptability, so I'm just trying to wait it out. If he wakes up, he's going to be huge. Pratt 1 for 4. Pratt had a double. 8 lob. Diaz hit into a double play. Brito and Robert Jr. with 2 out RBIs. Freeman still on base. Matt's made it 4 2/3 innings, 2 earned runs. 90 pitches. Weaver got 2 outs. Aiken with a clean inning. Mantiply with 2 clean innings. He's a god. Mantiply is unstoppable. He's just unstoppable. Player of the game, Luis Robert Jr. You know it. Isaiah Harris was convinced by your offer and has joined your organization. Excellent. Well, well, well. Hello. First baseman, hopefully eventual DH one day. Get a scouting report on you. Now that you're with our organization. Skip running speed altogether. Probably skip defense altogether. You don't look like you're ever going to do anything with defense, to be honest. And then just try and develop max power. I do want some gap power. There we go, something like that. Just no running, no defense, all in on offense. Good luck. He's already on the farm system list. That's good. Alexis Diaz. We think he's a 50. We thought he was a 45 for a bit. He lacks elite stuff, yet has a feel for his pitches that allow him to throw the right ones at the right times. He might not be able to take the closer reins, but he's effective against righties. Yeah, he's got 2.55 ERA. He's been pretty solid. Lights out. Luke Weaver. Yep. Weaver's been pretty good recently. He's bringing the ERA down. Check waivers. All right, and let's finish this series versus Detroit. Jackson Jobe, 6.53 ERA on the season. Seems worse against righties, but giving up more base runners and fewer strikeouts to lefties. Should be winnable. Copium. Ortiz out. Let's get Conticello in at DH. Let's have Matos get a day off. Bring Brennan in. Everything else looks good, bros. Everything else looks good. Who's pitching? Dustin Mayday. He's gone 7 innings in both of his last 2 outings, which is insane. Go, go, Detroit. Win 8-7. Close one. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. One more game for the sweep. Guy needs to be benched for 4 days. Oh, yeah. The Invaders used the hitting of Yiner Diaz to subdue the Tigers 8-7. He went 3 for 4 with a homer and a triple while scoring twice and driving in 4. Vegas pitcher Luke Weaver got the win. Diaz already proving we won the trade. He's got a 333 average so far in 30 at-bats with 3 homers. 1.075 OPS. Already got 0.5 WAR just in 7 games with the team. And he could be even better. Vegas pitcher Luke Weaver got the win. He's 4-1. Drew Summers tagged with the loss. The save goes to Edward Bizardo, his 3rd. Dude, the trades. They're winning. Diaz hit his first triple of the season in the bottom of the 7th. A 2-run triple off of Thomas Zapoki made it 7-6 Vegas. Every win gets us closer to our goal, he said. So pitching-wise, May went only 4 1/3 innings, gave up 6 earned runs. So starters have started to sort of detonate a little bit. But when they're detonating, the relievers are filling in. Felipe actually looking pretty good out here. 3rd appearance without giving up a run off of waivers. Spores in to get an out. I don't know why they only bring Spores in to get like 1 out. Aiken, 2 outs. Weaver, 1 1/3, gave up a run. They'll leave Weaver in to give up runs, but then Spores is just out for 1 out. I don't know. What did I set him as? And then Bizardo gets his save. So really it was just May giving up 6 runs early in the game, and then we just came back. Yiner Diaz with a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 6th. We also scored in the 4th and the 5th. Luis Robert Jr. solo homer. Back-to-back games with homers against Detroit. What a gamer. Conticello double. Off the playing DH today. Fly out Yiner Diaz. Fly out Will Brennan. Single scores the runner by Luis Matos. Nice. And then bottom of the 5th, Juan Brito solo homer. These guys are crazy, man. The offense is awake. Jazz 2 for 5. Brito with the homer. Luis Robert Jr. with the homer. Conticello 2 for 3 with a double. I don't know what music this is. Don't listen to it. Illegal music. Diaz with a 3 for 4 game, 4 RBI. He's a god. Brennan 1 for 4 with an RBI. Matos 1 for 3 with an RBI. Clutch hitting. Pratt hit. Freeman hit. And the bullpen actually shut it down. Kyle Manzardo drills 3 homers in 1 game for Cleveland against the Yankees. Another fight, another suspension. Nelson Velasquez and Cade Cavalli. What's going on? Also, the Rangers finally lost the game and they fell one back. Let's go. They finally lost the game. The Red Sox beat them. Oh man, wait. No, the Rangers won. This is the one they lost. You guys, Boston, you need to win again, brother. I gotta beat Jamie Barria here. Should be very beatable. 4.52 ERA. BABIP is high. Strikeout rate low. Home run rate is whatever. Whip is kind of high. Ugh, and he's bad against lefties, which we should crush. Kerry Carpenter is still freaking suspended. We have to keep winning without him. Hello, male, Keegan Aiken. Scouting my own guys. Bobby Miller. Hey, Bobby Miller's back to his 60 potential. He was wrong. Bobby Miller's numbers kind of going all over the place. I want to extend Bobby Miller this year, I think. Luis Robert Jr. scouting report. We think his power potential came down a little. He's still on pace for like 4.4 WAR by himself. Anthony Bender, 50. That matches up with our expectations. Team power rankings. Vegas Invaders in first, Dodgers second, Rangers third, Marlins fourth, Yankees fifth. Interesting. How about waivers? Nothing. How about ticket sales? Ticket sales look good. Sell a few more tickets. Sawyer Gibson Long, 4.32 ERA. Fastball, curveball, changeup. I want Marchand to get a start. I might just move Diaz to DH and get Marchand to catch. But then we have like a bunch of righties in a row. I haven't really looked at an update to these numbers against the righties split. Because like Conticello's been really good. I might just let Conticello DH and just let Diaz catch. That's safer. It is a lot safer. Also breaks up the righties. Kerry Carpenter is suspended. So I guess Brennan back out and left. Hey yourself. All right, who's pitching? Quinn Matthews had to come up to replace the injured Woodruff, who's out for just like a short amount of time. And then we got plenty of people up here. I think Spores is like the high leverage secondary role, and that's why he keeps coming out to get like one out or something. Because he's got 21 shutdowns and only 4 meltdowns. How's the season going? We're fighting for first place. We're only 1 game ahead of the Rangers, and we keep switching places. We're 78 and 47, so we're actually having an amazing season. If not for these dinguses, we're first in the MLB right now. But we just happen to have the current second place team right behind us fighting for the division. So if nothing else, we've got a pretty good wild card lead over the next few dudes. So if nothing else, we'll probably get a wild card slot. Probably. Not guaranteed, but possibly, probably. And we've been winning, but we have to play the Yankees soon, which would be almost like a playoff preview. So let's see if we win against Sawyer Gibson Long now with this lineup. Our star player is benched for starting a fight. Quinn Matthews getting the start today after 2 outings last time, but then he's got sent down for a bit, but he's back. Lock it in. And we win 5-2. We're gaming right now, Sex. We're gaming, dude. We're freaking gaming. So, bottom of the second, Freeman made it to second base. Matos into the gap. Offense is on right now, and the pitching is mostly on. Bullpen actually quieted things down. So there should be an RBI double. Freeman comes in to score. Matos with the RBI. Matthews out to pitch for us against Colt Keith in the fourth. Gives up the homer. Colt Keith goes into the pool for a little dip. Game is all tied up. 422-foot homer is very impressive. And then Parker Meadows, 8 homers on the season. He's hitting 189. He lays down a bunt. What? They double up Dingler on a pop bunt to third. What? That never happens. That would be such a bizarre play to see in real life. And then Jazz Chisholm Jr. with the RBI single to get Brennan home, take the lead 2-1. Jazz gets to second for Juan Brito, who gets a single down in the left. His offense is firing on all cylinders, up and down the lineup. Danger. Safe run scoring single. Brito on first for Luis Robert Jr., same inning. And then Robert Jr. goes deep. He's found the power. He's awoken. He's angry. 19th homer of the season. I think it's like the third in the last 5 games. Wait, he's homered in all 3 games. Actually, I'll have to look at that. So they take a 5-1 lead. Matthews back out in the 7th, already having 6 innings with just 1 run given up. But then he gives up the solo homer to Josh Young. Cameraman looks away. He can't bear to look at this. So they bring in Mantiply in the 7th or 8th, who's been just lights out dominant all season. Gives up a 1-out single. I don't know what happened because we're now in the 9th inning, and Bizzardo, the new closer, got at the trade deadline. Gives up a leadoff single. Kyle Schwarber up, full count, 2 outs. Strike 3 call. The game over. Bizzardo strikes Schwarber out with the fastball and picks up the save. And the sweep of the Detroit Tigers is complete. I'm impressed. More importantly, we have to play the Yankees, who are doing quite well. May is a dice roll starter. He delivers and doesn't deliver any given day. He has an inability to corral lefties, but is so efficient against right-handers so as to remain effective. Is that true? It is. Holy, it is true. The scout was right. He has a 5.4 ERA against lefties, 2.18 against righties. So yeah, he just really struggles against left-handers. Huh, he's right. How does he know that? Tendency to induce grounders. Joe Mantiply, he throws a solid 3-pitch mix with an average changeup, average sinker, fringe slider. His stuff is below average, but he has good command and control. He's a better pitcher against lefties because even though they know the changeup is coming, it has tremendous break. Well, you say that, and yet he's the best pitcher in the bullpen, 1.8 ERA on the season, 65 innings pitched, having a career year. So And he's been dominant. He's been unhittable against lefties and still dominant versus righties. I don't know how. I don't know how. Hello, Tim Heron? Who are you? What are you doing here on waivers, friend? Just a random 50 overall reliever with a nasty cutter. Invader's back on top in power rankings. Hell yeah. He's been good for the last few years, to be honest. The thing is, our bullpen is pretty much already spoken for to a large extent. Like, it would be hard to cut someone at this point. Like, Felipe is the worst on the team, and he's already probably going to be sent through waivers to bring Uribe back up. And if somebody takes him, then they take him. Like, he's had 3 solid outings with us, but I think I'm going to try to force him through waivers, and if somebody claims him, then they claim him. Because he had some explosions back here. We may have just gotten lucky with him. So we're going to try and do that now. Wave and DFA. And if somebody claims him, he's not one of our normal guys anyways. And then just bring Uribe back up. I would say just move Mantiply to middle relief. Backup role stopper. Use more often. I think that's good. I wouldn't mind seeing Spores pitch like a full inning. So I'm just gonna take off. I feel like having the high leverage secondary role is making him not get used as much. But then again, this might also, stopper might do the same thing. I think he was fine where he was. I'm just gonna put him back. Set up 6 or later. Okay. I think that's how I had it. I don't remember. Okay, chat, I think that's it for tonight. 8.5 hours. It's super yup time. Almost 1 a.m. I think that's a good place to stop when we have retaken the first place division lead. We are at 79 wins. That is a franchise best. We only made it to 71 wins last season, and we still got this much left to play. But here's the fun part. Next stream, since the amateur draft is over, the trade deadline is over, we got who we got. We got who we got. So all we gotta do is play games, and we'll know, I think, next stream whether we make the playoffs. This is a number of games. I guess you could just do math. How many games are we up to? We're at like 126 out of 162. So there's like 38 games left. We should know if we're making the playoffs by next stream, but I might have to like grind some out. However, like I said, now that we're done with like the trade deadline, there's really not much to do other than just play the games. We have the guys, right? We have the pitchers we have the batters we have and the fielders we have. And I think they're really damn good. Like, Yiner Diaz was a huge upgrade. Kerry Carpenter's been insane. Robert Jr. had a home run in each of the last 3 games. Boom, boom, boom. 1 each game against Detroit. He's back on pace for 24 homers on the season. Up in that OPS and OPS plus. Shooting for 5 WAR almost. Like, Jazz, I think, has been hitting pretty well with us. Brito has been an incredible find off of waivers. So, like, everybody's been holding it down. Freeman's been pretty awesome. Arenamo needs to get some starts because he's actually been good too. Not great, but, like, he's a good bench player to give our guys some rest. Days off. And then I'm kind of just letting Pratt go, even with a lower average out of the 9 spot, because I think I value that shortstop consistency. And now that he's gotten settled in from adaptability, I think he's been hitting better, because I'm curious, like, who's been... We need to stop and actually do some time frames next. Because, like, in July, Pratt hit 225. In August so far, he's hitting 241. All right, that's not significantly better, but Freeman's casually hitting 400 in August. Arenamo was hitting 364, but it's only a small number of at-bats. Jazz is going crazy. Brito's going crazy. Luis Robert. Yeah, looking at more time frame stuff is really helpful. I should do that more often. World Series, here we come. That would be awesome. That would be so cool. I don't know if we'll get that far, but we'll see. Anyway, team seems really nice. Team seems really neat. We're back. We're moving back up the offensive rankings. Pitching still looking goated. All right, gamers. Thanks for hanging. There'll probably be a day off tomorrow, and then I will see you guys again probably like on Tuesday or something like that. If I had to guess. So I won't see you tomorrow. I got an extra day in today instead. But we're getting close to the end of the season. Because we're probably only like one stream away from finishing the regular season. And then depending on how we do, playoff time. Which could be short if we get eliminated really early, or it could be long if we do good. But I hope you're all having fun, and I hope you had a nice weekend as well. All right, gamers, I am going to send you all off on an end of stream raid in the next 45 seconds to get you out of here before the ad starts, because I used all 3 snoozes. So let's go raid Rolstorch, who's playing some farming sim, which I should play one day because I think I would like it. I think I would enjoy it. I've thought about playing it for a long time, but I just haven't done it yet. Team is looking great. I agree, Avocado. Good night, Bucky, Chow, Nairo, Gilmadesh, Luim, and all the lurkers and the sleepyheads. Have a great evening, great night, and thanks for chilling with me and spending time here. And I hope you enjoyed your games that you played, whatever they were. Go give Rural Storage some love. Say hi. Type something in chat. Be good raiders. And toss a follow if you like what you see. All right, get out of here. Good night. See you in a couple days. GG. Now leave.